Section 01 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 001. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Dawson. The Kinetoscope of Time by Brander Matthews. As the 12th stroke of the bell in the tower at the corner tolled forth slowly, the mighty wind blew chill down the deserted avenue and swept it clear of all belated wayfarers. The bare trees in the thin strip of park clashed their lifeless branches. The river far below slipped along silently. There was no moon, and the stars were shrouded. It was a black night. Yet far in the distance there was a gleam of cheerful light which lured me on and on. I could not have said why it was that I had ventured forth at that hour on such a night. It seemed to me as though the yellow glimmer I beheld afar off was the goal of my excursion. Something within whispered to me that I need go no farther when once I had come to the spot whence the soft glare proceeded. The pall of darkness was so dense that I could not see the sparse houses I chanced to pass, nor did I know where I was any more. I urged forward blindly, walking towards the light, which was all that broke the blackness before me. Its faint illumination seemed to me somehow to be kindly, inviting, irresistible. At last I came to a halt in front of a building I had never before seen, although I thought myself well acquainted with that part of the city. It was a circular edifice, or so it seemed to me then, and I judged that it had but a single story, or two at the most. The door stood open to the street, and it was from this that the light was cast. So dim was this illumination now I had come to it, that I marveled I could have seen it at all afar off as I was when I first caught sight of it. While I stood at the portal of the unsuspected edifice, peering doubtfully within, wondering to what end I had been led thither, and hesitating as to my next step, I felt again the impulse to go forward. At that moment tiny darts of fire, as it were, glowed at the end of the hall that opened before me, and they ran together rapidly and joined in liquid lines and then faded as suddenly as they had come, but not too soon for me to read the simple legend they had written in the air. An invitation to me, so I interpreted it, to go forward again, to enter the building, and to see for myself why I had been enticed there. Without hesitation I obeyed. I walked through the doorway, and I became conscious that the door had closed behind me as I pressed forward. The passage was narrow and but faintly lighted. It bent to the right with a circular sweep as though it skirted the inner circumference of the building. Still curving, it sank by a gentle gradient, and then it rose again and turned almost at right angles. Pushing ahead resolutely, although in not a little doubt as to the meaning of my adventure, I thrust aside a heavy curtain, soft to the hand. Then I found myself just inside a large circular hall. Letting the hangings fall behind me, I took 3 or 4 irresolute paces which brought me almost to the center of the room. I saw that the walls were continuously draped with the heavy folds of the same soft velvet, so that I could not even guess where it was I had entered. The rotunda was bare of all furniture. There was no table in it, no chair, no sofa, nor anything hanging from the ceiling or against the curtained walls. All that the room contained was a set of 4 curiously shaped narrow stands placed over against one another at the corners of what might be a square drawn within the circle of the hall. These narrow stands were close to the curtains. They were perhaps a foot wide, each of them, or it might be a little more. They were twice or 3 times as long as they were wide, and they reached a height of possibly 3 or 4 feet. Going towards one of these stands to examine it more curiously, I discovered that there were 2 projections from the top resembling eyepieces, as though inviting the beholder to gaze into the inside of the stand. Then I thought I heard a faint metallic click above my head. Raising my eyes swiftly, I read a few words written, as it were, against the dark velvet of the heavy curtain in dots of flame that flowed one into the other and melted away in a moment. When this mysterious legend had faded absolutely, I could not recall the words I had read in the fitful and flitting letters of fire, and yet I retained the meaning of the message, and I understood that if I chose to peer through the eyepieces I should see a succession of strange dances. To gaze upon dancing was not what I had gone forth to do, but I saw no reason why I should not do so, as I was thus strangely bidden. I lowered my head until my eyes were close to the 2 openings at the top of the stand. I looked into blackness at first, and yet I thought I could detect a mystic commotion of the invisible particles at which I was staring. I made no doubt that, if I waited, in due season the promise would be fulfilled. After a period of expectancy which I could not measure, infinitesimal sparks darted hither and thither, and there was a slight crackling sound. I concentrated my attention on what I was about to see, and in a moment more I was rewarded. The darkness took shape and robed itself in color, and there arose out of it a spacious banquet hall, where many guests sat at supper. I could not make out whether they were Romans or Orientals. The structure itself had a Latin solidity, but the decorations were Eastern in their glowing gorgeousness. The hall was illuminated by hanging lamps, by the light of which I tried to decide whether the ruler who sat in the seat of honor was a Roman or an Oriental. The beautiful woman beside him struck me as Eastern beyond all question. While I gazed intently, he turned to her and preferred a request. She smiled acquiescence, and there was a flash of anticipated triumph in her eye as she beckoned to a menial and sent him forth with a message. A movement as of expectancy ran around the tables where the guests sat at meat. The attendants opened wide the portals, and a young girl came forward. She was perhaps 14 or 15 years of age, but in the East women ripen young, and her beauty was indisputable. She had large, deep eyes and a full mouth, and there was a chain of silver and golden coins twisted into her coppery hair. She was so like the woman who sat beside the ruler that I did not doubt them to be mother and daughter. At a word from the elder, the younger began to dance, and her dance was Oriental. Slow at first, but holding every eye with its sensual fascination. The girl was a mistress of the art, and not a man in the room withdrew his gaze from her till she made an end and stood motionless before the ruler. He said a few words I could not hear, and then the daughter turned to the mother for guidance, and again I caught the flash of triumph in the elder woman's eye, and on her face the suggestion of hatred about to be glutted. And then the light faded, and the darkness settled down on the scene, and I saw no more. I did not raise my head from the stand, for I felt sure that this was not all I was to behold. And in a few moments there was again a faint scintillation. In time the light was strong enough for me to perceive the irregular flames of a huge bonfire in an old square of some medieval city. It was evening, and yet a throng of men and women and children made an oval about the fire and about a slim girl who had spread Persian carpet on the rough stones of the broad street. She was a brunette with dense black hair. She wore a striped skirt, and a jacket braided with gold had slipped from her bare shoulders. She held a tambourine in her hand, and she was twisting and turning in cadence to her own song. Then she went to one side where stood a white goat with gilded horns, and put down her tambourine and took up 2 swords. And with these in her hands she resumed her dance. A man in the throng, a man of scant 35, but already bald, a man of stalwart frame, fixed hot eyes upon her, and from time to time a smile and a sigh met on his lips. But the smile was more dolorous than the sigh. And as the gypsy girl ceased her joyous gyrations, the bonfire died out, and darkness fell on the scene again, and I could no longer see anything. Again I waited, and after an interval no longer than the other, there came a faint glow that grew until I saw clearly as in the morning sun the glade of a forest through which a brook rippled. A sad-faced woman sat on a stone by the side of the streamlet. Her gray garments set off the strange ornament in the fashion of a single letter of the alphabet that was embroidered in gold and in scarlet over her heart. Visible at some distance was a little girl, like a bright apparelled vision in a sunbeam, which fell down upon her through an arch of boughs. The ray quivered to and fro, making her figure dim or distinct, now like a real child, now like a child's spirit, as the splendor came and went. With violets and anemones and columbines the little girl had decorated her hair. The mother looked at the child, and the child danced and sparkled and prattled airily along the course of the streamlet, which kept up a babble, kind, quiet, soothing, but melancholy. Then the mother raised her head as though her ears had detected the approach of someone through the wood. But before I could see who this newcomer might be, once more the darkness settled down upon the scene. This time I knew the interval between the succeeding visions, and I waited without impatience. And in due season I found myself gazing at a picture as different as might be from any I had yet beheld. In the broad parlor of a house that seemed to be spacious, a middle-aged lady of an appearance at once austere and kindly was looking at a smiling gentleman who was coming towards her pulling along a little negro girl about 8 or 9 years of age. She was one of the blackest of her race, and her round, shining eyes, glittering as glass beads, moved with quick and restless glances over everything in the room. Her woolly hair was braided in sundry little tails, which stuck out in every direction. She was dressed in a single, filthy, ragged garment made of bagging, and altogether there was something odd and goblin-like about her appearance. The severe old maid examined this strange creature in dismay, and then directed a glance of inquiry at the gentleman in white. He smiled again, and gave a signal to the little negro girl, whereupon the black eyes glittered with a kind of wicked drollery, and apparently she began to sing, keeping time with her hands and feet, spinning round, clapping her hands, knocking her knees together in a wild, fantastic sort of time. And finally, turning a somersault or two, she came suddenly down on the carpet and stood with her hands folded, and a most sanctimonious expression of meekness and solemnity over her face, only broken by the cunning glances which she shot askance from the corners of her eyes. The elderly lady stood silent, perfectly paralyzed with amazement, while the smiling gentleman in white was amused at her astonishment. Once more the vision faded, and when, after the same interval, the darkness began to disappear again, even while everything was dim and indistinct, I knew that the scene was shifted from the south to the north. I saw a room comfortably furnished, with a fire smoldering in a porcelain stove. In a corner stood a stripped Christmas tree with its candles burned out. Against the wall between the two doors was a piano, on which a man was playing. A man who twisted his head now and again to look over his shoulder, sometimes at another and a younger man standing by the stove, sometimes at a young woman who was dancing alone in the center of the room. This young woman had draped herself in a long, parti-colored shawl, and she held a tambourine in her hand. There was in her eyes a look of fear, as of one conscious of an impending misfortune. As I gazed, she danced more and more wildly. The man standing by the porcelain stove was apparently making suggestions to which she paid no heed. At last her hair broke loose and fell over her shoulders, and even this she did not notice, going on with her dancing as though it were a matter of life and death. Then one of the doors opened, and another woman stood on the threshold. The man at the piano ceased playing and left the instrument. The dancer paused unwillingly and looked pleadingly up into the face of the younger man as he came forward and put his arm around her. And then once more the light died away, and I found myself peering into a void blackness. This time, though I waited long, there were no crackling sparks announcing another inexplicable vision. I peered intently into the stand, but I saw nothing. At last I raised my head and looked about me. Then on the hangings over another of the four stands, over the one opposite to that into which I had been looking, there appeared another message, the letters melting into another in lines of liquid light. And this told me that in the other stand I could, if I chose, gaze upon combatants as memorable as the delectable dances I had been beholding. I made no hesitation, but crossed the room and took my place before the other stand, and began at once to look through the projecting eyepieces. No sooner had I taken this position than the dots of fire darted across the depth into which I was gazing. And then there came a full, clear light as of a cloudless sky, and I saw the walls of an ancient city. At the gates of the city there stood a young man, and toward him there ran a warrior, brandishing a spear, while the bronze of his helmet and his armor gleamed in the sunlight. And trembling seized the young man as he fled in fear, and the warrior darted after him, trusting in his swift feet. Valiant was the flyer, but far mightier he who fleetingly pursued him. At last the young man took heart and made a stand against the warrior. They faced each other in light. The warrior hurled his spear, and it went over the young man's head. And the young man then hurled his spear in turn, and it struck fair upon the center of the warrior's shield. Then the young man drew his sharp sword that by his flank hung great and strong, and by some magic the warrior had recovered his spear. And as the young man came forward, he hurled it again, and it drove through the neck of the young man at the joint of his armor, and he fell in the dust. After that the sun was darkened, and in a moment more I was looking into an empty blackness. When again the light returned, it was once more with the full blaze of midday that the scene was illumined, and the glare of the sun was reflected from the burning sands of the desert. 2 or 3 palms arose near a well, and there 2 horsemen faced each other warily. One was a Christian knight in a coat of linked mail, over which he wore a surcoat of embroidered cloth, much frayed, and bearing more than once the arms of the wearer, a couchant leopard. The other was a Saracen, who was circling swiftly about the Knight of the Leopard. The Crusader suddenly seized the mace which hung at his saddle bow, and with a strong hand and unerring aim sent it crashing against the head of his foe, who raised his buckler of rhinoceros hide in time to save his life, though the force of the blow bore him from the saddle. The knight spurred his steed forward, but the Saracen leaped into his seat again without touching the stirrup. While the Christian recovered his mace, the infidel withdrew a little distance and strung the short bow he carried at his back. Then he circled about his foe, whose armor stood him in good stead, until the seventh shaft apparently found a less perfect part, and the Christian dropped heavily from his horse. But the dismounted Oriental found himself suddenly in the grasp of the European, who had recourse to this artifice to bring his enemy within his reach. The Saracen was saved again by his agility, and loosing his sword belt, which the knight had grasped, he mounted his watching horse. He had lost his sword and his arrows and his turban, and these disadvantages seemed to incline him for a truce. He approached the Christian with his right hand extended, but no longer in a menacing attitude. What the result of this proffer of a parley might be I could not observe, for the figures became indistinct as though a cloud had settled down on them, and in a few seconds more all was blank before me. When the next scene grew slowly into view, I thought for a moment it might be a continuation of the preceding, for the country I beheld was also soaking in the hot sunlight of the south, and there was also a mounted knight in armor. A second glance undeceived me. This knight was old and thin and worn, and his armor was broken and pierced, and his helmet was but a barber's basin, and his steed was a pitiful skeleton. His countenance was sorrowful indeed, but there was that in his manner which would stop any man from denying his nobility. His eye was fired with a high purpose and lofty resolve. In the distance before him were a group of windmills waving their arms in the air, and the knight urged forward his wretched horse as though to charge them. Upon an ass behind him was a fellow of the baser sort, a genial, simple follower, seemingly serving him as a squire. As the knight pricked forward his sorry steed and couched his lance, the attendant apparently appealed to him, and tried to explain, and even ventured an expostulation. But the knight gave no heed to the protests of the squire, who shook his head and dutifully followed his master. What the issue of this unequal combat was to be I could not see, for the inexorable veil of darkness fell swiftly. Even after the stray sparks had again flitted through the blackness into which I was gazing, daylight did not return, and it was with difficulty I was able at last to make out a vague street in a medieval city, doubtfully outlined by the hidden moon. From a window high above the stones there came a faint glimmer. Under this window stood a soldier worn with the wars, who carried himself as though glad now to be home again. He seemed to hear approaching feet, and he withdrew into the shadow as two others advanced. One of these was a handsome youth with an eager face, in which spirituality and sensuality contended. The other was older, of an uncertain age, and his expression was mocking and evil. He carried some sort of musical instrument, and to this he seemed to sing while the younger man looked up at the window. The soldier came forward angrily and dashed the instrument to the ground with his sword. Then the newcomers drew also, and the elder guarded while the younger thrust. There were a few swift passes, and then the younger of the two lunged fiercely, and the soldier fell back upon the stones, wounded to the death. Without a glance behind them, the two who had withstood his onslaught withdrew, as the window above opened and a fair-haired girl leaned forth. Then nothing was visible, until after an interval the light once more returned, and I saw a sadder scene than any yet. In a hollow of the bare mountains a little knot of men in dark blue uniforms were centered around their commander, whose long locks floated from beneath his broad hat. Around this small band of no more than a score of soldiers, thousands of red Indians were raging, with exultant hate in their eyes. The bodies of dead comrades lay in narrowing circles about the thinning group of bluecoats. The red men were picking off their few surviving foes one by one, and the white men could do nothing, for their cartridges were all gone. They stood at bay, valiant and defiant despite their many wounds, but the line of their implacable foemen was drawn tighter and tighter about them, and one after another they fell forward dying or dead, until at last only the long-haired commander was left, sore wounded but unconquered in spirit. When this picture of strong men facing death fearlessly was at last dissolved into darkness like the others that had gone before, I had an inward monition that it was the last that would be shown me. And so it was, for although I kept my place at the stand for 2 or 3 minutes more, no warning sparks dispersed the opaque depth. When I raised my head from the eyepieces, I became conscious that I was not alone. Almost in the center of the circular hall stood a middle-aged man of distinguished appearance, whose eyes were fixed upon me. I wondered who he was, and whence he had come, and how he had entered, and what it might be that he wished with me. I caught a glimpse of a smile that lurked vaguely on his lips. Neither this smile nor the expression of his eyes was forbidding, though both were uncanny and inexplicable. He seemed to be conscious of a remoteness which would render futile any effort of his towards friendliness. How long we stood thus staring the one at the other I do not know. My heart beat heavily and my tongue refused to move when at last I tried to break the silence. Then he spoke, and his voice was low and strong and sweet. "You are welcome," he began, and I noticed that the accent was slightly foreign. Italian, perhaps, or it might be French. "I am glad always to show the visions I have under my control for those who will appreciate them." I tried to stammer forth a few words of thanks and of praise for what I had seen. "Do you recognize the strange scenes shown to you by these 2 instruments?" he asked, after bowing gently in acknowledgment of my awkward compliments. Then I plucked up courage and made bold to express to him the surprise I had felt, not only at the marvelous vividness with which the actions had been repeated before my eyes, like life itself in form and in color and in motion, but also at the startling fact that some of the things I had been shown were true and some were false. Some of them had actually happened to real men and women of flesh and blood, while others were but bits of vain imagining of those who tell tales as an art and as a means of livelihood. I expressed myself as best I could, clumsily, no doubt, but he listened patiently and with the smile of toleration on his lips. "Yes," he answered. "I understand your surprise that the facts and the fictions are mingled together in these visions of mine as though there were little to choose between them. You are not the first to wonder or to express that wonder, and the rest of them were young like you. When you are as old as I am, when you have lived as long as I, when you have seen as much of life as I, then you will know, as I know, that fact is often inferior to fiction, and that it is often also one and the same thing. For what might have been is often quite as true as what actually was." I did not know what to say in answer to this, and so I said nothing. "What would you say to me," he went on, and now it seemed to me that his smile suggested rather pitying condescension than kindly toleration, "what would you say to me if I were to tell you that I myself have seen all the many visions unrolled before you in these instruments? What would you say if I declared that I had gazed on the dances of Salome and of Esmeralda, that I had beheld the combat of Achilles and Hector, and the mounted fight of Saladin and the Knight of the Leopard?" "You are not Time himself?" I asked in amaze. He laughed lightly, and without bitterness or mockery. "No," he answered promptly, "I am not Time himself. And why should you think so? Have I a scythe? Have I an hourglass? Have I a forelock? Do I look so very old, then?" I examined him more carefully to answer this last question, and the more I scrutinized him, the more difficult I found it to declare his age. At first I had thought him to be 40 perhaps, or of a certainty less than 50. But now, though his hair was black, though his eye was bright, though his step was firm, though his gestures were free and sweeping, I had my doubts. And I thought I could perceive, one after another, many impalpable signs of extreme old age. Then, all at once, he grew restive under my fixed gaze. "But it is not about me that we need to waste time now," he said impatiently. "You have seen what 2 of my instruments contain. Would you like now to examine the contents of the other 2? I answered in the affirmative. "The two you have looked into are gratuitous," he continued. "For what you beheld in them there is no charge. But a sight of the visions in the other two, or in either one of them, must be paid for. So far you are welcome as my guest, but if you wish to see any more, you must pay the price." I asked what the charge was as I thrust my hand into my pocket to be certain that I had my purse with me. He saw my gesture, and he smiled once more. "The visions I can set before you in those two instruments you have not yet looked into are visions of your own life," he said. "In that stand there," and he indicated one behind my back, "you can see 5 of the most important episodes of your past." I withdrew my hand from my pocket. "I thank you," I said, "but I know my own past, and I have no wish to see it again, however cheap the spectacle." "Then you will be more interested in the 4th of my instruments," he said, as he waved his thin, delicate hand towards the stand which stood in front of me. "In this you can see your future." I made an involuntary step forward, and then, at a second thought, I shrank back again. "The price of this is not high," he continued, "and it is not payable in money." "How then should I buy it?" I asked doubtingly. "In life," he answered gravely. "The vision of life must be paid for in life itself. For every 10 years of the future which I may unroll before you here, you must assign me a year of life, 12 months, to do with as I will." Strange as it seems to me now, I did not doubt that he could do as he declared. I hesitated, and then I fixed my resolve. "Thank you," I said, and I saw that he was awaiting my decision eagerly. "Thank you again for what I have already seen, and for what you proffer me. But my past I have lived once, and there is no need to turn over again the leaves of that dead record. And the future I must face as best I may. The more bravely, I think, that I do not know what it holds in store for me." "The price is low," he urged. "It must be lower still," I answered. "It might be nothing at all, and I should still decline. I cannot afford to be impatient now and to borrow the knowledge of the future. I shall know all in good time." He seemed not a little disappointed that I said this. Then he made a final appeal. "Would you not wish to know even the matter of your end?" "No," I answered. "That is no temptation to me. For whatever it may be, I must find fortitude to undergo it somehow, whether I am to pass away in my sleep in my bed, or whether I shall have to withstand the chances of battle and murder and sudden death." "That is your last word?" he inquired. "I thank you again for what I have seen," I responded, bowing again, "but my decision is final." "Then I will detain you no longer," he said haughtily, as he walked towards the circling curtains and swept 2 of them aside. They draped themselves back, and I saw before me an opening like that through which I had entered. I followed him, and the curtains dropped behind me as I passed into the insufficiently illuminated passage beyond. I thought that the mysterious being with whom I had been conversing had preceded me, but before I had gone 20 paces I found that I was alone. I pushed ahead, and my path twisted and turned on itself, and rose and fell irregularly like that by means of which I had made my way into the unknown edifice. At last I picked my steps down winding stairs, and at the foot I saw the outline of a door. I pushed it back, and I found myself in the open air. I was in a broad street, and over my head an electric light suddenly flared out and whitewashed the pavement at my feet. At the corner a train of the elevated railroad rushed by with a clattering roar and a trailing plume of white steam. Then a cable car clanged past, with incessant bangs upon its gong. Thus it was that I came back to the world of actuality. I turned to get my bearings that I might find my way home again. I was standing almost in front of a shop, the windows of which were filled with framed engravings. One of these caught my eye, and I confess that I was surprised. It was a portrait of a man. It was a portrait of the man with whom I had been talking. I went close to the window that I might see it better. The electric light emphasized the lines of the high-bred face, with its somber, searching eyes and the air of old-world breeding. There could be no doubt whatever that the original of this portrait was the man from whom I had just parted. By the costume, I knew that the original had lived in the last century, and the legend beneath the head, engraved in a flowing script, asserted this to be a likeness of Monsieur le Comte de Cagliostro. 1895. End of section 01. Recording by Scott Dawson.
Section 2 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. The Phantasmatograph by Walter Harries Pollock. Darcy Latimer, as he sat one afternoon in his rooms on Campden Hill, resembled the party in a parlour crammed, in that he was drinking tea and was silent. Let us hope that the resemblance did not extend to the less enviable quality attaching to those good folk. To him presently entered, to disturb or enliven his meditations, his friend Mr. Peregrine, the agent, to whom a few words of commented description may not be amiss for those who have not yet made his acquaintance. Mr. Peregrine, then, was a man of slight but extremely significant appearance, with a curiously oriental cast of countenance, and with a singular charm of manner, the almost silky suaveness of which emphasized rather than concealed an obvious habit of self-reliance and of command. The brass plate outside his office, which was more like a delicately appointed library than an ordinary office, in one of the first streets off the Strand, bore the inscription, "Mr. Peregrine, Agent," with no further clue to his special calling. What this was, however, may be inferred from the facts that when Morton, an intimate friend of Latimer's, found himself saddled with a badly haunted house, Peregrine had, with the assistance of one of his clients, known as the Green Lady, cleared the mansion of all superfluous and annoying ghosts, and that on another occasion, when the same Morton was in great straits to find actors for a theatrical entertainment which he had promised at another house of his, Peregrine had come to the rescue with a complete company of players, who had the best reasons for knowing the first, literally the first, traditions of the business, and so one of the rivals as designed by Sheridan himself, and who appeared and disappeared in strange mystery. Such, briefly, was the person who entered Latimer's rooms, and with a graceful bow and smile accepted the cigar and cup of tea which Darcy, knowing his ways, silently offered him. It was so seldom that Peregrine called upon anyone, even his most intimate friends, without appointment, that his presence alone, without a certain look on his face which belied his smile, told his host that the agent had some matter of import to communicate. Peregrine, catching the look of interrogation which Darcy, half unconsciously, turned upon him, broke the silence by saying, in the distinct voice which could be soft as lovers' vows, or impressive as the silver trumpets of Ada, "No, I have not come to ask anything. You know it's not my way. Too commonplace altogether, both for you and for me." "To tell me something, then?" answered Darcy. "Yes," rejoined Peregrine, with deliberation. "Yes. The thing is really so curious that, considering the credibly intelligent interest you take in such matters, I have yielded, against my rule, to an impulse to share my impressions with a friend. And indeed, I don't mind telling you that I am really glad to do so." "Well," inquired Darcy, subduing as best he could any appearance of eagerness, "what is it?" "I think," Peregrine replied, "I had better tell you the whole matter exactly as it occurred straight off. I trust to your tried discretion about interrupting me." "So be it," said Darcy. "Go on." "3 days ago," Peregrine continued, "I was unusual busy in the morning sorting the letters that reached me by the first post at my office. Most of them were letters of quite the usual kind, from people who wanted explanations of mysterious sounds and sights which they detailed. Others from people in trouble about what they called their souls, as if I could help them there. Many from earnest people, some denouncing me as a miscreant in league with persons not lawful to mention, or hinting, or rather asserting, that I ought to be burnt or shot with a silver bullet. Some again praying pathetically to serve an apprenticeship with me and be introduced to some of my clients." Peregrine paused for a moment and added, "These letters are sometimes trying, when they are not merely silly." "Ah," said Darcy, "you get them, of course, of all sorts." "I certainly do," replied the other, "but I don't mean now, at any rate, to bore you with a kind of précis of my correspondence. I always go through it myself in the first instance. On this occasion, as generally, it contained all kinds of letters from all kinds of people, asking for a personal interview, with more or less, generally, as you will imagine, less reason. One of these on that particular morning caught my attention. I cannot tell you why, but you know perfectly well that I never neglect an instinct, however baseless it might seem. This letter was in a handwriting that, for some subtle characterisation that it possessed, induced me to read it carefully. It was excellently written, and it was signed Jean Marie de Sartoris. I supposed, of course, that the name was assumed, and probably borrowed from a play as well known to you as it is to me. A curious letter, certainly." Peregrine paused, and seemed for a moment or two lost in musing. Darcy, watchful of his moods, interrupted him with, "What was in the body of the letter? You have told me thus far only the impression produced upon you by, so to speak, its spirit." "For a very good reason," replied Peregrine, re-arousing himself to speech. "There was nothing in the body of the letter but a request for an interview, which I at once granted." "You did!" cried Darcy, surprised at once into needless interruption. "I did," said the other, "again against all such rules as I have, and I can give you no better reason than those I have already given, for making such an exception. Anyhow, I sent an answer by direct messenger." "Oh!" broke in Darcy again, "you never employ the great means." "Except when they are wanted," said Peregrine. "That really is a silly interruption. I made an appointment for that same afternoon at 4:30, and as the time drew near I fell into thinking. I am not given to troubling myself more than common about things that happen on the earth or in the waters under the earth. Yet about this man's letter, not about the words, mind you, for they were few and simple, there was something which was so, what shall I call it? I really cannot hit on a better word for the moment than unusual, that I paid him a compliment I rarely pay to visitors in wondering about him before he made his appearance." "And his appearance?" asked Latimer, as Peregrine paused again for a moment. "That," answered the agent, "I had of course foreseen within a few points. I knew, for instance, that he would be what idiots call a fine-looking man, that his colouring would be in the direction of auburn, and that his air of being a personage would be due rather to his expression and bearing than to his figure and his well-cut features. Also, I knew that he would be completely self-possessed and well-bred. Naturally, there were a few things I did not know until I was face to face with him. I had no reason, that is, for supposing that he was a franchised, not Frenchified, American. He spoke in French once, when the particular expression he sought came more easily to him in that language than in English. His French was perfect, and so, like his manners, was his English, with just that touch of American intonation that made it a pleasant variant on what one hears every day in the beaten track of business. But I am losing sight of how our interview began. That beginning also I had foreseen. It was made up of the most commonplace courtesies, and under them all I had the strange sensation, very strange to me, as you know, of being in contact with a man whom I did not as yet at all understand. It is, as you are well aware, no part of my proceedings to ask questions of people who come to see me. I wait for them to tell me, as Mr. Bernard so beautifully puts it, what lies in their power. And the result, though you may refuse to believe it, is that occasionally they tell me something not absolutely remote from the truth. "But surely," began Darcy, when the other caught him up with, "I know what you are going to say, or rather repeat, for if I'm not much mistaken, you learned it from me. It is absolutely impossible for a layman, and nearly impossible for an expert, to describe any occasion, strange or otherwise, just exactly as he actually saw it. This is the secret of, among many other things, the fabulous trick of Indian magicians, vouched for by the most honourable and honest people in the world. These people, having seen something which has completely upset their preconceived ideas, describe some marvel to others in the full belief that they are describing it as they saw it. Not so. They invariably leave out some circumstance which has escaped their notice, and which is really the clue to the amazing success of the performance. It was the knowledge of this fact which enabled me to discover the true explanation of the trick in which a magician swarms up a rope until both rope and man vanish in mid-air or higher air. But let me be accurate before all things, even in speaking confidentially to you. When I say I discovered the true explanation, I mean the explanation of how the trick was done on a particular occasion. The eye-witness, a man of impeccable veracity, who thought to describe it to me, thought also, or rather had the impression, that it was done under conditions which put the conjurer's art out of question. It was only from his answers to seemingly casual interrogations of mine that I found out his mistake. The conditions as a fact made clever trickery unusually easy. I did not, of course, disturb his belief by explaining this to him. I did remind you of these things only that you may have a wary eye and ear on what I am going to tell you, expert though you may think me. And if anybody really deserves the name of expert in any profession or pursuit, call me bishop and baffle me. But to return to Mr. Jean-Marie de Sartoris. All through our conversation I had the same impression of something at once fascinating, repellent, and, in a word, unfathomable about the man. In fact, he influenced me as I am seldom influenced, to listen attentively to all he had to say. "And that," interrupted Darcy, That, replied Peregrine, was when you reduce it to simplicity, a seemingly unimportant request. He turned the talk naturally enough to the cinematograph and its latest developments, and also, naturally enough, glanced at the idea, which may be or may not be fantastic, of photographing or kodaking thought, human or, for that matter, animal thought. Then he proceeded to say, I have made some experiments in these two directions combined. I had heard much of you from Mr. Morton and from other people. It seemed to me that you might be more interested in such an experiment than most that one knows, and it is really for that reason that I have ventured to intrude upon you for so long a time. I would beg the favour of your presence for a private performance, a kind of ballon d'essai, that I give, by Mr. Morton's kind permission, to-morrow evening at a house which he has taken for a few weeks in Mayfair. I was betrayed, and this will show you the man's strange influence, in exclaiming with surprise, Morton in town? Oh, he replied, with an inscrutable smile, yes, Mr. Morton is in town. I thought you would be aware of that. I may count on your presence. Yes, here is the bill of the play, so to speak. So saying, he put into my hands the very neatly designed and executed programme which I have preserved. Here it is. Darcy Latimer took from Peregrine the small programme, printed in red on a white ground. It bore these words: Jean-Marie de Sartoris, by the kindness of Mr. Mortimer, has the honour to announce a trial performance of his phantasmatograph at 211 Black Street, Mayfair, at 10 o'clock to-morrow evening. There was no date. Of course I went. Equally of course I was received with affection by Morton, who, as you well know, would, if he met you in Saturn 2,000 years hence, take up the interrupted friendship or acquaintance exactly where it was last dropped on earth, in such a manner as to make all things smooth and pleasant. Besides us two and Mr. de Sartoris, there were only two other people present. One was a hard-headed, sceptical man of science. Peregrine mentioned his name. You know him well enough, and know that he is untiring in his search after reality. He is in another way as devoted to his cause as was his forbear the witch-hunter. The second guest was your second cousin, Dr. Mantis, who, as you also know, adds to a profound knowledge of actual, practical medicine, a close sympathy with those inner secrets of healing lore that metaphysical aid who Sheridan Le Fanu attributed to his Dr. Hesselius, and who Peregrine interjected, Dr. Hesselius really was, I should uncommonly like to know. Well, we had coffee and cigars. We talked of this, that, and the other, and presently Morton cast an interrogative glance at Mr. de Sartoris, who made a grave and dignified inclination of his head, and then said, with a distinctness that savoured of subdued nervousness, Gentlemen, I now propose, if it will not bore you, to give you the first illustration which has been given, save on one very private occasion to Mr. Morton, of my phantasmatograph. I will not prelude it by any description. You will see it, and will form your own opinion and judgment. With that he passed through the half-open folding doors of Morton's drawing-room, and, when he was on the other side, opened them fully. I then saw that the inner room was draped heavily with black velvet, exactly as you may remember Bartier de Colta's stage used to be draped at the Egyptian Hall. But as I see you surmise, not to the best of my lodged belief, for the same reason. Furthermore, which you will naturally note as important points, there was no raised stage, and, as I afterwards knew, there was not a hand's breadth between the drapery and the walls. The room appeared to be lighted by concealed incandescent lights, and there was no sort of furniture visible in it. Mr. Desiderius took up his position in the middle of the floor, in an attitude which was imposing without a hint of theatrical pose. True to his expressed intention of indulging in no kind of rhodomontade, and indeed in no sort of detailed explanation, he introduced his show with these very simple words, which I carefully noted: "Gentlemen, the first illustration of the phantasmatograph which I propose to put before you takes the form of the apparition of the dead Julius Caesar in the tent of Brutus." Almost as he spoke the last words, at one and the same moment the lights grew dim. The room took upon it the semblance of Brutus's tent with his sleeping attendants. Mr. Desiderius sat before us no longer in well-cut evening clothes, but gowned like Brutus for the night, and Caesar's ghost, unmistakable from its likeness to the busts, stood stern and sad in front of Brutus, as Brutus spoke the opening words of his speech: "How ill this taper burns!" My experience in such matters is, as you know, far from limited, and yet I do not know well how to describe, or at any rate how to define to you, the extraordinary ghostly and spectral impression which the image of dead Caesar produced upon me. I could get nearest to it perhaps by saying that it was less like a ghost than the ghost of a ghost, having something in common with the Scylla of Bulwer's strange story, and yet being so apparent in the misty terrible way to the sight as to give a certain shivery feeling even to me, a feeling which I was perfectly conscious was far more strongly aroused in the other spectators of this singular performance. And when the ghost spoke, its voice produced the same kind of impression upon the ear with which its appearance had shocked the eye, insomuch that as the image appeared with its fatal words, "I at Philippi," there was an actual sigh of relief from those who had heard and seen this strange scene. No more than 10 seconds can have passed between the utterance of the word Philippi and the restoring, by some amazed method, of the room to its former aspect. The sleeping attendants, the walls, and the furniture of the tent had all vanished as into thin air. The concealed lights were up again, and showed us, instead of the magnificent Brutus, Mr. Desiderius, impassible, save maybe for a slight touch of exultation which I fancied to detect, and polished as before. "I perceive," he said very quietly, "from the absence of any outward form of approval on your part, that I have done something more than deserve applause. I have compelled attention even from Dr. Mantis and from Mr. Peregrine, and now, with your permission, I will move from Sardis to Elsinore." Again, on the very utterance of the concluding word, the room disappeared, and in its stead one of the battlements of Elsinore, but as I believe they have never been seen before on any stage. The room was, of course, small, but this scene carried with it an ineffable sense of vastness, grandeur, desolation, and an impending woe. I have left you to infer rather than distinctly told you that Sartorius Brutus was most impressive. The same thing holds good of the Hamlet, into which, as in the case of Brutus, he was transformed as if by magic. I use the term, of course, with a sense of its possible significance, and of every transformation which he went through before our very eyes. But as in the previous scene, it was the ghost that riveted the attention of eye and ear. You may remember, as I do, the certain description of Macready's ghost, in which it is said that without any trickery of voice, his tones seemed to come from another world. They were audible, quite audible, but they were without resonance. They seemed to proceed from a being apart, who had seen what we could not see. This but intensified to an extraordinary degree what the effect produced by seeing and hearing this ghost of King Hamlet, produced somehow by Mr. Desiderius in Morton's room, and with it, as before and afterwards, was this strange sense of its being less a ghost than a ghost's spectre. On the words, "Remember me," both the room and Mr. Desiderius resumed their natural aspect. Mr. Desiderius' face on this occasion displayed an undoubted look, veiled though it was by good breeding, of delight in achieved success. Also the look of innate power in it, which I had not noticed at our first interview, was more strongly marked. And there was another and new expression in it which I did not then find myself at all able to decipher. I looked round at Mantus to see if I could find any reflection in his face that might give me a clue, but I saw only that look of puzzledom which my own face might have worn if it were less trained to impassiveness, while in the man of science's face there was simply incredulity struggling with bewilderment. Morton I need say nothing about. You know how he would look. On looking back at Mr. Desiderius, I was well assured that he had taken all this in, though his features would not have betrayed the fact to any but a specially trained observer. He had made no sort of comment upon what had passed before going on to say, "I shall now, if you please, pass from Shakespeare to one on whom has been from long ago conferred the great title of wizard." He gave a sudden sweeping look around him out of his curious eyes indefinable even to me. It seemed to me that he held himself ready to defy any comment or challenge on that word wizard. "I mean," he continued, recovering his old manner, "Scott. Not the discoverer of witchcraft, but his namesake with a different spelling. The Wizard of the North, Walter Scott. You remember how in Waverley Vician Vor saw the Bodach Glas. As Sertorius spoke the words, the room in which he stood again vanished, or rather instantaneously gave place to a lonely misty scene. The background was veiled in obscurity, with a footbridge in front, along which Mr. Desiderius, in the likeness of Fergus MacIvor, brave and brilliant in plaided array, paced with head bent, as if in sadness and foreboding. Suddenly he raised his head, while a shudder ran all through his frame, to face a figure misty as the mist itself, yet instinct with a terrible sense of reality through the mistiness. Fergus stopped, made the sign of the cross, and uttered, in accents wherein a natural daring seemed to contend vainly with a more than natural terror, the adjuration which you well remember. The figure stayed also, and for a moment it appeared to me that I could discern lineaments stern, even cruel, yet not all forbidding, as if it spoke the fateful words, "Vician Vor, beware of tomorrow." I saw Fergus reel before the impact of the speech. I felt the breath of coldest air run through the room like a very lightning of frost. And then there was Mr. Desiderius again himself and unmoved, in the little Mayfair back drawing room, with its black hangings and invisible lights. I have said unmoved, but in truth he had a haggard look, as of one who was overstraining some effort, physical or mental or what you will. This last scene had in some strange way produced an impression that had not been reached, or rather had not been likened by those preceding it, and as I looked round at the others I saw that some such impression had conveyed itself to them. The man of science no longer wore an incredulous look. It was replaced by one of sheer wonderment. Dr. Mantus's expression was that of the quivering, suffering eagerness which you may note in the very sensitive people while a thunderstorm is mutteringly waiting to break out in its full fury. Morton sat back in shadow, inscrutable. Dr. Desatorius' haggard look disappeared as he too noted the effect produced. He stepped a little forward and said, "I shall now venture to show you something of the spirit that denies." He spoke the words with absolutely icy clearness, and he trembled slightly, as though the iciness of his tone were caught from some atmosphere enveloping him, but I noted one drop of sweat on his forehead. He shook himself together, so swiftly that this action and the previous tremulousness seemed blended together, and continued, "Messieurs, la dernière scène de Faust. Ah!" he went on, with a grandeur which seemed meant to reassure himself rather than the spectators. "Ah, non pas celle de Berlioz, ça sera trop terrible. Non," he went on in a soft, purring voice, "non, non, Berlioz à l'œuvre de notre cher et bon Gounod." It certainly struck me that to represent that last scene of La Damnation de Faust, which it has always been my secret ambition to put worthily on the operatic stage, with its infernal chorus of Swedenborgian fiends, would be a trying undertaking even for Mr. Desatorius, while at the same moment I reflected that to compass the last scene of Gounod's opera was an extraordinary adventure though. But the impression was a very fleeting one, for the aspect of Mr. Desatorius caught irresistibly the best part of my attention. I perceived again that marked sweeping look round which I had before noticed, and in it there seemed to me to be a combination of comprehension of something unseen to us, and of apprehension. The sudden drop into French, the sudden change in his mode of address, had been ominous. But there was now something in his aspect far beyond such accidents, something that came from the man's innermost soul. "Messieurs," he said again, "l'esprit Denis." And now he spoke the words with all his old air of dignity, mixed with a new expression of exultation. Yet as I observed him, I knew as well as I know that I am speaking to you now, that I was looking on a doomed man, a man doomed by his own excess and pride of will. The scene changed suddenly to Margaret's prison, with all of the familiar stage arrangements as to details, but with a difference in the whole effect, the difference between the most perfect illusion and the most damning reality. The figure and face of Margaret were beautiful, exceedingly, and charged with a weight of tragic passion that seemed as if it must crush the frail form into nothingness. The appearance of Mr. Desatorius's Faust was the utmost expression of desperate and helpless love. The vast and forbidding walls and pillars of the prison filled one's very soul with gloom and horror. But how shall I try to describe the terrible Mephistopheles who stood before us? Théophile Gautier had described something like it in his Deux acteurs pour un rôle. But the Mephistopheles that did not assume the almost satanic grandeur that this appearance carried, in addition to the fiendish and overmastering malice discerned in his least looks, his least gestures, I can but attempt to convey something of the impression produced by telling you that, while I could not take my eyes off what was passing in front of me, I felt the others were, like myself, I confess it, shuddering. Then began the final terzetto. I do not care to tell you how many great singers and actors I have seen and heard in this scene, for it might give you a clue to the secret of my age, but this I do tell you, that I have never heard that wonderful music so sung before, and never can hear it so sung again. The invisible orchestra responded to every beat, every quiver of passion. And for the acting, I must not call it acting, the thing was too real, too poignant. And though all the glory and beauty of the music, that inexplicable figure of dread, dominated the whole scene with a nameless sense of terror, by the time when the end of the scene was reached, we were worked up to the very madness of excitement. The final chorus was omitted. Margaret did not fall dead, but seemed absorbed into a sunbeam that was shot suddenly through the narrow window high up in the massive wall. Then this disappeared, and the two remaining figures were seen only by the dim light of the prison lamp. Thereon Mephistopheles advanced to Faust, and silently wrapped the red mantle around him. As he did so, the mantle burst into a sheet of white flame, so dazzling in its brilliancy that, had its overpowering radiance lasted more than a fraction of a second, no mortal eye could have endured those scorching beams. Then all was dark, and we heard that sound of a heavy fall. Mantis, snatching up a lamp from its bracket, seized me by the arm, and without uttering a word we rushed together into the farther room. The others followed us. I need not tell you," Peregrine went on, dropping into a dry tone, "that we found no one there except Mr. de Sertoris, stone dead. There was not a mark upon him, and the coroner's jury can find no verdict but death by syncope, due to excitement in a dramatic performance." Then, passing from this commonplace to a different mood, Peregrine leant forward and said, "Darcy, I assure you, there was not a stick of furniture, not a rag of scenery, not a scrap of apparatus to be found in the whole of that room. Not a single lamp, electrical or other. Nothing, absolutely nothing, but the black drapery close against the wall, and the dead man." Peregrine, in whom excitement and emotion were things almost unknown, leant back, and his breath came short and quick. Darcy broke the silence by saying in tremulous tones, "And your conclusion?" "Nay," said Peregrine, recovering himself, "that you must teach me. I have formed only one conclusion. What I saw has defined for me most accurately the limits of my profession." End of section 2. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 3 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, visit LibriVox.org. The Vitagraphoscope by O. Henry. Vaudeville is intrinsically episodic and discontinuous. Its audiences do not demand denouements, sufficient unto each turn is the evil thereof. No one cares how many romances the singing comedienne may have had, if she can capably sustain the limelight and a high note or two. The audiences reck not if the performing dogs get to the pound the moment they have jumped through their last hoop. They do not desire bulletins about the possible injuries received by the comic bicyclist who retires head first from the stage with the crash of property chinaware. Neither do they consider that their seat coupons entitle them to be instructed whether or no there is a sentiment between the lady solo banjoist and the Irish monologuist. Therefore let us have no lifting of the curtain upon a tableau of the united lovers, backgrounded by defeated villainy and derogated by the comic, osculating maid and butler thrown in as a sop to the servery of the 50-cent seats. But our program ends with a brief turn or two, and then to the exits. Whoever sits the show out may find, if he will, the slender thread that binds together, though ever so slightly, the story that perhaps only the walrus will understand. Extracts from a letter from the first Vice President of the Republic Insurance Company of New York City to Frank Goodwin of Corelio, Republic of Anchuria. My dear Mr. Goodwin, your communication per Messrs. Harland and Forshey of New Orleans has reached us. Also their draft on NY for $100,000, the amount abstracted from the funds of this company by the late J. Churchill Warfield, its former president. The officers and directors unite in requesting me to express to you their sincere esteem and thanks for your prompt and much appreciated return of the entire missing sum within 2 weeks from the time of its disappearance. Can assure you that the matter will not be allowed to receive the least publicity. Regret exceedingly the distressing death of Mr. Warfield by his own hand. But congratulations on your marriage to Miss Warfield. Many charms, winning manners, noble and womanly nature, and envied position in the best metropolitan society. Cordially yours, Lucius E. Applegate, First Vice President, the Republic Insurance Company. The Vitagraphoscope, Moving Pictures. The Last Sausage. Scene: an artist's studio. The artist, a young man of prepossessing appearance, sits in a dejected attitude amid a litter of sketches, with his head resting upon his hand. An oil stove stands on a pine box in the center of the studio. The artist rises, tightens his waist belt to another hole, and lights the stove. He goes to a tin bread box, half hidden by a screen, takes out a solitary link of sausage, turns the box upside down to show that there is no more, and chucks the sausage into a frying pan, which he sets upon the stove. The flame of the stove goes out, showing that there is no more oil. The artist, in evident despair, seizes the sausage in a sudden access of rage, and hurls it violently from him. At the same time a door opens, and a man who enters receives the sausage forcibly against his nose. He seems to cry out, and is observed to make a dance step or two, vigorously. The newcomer is a ruddy-faced, active, keen-looking man, apparently of Irish ancestry. Next he is observed to laugh immoderately. He kicks over the stove, he claps the artist, who is vainly striving to grasp his hand, vehemently upon the back. Then he goes through a pantomime which, to the sufficiently intelligent spectator, reveals that he has acquired large sums of money by trading pot-metal hatchets and razors to the Indians of the Cordillera Mountains for gold dust. He draws a roll of money as large as a small loaf of bread from his pocket, and waves it above his head, while at the same time he makes pantomime of drinking from a glass. The artist hurriedly secures his hat, and the two leave the studio together. The Writing on the Sands. Scene: the beach at Nice. A woman, beautiful, still young, exquisitely clothed, complacent, poised, reclines near the water, idly scrawling letters in the sand with the staff of her silken parasol. The beauty of her face is audacious. Her languid pose is one that you feel to be impermanent. You wait, expectant for her to spring or glide or crawl like a panther that has unaccountably become stock still. She idly scrawls in the sand, and the word that she always writes is Isabel. A man sits a few yards away. You can see that they are companions, even if no longer comrades. His face is dark and smooth and almost inscrutable, but not quite. The two speak little together. The man also scratches on the sand with his cane, and the word that he writes is Anchuria. And then he looks out, where the Mediterranean and the sky intermingle, with death in his gaze. The Wilderness and Thou. Scene: the borders of a gentleman's estate in a tropical land. An old Indian, with a mahogany-colored face, is trimming the grass on a grave by a mangrove swamp. Presently he rises to his feet and walks slowly toward a grove that is shaded by the gathering brief twilight. In the edge of the grove stands a man who is stalwart, with a kind and courteous air, and a woman of a serene and clear-cut loveliness. When the old Indian comes up to them, the man drops money in his hand. The grave tender, with the stolid pride of his race, takes it as his due and goes on his way. The two in the edge of the grove turn back along the dim pathway and walk close, close, for, after all, what is the world at its best but a little round field of the moving pictures with two walking together in it? Curtain. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Cliff Thompson. Mrs. Bathurst by Rudyard Kipling. From Lydon's Irenaeus, Act 3, Scene 2. Gow. Had it been your prince instead of a groom caught in this noose, there's not an astrologer of the city. Prince. Sacked! Sacked! We were a city yesterday. Gow. So be it. But I was not governor, not an astrologer, but would have sworn he'd foreseen it at the last versary of Venus, when Vulcan caught her with Mars in the house of stinking Capricorn. But since 'tis Jack of the straw that hangs, the forgetful stars had it not on their tablets. Prince. Another life? Were there any left to die? How did the poor fool come by it? Gow. Simpliciter thus. She that damned him to death knew not that she did it, nor would have died ere she had done it, for she loved him. He that hangs him does so in obedience to the Duke, and asks no more than, where is the rope? The Duke, very exactly he hath told us, works God's will, in which holy employ he's not to be questioned. We have then left upon this finger only Jack, whose soul now plucks the left sleeve of destiny in hell, to overtake why she clapped him up like a fly on a sunny wall. Woof! Saw! Prince. Your cloak, Ferdinand. I'll sleep now. Ferdinand. Sleep, then. He, too, loved his life. Gow. He was born of woman, but at the end threw life from him, like your prince, for a little sleep. Had I any look of a king, said he, clanking his chain, to be so baited on all sides by fortune, that I must e'en die now to live with myself one day longer? I left him railing at fortune and woman's love. Ferdinand. Ah, woman's love. Aside. Who knows not fortune, glutted on easy thrones, stealing from feasts as rare to coney catch privily in the hedgerows for a clown, with that same cruel lustful hand and eye, those nails and wedges, that one hammer and lead, and the very gerb of long-stored lightnings loosed yesterday 'gainst some king. Mrs. Bathurst. The day that I chose to visit HMS Peridot in Simon's Bay was the day that the Admiral had chosen to send her up the coast. She was just steaming out to sea as my train came in, and since the rest of the fleet were either coaling or busy at the rifle ranges 1,000 feet up the hill, I found myself stranded, lunchless, on the seafront with no hope of return to Cape Town before 5 p.m. At this crisis, I had the luck to come across my friend Inspector Hooper, Cape Government Railways, in command of an engine and a brake van chalked for repair. If you get something to eat, he said, I'll run you down to Glengariff siding till the goods come along. It's cooler there than here, you see. I got food and drink from the Greeks who sell all things at a price, and the engine trotted us a couple of miles up the line to a bay of drifted sand and a plank platform half buried in sand not 100 yards from the edge of the surf. Molded dunes, whiter than any snow, rolled far inland up a brown and purple valley of splintered rocks and dry scrub. A crowd of Malays hauled at a net beside two blue and green boats on the beach. A picnic party danced and shouted barefoot where a tiny river trickled across the flat, and a circle of dry hills, whose feet were set in sands of silver, locked us in against a seven-colored sea. At either horn of the bay, the railway line, cut just above the high water mark, ran round a shoulder of piled rocks and disappeared. "You see, there's always a breeze here," said Hooper, opening the door as the engine left us in the siding on the sand, and the strong southeaster, buffeting under Elsie's Peak, dusted sand into our ticky beer. Presently he sat down to a file full of spiked documents. He had returned from a long trip up country, where he had been reporting on damaged rolling stock as far away as Rhodesia. The weight of the bland wind on my eyelids, the song of it under the car roof and high up among the rocks, the drift of fine grains chasing each other musically ashore, the tramp of the surf, the voices of the picnickers, the rustle of Hooper's file and the presence of the assured sun joined with the beer to cast me into magical slumber. The hills of False Bay were just dissolving into those of fairyland when I heard footsteps on the sand outside and the clink of our couplings. "Stop that!" snapped Hooper, without raising his head from his work. "It's those dirty little Malay boys, you see. They're always playing with the trucks. Don't be hard on 'em. The railway's a general refuge in Africa," I replied. "'Tis. Up country, at any rate. That reminds me." He felt in his waistcoat pocket. "I've got a curiosity for you from Wankies, beyond Bulawayo. It's more of a souvenir, perhaps, than—" "The old hotel's inhabited," cried a voice. "White men from the language. Marines, to the front! Come on, Pritch, here's your Belmont. What?" The last word dragged like a rope as Mr. Pycroft ran round to the open door and stood looking up into my face. Behind him, an enormous sergeant of marines trailed a stalk of dried seaweed and dusted the sand nervously from his fingers. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I thought the Hierophant was down the coast." "Oh, we came in last Tuesday from Tristan d'Acunha for overhaul, and we shall be in dockyard hands for 2 months with boiler seatings." "Come and sit down." Hooper put away the file. "This is Mr. Hooper of the railway," I exclaimed, as Pycroft turned to haul up the black-moustached sergeant. "This is Sergeant Pycroft of the Agaric, an old shipmate," says he. "We were strolling on the beach." The monster blushed and nodded. He filled up one side of the van when he sat down. "And this is my friend Mr. Pycroft," I added to Hooper, already busy with the extra beer which my prophetic soul had bought from the Greeks. "Moi aussi," quoth Pycroft, and drew out beneath his coat a labelled quart bottle. "Why, it's Bass!" cried Hooper. "It was Pritchard," said Pycroft. "They can't resist him." "Well, that's not so," said Pritchard mildly. "Not verbatim, perhaps, but the look in the eye came to the same thing." "Where was it?" I demanded. "Oh, just beyond here, at Calk Bay. She was slapping a rug in a back veranda. Pritch hadn't more than brought his batteries to bear before she stepped indoors and sent it flying over the wall." Pycroft patted the warm bottle. "Oh, it was all a mistake," said Pritchard. "I shouldn't wonder if she mistook me for McLean. We're about of a size." I had heard householders of Mutzenberg, St. James, and Kalk Bay complain of the difficulty of keeping beer or good servants at the seaside, and I began to see the reason. Nonetheless, it was excellent Bass, and I too drank to the health of that large-minded maid. "It's the uniform that fetches 'em, and they fetch it," said Pyecroft. "My simple navy blue is respectable, but not fascinating. Now Pritch, in his #1 rig, is always pure Mary on the terrace, ex officio, as you might say." "Oh, she took me for McLean, I tell you," Pritchard insisted. Why, to listen to him, you'd think it only yesterday." "Ah, Pritch," said Pyecroft, "be warned in time. If we begin telling what we know about each other, we'll be turned out of the pub, not to mention aggravated desertion on several occasions." "Never anything more than absence without leave. I defy you to prove it," said the sergeant hotly. "And if it comes to that, how about Vancouver in '87? Or how about it? Who pulled bow in the gig going ashore? Who told Boy Niven—" "Surely you were court-martialed for that," I said. The story of Boy Niven, who lured 7 or 8 able-bodied seamen and marines into the woods of British Columbia, used to be a legend of the fleet. "Yes, we were court-martialed to rights," said Pritchard, "but we should have been tried for murder if Boy Niven hadn't been unusually tough. He told us he had an uncle who'd give us land to farm. He said he was born at the back of Vancouver Island, and all the time the beggar was a balmy Barnado orphan." "But we believed him," said Pyecroft. "I did. You did. Patterson did. And who was the marine that married the coconut woman afterward? Him with the mouth." "Oh, Jones. Spitkit Jones." "I haven't thought of him in years," said Pritchard. "Yes, Spitkid believed it, and George Anstey and Moon. We were very young and very curious, but loving, trustful to a degree," said Pyecroft. "Remember when he told us to walk in single file for fear of bears? Remember, Pye, when he hopped about in that bog full of ferns and sniffed and said he could smell the smoke of his uncle's farm, and all the time it was a dirty little outlying uninhabited island. We walked round it in a day and come back to our boat lying on the beach. A whole day Boy Niven kept us walking in circles looking for his uncle's farm. He said his uncle was compelled by the law of the land to give us a farm." "Don't get hot, Pritch. We believed," said Pyecroft. "He's been reading books. He only did it to get a run ashore and have himself talked of. A day and a night, 8 of us, following Boy Niven round an uninhabited island in the Vancouver archipelago. Then the picket came for us, and a nice pack of idiots we looked." "What did you get for it?" Hopper asked. "Heavy thunder with continuous lightning for 2 hours. Thereafter sleet squalls, a confused sea, and cold, unfriendly weather till conclusion of cruise," said Pyecroft. "It was only what we expected, but what we felt, and I assure you, Mr. Hooper, even a sailor man has a heart to break, was being told that we able seamen and promising marines had misled Boy Niven. Yes, we poor back-of-the-landers was supposed to have misled him. He rounded on us, of course, and got off easy." "Except for what we gave him in the steering flat when we came out of the cells. Heard anything of him lately, Pye?" "Signal boatswain in the Channel Fleet, I believe, Mr. L. Niven is." "And Nancy died of fever in Benin," Pritchard mused. "So what come to Moon? Spitkid we know about. Moon? Now where did I last— Oh, yes, when I was in the Palladium I met Quigley at Bunraka Station. He told me Moon had run when the Astrid sloop was cruising among the South Seas 3 years back. He always showed signs of being a Mormonastic beggar. Yes, he slipped off quietly, and they hadn't had time to chase him round the islands, even if the navigating officer had been equal to the job." "Well, wasn't he?" said Hooper. "Not so. According to Quigley, the Astrid spent half of her commission romping up the beach like a she-turtle, and the other half hatching turtles' eggs on the top of numerous beaches. When she was docked at Sydney, her copper looked like Aunt Mariah's washing on the line, and her midship frames was sprung. The commander swore the dockyard had done it all in the poor thing on the slips. They do strange things at sea, Mr. Hooper." "Ah, I'm not a taxpayer," said Hooper, and opened a fresh bottle. The sergeant seemed to be one who had a difficulty in dropping subjects. "How it all come back, don't it?" he said. "Why, Moon must have had 16 years' service before he ran. It takes 'em at all ages. Look at, said Pycroft. "Who?" I asked. "Or a service man within 18 months of his pension is the party you're thinking of," said Pritchard. "A warrant whose name begins with a V, isn't it?" "About in a way of putting it. We can't say he actually did desert," Pycroft suggested. "Oh, no," said Pritchard. "It was only permanent absence up country without leaf. That was all." "Up country?" said Hooper. "Did they circulate his description?" "What for?" said Pritchard, most impolitely. "Because deserters are like columns in the war. They don't move away from the line, you see. I've known a chap caught at Salisbury that way, trying to get to Nyassa. They tell me, but of course I don't know, that they don't ask questions on the Nyassa Lake flotilla up there. I've heard of a P&O quartermaster in full command of an armed launch there." "Do you think Click had gone up that way?" Pritchard asked. "There's no saying. He was sent up to Bloemfontein to take over some Navy ammunition left up in the fort. We know he took it over and saw it into the trucks. Then there was no more Click, then or thereafter. 4 months ago it transpired, and thus the casus belli stands at present," said Pycroft. "What were his marks?" said Hooper again. "Does the railway get a reward for returning 'em then?" said Pritchard. "If I did, you suppose I'd talk about it?" Hooper retorted angrily. "You seem so very interested," said Pritchard with equal crispness. "Why is he called Click?" I asked, to tide over an uneasy little break in the conversation. The two men were staring at each other fixedly. "Because of an ammunition hoist carrying away," said Pycroft. "And it carried away 4 of his teeth on the lower port side, wasn't it, Pritch? The substitutes which he bought weren't screwed home in a manner of saying. When he talked fast, they used to lift a little on the bedplate, hence Click. They called him a superior man, which is what we'd call a long, black-haired, genteelly-speaking, half-bred beggar on the lower deck." "4 false teeth on the lower left jaw," said Hooper, his hand in his waistcoat pocket. "What tattoo marks?" "Look here," began Pritchard, half rising. "I'm sure we're very grateful to you as a gentleman for your hospitality, but perhaps we may have made an error in—" I looked at Pycroft for aid. Hooper was crimsoning rapidly. "If the Fat Marine now occupying the forecastle will kindly bring his status quo to an anchor yet once more, we may be able to talk like gentlemen, not to say friends," said Pycroft. "He regards you, Mr. Hooper, as an emissary of the law." "I only wish to observe that when a gentleman exhibits such a peculiar, or shall I rather say, such a bloomin' curiosity in identification marks as our friend here—" "Mr. Pritchard," I interposed, "I'll take all responsibility for Mr. Hooper." "And you'll apologise all round," said Pycroft. "You're a rude little man, Pritch." "But how was I—" he began, wavering. "I don't know, and I don't care. Apologise." The giant looked round bewildered, and took our little hands in his vast grip, one by one. "I was wrong," he said meekly as a sheep. My suspicions was unfounded, Mr. Hooper. I apologize." "You did quite right to look out for your own end of the line," said Hooper. "I'd have done the same with a gentleman I didn't know, you see. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear a little more of your Mr. Vickery. It's safe with me, you see." "Why did Vickery run?" I began, but Pycroft's smile made me turn my question to, "Who was she?" "She kept a little hotel at Hauraki, near Auckland," said Pycroft. "By God!" roared Pritchard, slapping his hand on his leg. "Not Mrs. Bathurst?" Pycroft nodded slowly, and the sergeant called all the powers of darkness to witness his bewilderment. "So far as I could get at it, Mrs. B. was the lady in question." "But Click was married!" cried Pritchard, "and had a 15-year-old daughter. He's shown me her photograph. Setting that aside, so to say, have you ever found these little things make much of a difference? 'Cause I haven't." "Good Lord alive and watching! Mrs. Bathurst!" Then, with another roar, "You can say what you please, Pye, but you don't make me believe it was any of her fault. She wasn't that." "If I was going to say what I please, I'd begin by calling you a silly ox, and work up to the higher pressures at leisure. I'm trying to say solely what transpired. Moreover, for once you're right. It wasn't her fault." "Well, you couldn't have made me believe it if it had been," was the answer. Such faith in a sergeant of marines interested me greatly. "Never mind that," I cried. "Tell me what she was like." "She was a widow," said Pycroft, "left so very young and never respliced. She kept a little hotel for warrants and non-comps close to Auckland, and she always wore black silk, and her neck—" "You ask what she was like," Pritchard broke in. "Let me give you an instance. I was at Auckland first in '97, at the end of the Moroccan's commission, and as I'd been promoted, I went up with the others. She used to look after us all, and she never lost by it, not a penny. 'Pay me now,' she'd say, 'or settle later. I know you won't let me suffer. Send the money from home if you like.' Why, gentlemen all, I tell you I've seen that lady take her own gold watch and chain off her neck in the bar and pass it to a bo'sun who'd come ashore without his ticker and had to catch the last boat. 'I don't know your name,' she said, 'but when you're done with it, you'll find plenty that know me on the front. Send it back by one of them.' And it was worth £30 if it was worth half a crown. The little gold watch, Pye, with the blue monogram at back. But as I was saying, in those days she kept a beer that agreed with me. Slits, it was called. One day and another I must have punished a few good bottles of it while we was in the bay, coming ashore every night or so, chaffing across the bar like, once when we was alone. 'Mrs. B,' I said, 'when next I call, I want you to remember that this is my particular, just as you're my particular.' She'd let you go that far. 'Just as you're my particular,' I said. 'Oh, thank you, Sergeant Pritchard,' she says, and puts her hands up to the curl behind her ear. Remember that way she had, Pye?" "I think so," said the sailor. "Yes, 'Thank you, Sergeant Pritchard,' she says. 'The least I can do is mark it for you in case you change your mind. There's no great demand for it in the fleet,' she said. 'But to make sure, I'll put it at the back of the shelf.' And she snipped off a piece of her hair ribbon with that old dolphin cigar cutter on the bar. Remember it, Pye? And she tied a bow round what was left, just 4 bottles. That was '97. No, '96. In '98 I was in the Resilient China Station, full commission. In 1901, mark you, I was in the Carthusian back at Auckland Bay again. Of course I went up to Miss B's with the rest of us to see how things was going. They were the same as ever. Remember that big tree on the pavement by the sidebar, Pye? I never said anything special. There was too many of us talking to her. But she saw me at once." "That wasn't difficult?" I ventured. Ah, but wait. I was coming up to the bar when Ada, she says to her niece, get me Sergeant Pritchard's particular. And, gentlemen all, I tell you, before I could shake hands with the lady, there were those 4 bottles o' Slits with her hair ribbon in a bow round each of their necks, set down in front of me. And as she drew the cork, she looked at me under her eyebrows in that blindish way she had o' looking, and, Sergeant Pritchard, she says, I do hope you haven't changed your mind about your particulars. That's the kind of woman she was, after 5 years. I don't see her yet, somehow, said Hooper, but with sympathy. She never scrupled to feed a lame duck, or set her foot on a scorpion at any time of her life, Pritchard added valiantly. That don't help me either. My mother's like that, for one. End of section 4.
Section number 5 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Stellick, Dallas, Texas. Mrs. Bathurst, Part 2, by Rudyard Kipling, 1904. The giant heaved inside his uniform and rolled his eyes at the car roof, said Pyecroft suddenly. How many women have you been intimate with all over the world, Pritch? Pritchard blushed plum color to the short hairs of his 17-inch neck. Hundreds, said Pyecroft. So have I. How many of 'em can you remember in your own mind, settin' aside the first, and perhaps the last, and one more? Few. Wonderful few. Now I tax myself, said Sergeant Pritchard, relievedly. And how many times might have you been at Auckland? 1, 2, he began. Why, I can't make it more than 3 times in 10 years. But I can remember every time that I ever saw Mrs. B. So can I. And I've only been to Auckland twice. How she stood and what she was saying and what she looked like, that's the secret. 'Tisn't beauty, so to speak, nor good talk necessarily. It's just it. Some women'll stay in a man's memory if they once walked down a street, but most of 'em you can live with a month on end, and next commission you'd be put to it to certify whether they talked in their sleep or not, as one might say. Ah, said Hooper, that's more the idea. I've known just 2 women of that nature. And it was no fault of theirs? Asked Pritchard. None whatever, I know that. And if a man gets struck with that kind of woman, Mrs. Hooper, Pritchard went on, he goes crazy, or just saves himself, was the slow answer. You've hit it, said the sergeant. You've seen and known something in the course of your life, Mr. Hooper. I'm looking at you. He set down his bottle. And how often had Vickery seen her? I asked. That's the dark and bloody mystery, Pyecroft answered. I'd never come across him till I come out in the Hierophant just now, and there wasn't anyone in the ship who knew much about him. You see, he was what you call a superior man. He spoke to me once or twice about Auckland and Mrs. B. on the voyage out. I called that to mind subsequently. There must have been a good deal between 'em, to my way of thinking. Mind you, I'm only giving you my resume of it all, because all I know is second hand, so to speak, or rather, should I say more than second hand. How? Said Hooper peremptorily. You must have seen it or heard it. Yes, said Pyecroft. I used to think seeing and hearing was the only regulation aids to ascertaining facts, but as we get older we get more accommodating. The cylinders work easier, I suppose. Were you in Cape Town last December when Phyllis's circus came? No, up country, said Hooper, a little nettled at the change of venue. I asked because they had a new turn of a scientific nature called Home and Friends for a Ticky. Oh, you mean the cinematograph. The pictures of prize fights and steamers. I've seen 'em up country. Biograph or cinematograph was what I was alluding to. London Bridge, with the omnibuses, a troop ship going to the war, Marines on parade in Portsmouth, and the Plymouth Express arriving at Paddington. Seen 'em all, said Hooper impatiently. We Hierophants came in just before Christmas week, and leave was easy. I think a man gets fed up with Cape Town quicker than anywhere else on the station. Why, even Durban's more like nature. We was there for Christmas, Pritchard put in. Not being a devotee of Indian Paris, as our doctor said to the Pusser, I can't exactly say. Phyllis's was good enough for musketry practice at Mozambique. I couldn't get off the first 2 or 3 nights on account of what you might call an imbroglio with our torpedo lieutenant in the submerged flat, where some pride of the West Country had sugared up a gyroscope, but I remember Vickery went ashore with our carpenter Rigdon, old Crocus we called him. As a general rule, Crocus never left his ship unless until he was ousted out with a winch, but when he went, he would return nodding like a fly gemmed with dew. We smothered him down below that night, but the things he said about Vickery as his fittin' playmate for a warrant officer of his cubic capacity, before we got him quiet, was what I should call pointed. I've been with Crocus in the Redoubtable, said the sergeant. He's a character if there is one. Next night I went to Cape Town with Dawson and Pratt, but just at the door of the circus I came across Vickery. Oh, he says, you're the man I'm looking for. Come and sit next me. This way to the shillin' places. I went astern at once, protesting because ticky seats better suited my so-called finances. Come on, says Vickery. I'm paying. Naturally, I abandoned Pratt and Dawson in anticipation of drinks to match the seats. No, he says. When this was entered, not now. Not now. As many as you please afterwards, but I want you sober for the occasion. I got his face under a lamp just then, and the appearance of it quite cured me of my thirst. Don't mistake, it didn't frighten me. It made me anxious. I can't tell you what it was like, but that was the effect which it had on me. If you want to know, it reminded me of those things in bottles, those herbalistic shops at Plymouth, preserved in spirits of wine, white and crumply things previous to birth, as you might say. You've a bestial mind, Pye, said the sergeant, relighting his pipe. Perhaps. We were in the front row, and Home and Friends came on early. Vickery touched me on the knee when the number went up. If you see anything that strikes you, he says, drop me a hint. Then he went on clicking. We saw London Bridge, and so forth and so on, and it was most interesting. I'd never seen it before. You heard a little dynamo like buzzin', but the pictures were the real thing, alive and movin'. I've seen 'em, said Hooper. Of course they are taken from the very thing itself, you see. Then the Western Mail came in to Paddington on the big magic lantern sheet. First we saw the platform emptying and the porter standing by. Then the engine come in, head on, and the women in the front row jumped. She had it so straight. Then the doors opened and the passengers came out like the porters got the luggage, just like life. Only when anyone came down too far towards us that was watching, they walked right out the picture, so to speak. I was idly interested, I can tell you. So were all of us. I watched an old man with a rug, owed and dropped a book and was trying to pick it up, when quite slowly from behind 2 porters, carrying a little reticule and looking from side to side, comes out Mrs. Bathurst. There was no mistaking the walk in 100,000. She came forward, right forward. She looked out straight at us with that blindish look which Pritch alluded to. She walked on till she melted out of the picture, like a shadow jumping over a candle, and she went out, and I heard Dawson in the ticky seats behind sing out, "Christ, there's Mrs. B." Hooper swallowed his spittle and leaned forward intently. Vickery touched me on the knee again. He was clicking his 4 false teeth with his jaw down like an enteric at the last kick. "Are you sure?" says he. "Sure," I says. "Didn't you hear Dawson give tongue? Why, it's the woman herself." "I was sure before," he says, "but I brought you to make sure. Will you come again with me tomorrow?" "Willingly," I says. "It's like meeting old friends." "Yes," he says, opening his watch, "very like. It will be 24 hours less 4 minutes before I see her again. Come and have a drink," he says. "It may amuse you, but it's no sort of earthly use to me." He went out shaking his head and stumbling over people's feet as if he was drunk already. I anticipated a swift drink and a speedy return, because I wanted to see the performing elephants. Instead of which, Vickery began to navigate the town at the rate of knots, looking in at a bar every 3 minutes, approximate Greenwich time. I'm not a drinking man, though there are those present, he cocked his unforgettable eye at me, who may have seen more or less imbued with the fragrant spirit. None the less, when I drink, I like to do it at anchor and not at an average speed of 18 knots on the measured mile. There's a tank, as you might say, at the back of that big hotel up the hill. What do they call it?" "The Motelno Reservoir," I suggested, and Hooper nodded. That was his limit adrift. He walked there, and we come down through the gardens. There was a southeaster blowin', and we finished up by the docks. Then we bore up the road to Salt River, and wherever there was a pub Vickery put in sweatin'. He didn't look at what he drunk. He didn't look at the change. He walked and he drunk and he perspired in the rivers. I understood why old Crocus and come back in the condition he did." "What do you think?" said Hooper, fingering his waistcoat pocket. "Several things," said Pyecroft. "To tell you the truth, I aren't quite done thinking about it yet. Mad? The man was a dumb lunatic. Must have been for months, years perhaps. I know something of maniacs, as every man in the service must. I've been shipmates with a mad skipper and a lunatic number 1, but never both together, I thank 'Eaven. I could give you the names of 3 captains now who ought be in an asylum, but you don't find me interferin' with the mentally afflicted till they begin to lay out about 'em with rammers and winch handles. Only once I crept up a little too into the wind towards Master Vickery. 'I wonder what she's doing in England,' I says. 'Don't it seem to you she's looking for somebody?' That was in the gardens again, with the southeaster blowin', as we were making our desperate round. 'She's looking for me,' he says, stoppin' dead and under a lamp and clickin'. When he wasn't drinking, in which case all his teeth clicked on the glass. He was clickin' his 4 false teeth like a Marconi ticker. 'Yes, looking for me,' he said, and he went on very softly, as you might say affectionately. 'But,' he went on, 'in the future, Mr. Pyecroft, I should take it kindly of you if you'd confide your remarks to the drink set before you. Otherwise,' he says, 'with the best will in the world towards you, I may find myself guilty of murder. Do you understand?' he says. 'Perfectly,' I says. 'But would it at all soothe you to know that in such a case the chances of you being killed are precisely equivalent to the chances of me being outed?' 'Why, no,' he says. 'I'm almost afraid that you'd be a temptation.' Then I said, 'We was right under the lamp by that arch at the end of the gardens where the trans came around. Assumin' murder was done, or attempted murder, I put it to you that you would still be left so badly crippled, as one might say, that your subsequent capture by the police, to whom you'd have to explain, would be largely inevitable.' 'That's better,' he says, passing his hands over his forehead. 'That's much better, 'cause,' he says, 'do you know, as I am now, Pye, I'm not sure if I could explain anything much.' Those were the only particular words I had with him in our walks as I remember." "What walks?" said Hooper. "Oh, my soul, what walks?" "They were chronic," said Pyecroft gravely, "but I didn't anticipate any danger till the circus left. Then I anticipated that, being deprived of his stimulant, he might react on me, so to say, with a hatchet. Consequently, after the final performance and the ensuing wet walk, I kept myself aloof from my superior officer on board in the execution of his duty, as you might put it. Consequently, I was interested whether the sentry informs me while I was passing on my lawful occasions that Click had asked to see the captain. As a general rule, warrant officers don't dissipate much of the owner's time, but Click put in an hour or more behind that door. My duties kept me within eyeshot of it. Vickery came out first, and he actually nodded at me and smiled. This knocked me out of the boat, because, having seen his face for 5 consecutive nights, I didn't anticipate any change there more of a considerin' hell, so to speak. The owner emerged later. His face didn't read off at all, so I fell back on his cox, who'd have been 8 years with him and knew him better than boat signals. Lamson, that was the cox's name, crossed his bows once or twice at low speeds and dropped down to me visibly concerned. "He shipped his court-martial face," says Lamson. "Someone's going to be hung. I've never seen that look once before, but when they chucked the gun sights overboard in the Fantastic, throwing gun sights overboard, Mr. Hooper, is the equivalent of mutiny in these degenerate days. It's done to attract the notice of the authorities and the Western Morning News, generally by a stoker. Naturally, word went around the lower deck, and we had a private overhaul of our little consciences. But bearing a shirt which a second-class stoker said had walked into his bag from the Marines flat by itself, nothing vital transpired. The owner went about flying the signal for attend public execution, so to say, but there was no corpse at the yardarm. He lunched on the beach, and he returned with his regulation harbor routine face about 3 p.m. Thus, Lamson lost prestige for raising false arms. The only person who might have connected to the epicycloidal gears correctly was one Pycroft, when he was told that Mr. Vickery would go up country that same evening to take over certain naval ammunition left after the war in Bloemfontein Fort. No details was ordered to accompany Master Vickery. He was told off first person singular, as a unit, by himself. The Marine whistled penetratingly. "That's what I thought," said Pycroft. "I went ashore with him in the cutter and he asked me to walk through the station. He was clicking audibly, but otherwise seemed happyish. 'You might like to know,' he says, stopping just opposite of the Admiral's front gate, 'that Phyllis's Circus will be performing at Worcester tomorrow night. So I shall see her yet once again. You've been very patient with me,' he says. 'Look here, Vickery,' I said, 'this thing's come to be just as much as I can stand. Consume your own smoke. I don't want to know any more.' 'You,' he said, 'what have you got to complain of? You've only had to watch. I'm it,' he says. 'But that's neither here nor there,' he says. 'I've one thing to say before shaking hands. Remember,' he says, 'we were just by the Admiral's garden gate. Then remember that I am not a murderer, because my lawful wife died in childbed 6 weeks after I came out. That's much at least I am clear of,' he says. 'Then what have you done that signifies?' I said. 'What's the rest of it?' 'The rest,' he says, 'is silence.' And he shook hands and went clicking into Simon's Town station." "Did he stop to see Mrs. Bathurst at Worcester?" I asked. "It's not known. He reported at Bloemfontein, saw the ammunition into trucks, and then disappeared. Went out deserted, if you care to put it so, with 18 months of his pension, and if what he said about his wife was true, he was a free man, as he stood. How do you read it off?" "Poor devil," said Hooper, "to see her that way every night. I wonder what it was. I've made my headache in that direction many a long night. But I'll swear Mrs. B had no hand in it," said the sergeant, unshaken. "No, whatever the wrong or deceit was, he did it, I'm sure of that. And I'd look at his face for 5 consecutive nights. And I'm not so fond of navigating about Cape Town with a southeaster blowing these days. I can hear those teeth click, so to say." "Ah, those teeth," said Hooper, and his hand went to his waistcoat pocket once more. Permanent things, false teeth are. You read about 'em in all the murder trials." "What do you suppose the captain knew, or did?" I asked. "I never turned my searchlight that way," Pyecroft answered unblushingly. We all reflected together and drummed on empty beer bottles as the picnic party, sunburned, wet, sandy, unpassed our door singing "The Honeysuckle and the Bee." "Pretty girl underneath that capshe," said Pyecroft. "They never circulated his description?" said Pritchard. "I was asking you before these gentlemen came," said Hooper to me, "whether you knew Wankies or the way to the Zambesi beyond Buluyo?" "Would he pass me there, trying to get to that lake, what's its name?" said Pritchard. Hooper shook his head and went on. "There's a curious bit of line there, you see. It runs through solid teak forest, a sort of mahogany really, 72 miles without a curve. I've had a train derailed there 23 times in 40 miles. I was up there a month ago, relieving a sick inspector, you see. He told me to look out for a couple of tramps in the teak." "Two?" Pyecroft said. "I don't envy that other man if we get heaps of tramps up there since the war. The inspector told me I'd find them at McBinwee siding waiting to go north. He'd given 'em some grub and quinine, you see. I went up on a construction train. I looked out for 'em. I saw them miles ahead along the straight waiting in the teak. One of 'em was standing up by the dead end of the siding and the other was squatting down looking up at 'em, you see." "What did you do for 'em?" said Pritchard. "There wasn't much I could do, except bury 'em. There'd been a bit of a thunderstorm in the teak, you see, and they were both stone dead and as black as charcoal. That's what they really were, you see, charcoal. They fell to bits when we tried to shift 'em. The man who was standing up had the false teeth. I saw him shining against the black. Fell to bits he did too, like a mate squatting down and watching him, both of 'em all wet in the rain. Both burned to charcoal, you see. And that's what made me ask about the marks just now. The false toother was tattooed on the arms and chest, a crown and foul anchor, with M.V. above." "I've seen that," said Pyecroft quickly. "It was so." "But if he was all charcoal-like," said Pritchard, shuddering. You know how writing shows up white on a burned letter? Well, it was like that, you see. We buried him in the teak, and I kept but he was afraid of you two gentlemen, you see." Mr. Hooper brought his hand away from his waistcoat pocket, empty. Pritchard covered his face with his hands for a moment, like a child shutting out an ugliness. "And to think of her at Hauraki," he murmured, "with e'er a ribbon on my bier. Ada," she said to her niece, "oh my God! On a summer afternoon, when the honeysuckle blooms, and all nature seems at rest, underneath the bower, 'mid the perfume of the flower, sat a maiden with the one she loves the best," sang the picnic party waiting for their train at Glengariff. "Well, I don't know how you feel about it," said Pyecroft, "but 'avin' seen his face for 5 consecutive nights on end, I'm inclined to finish what's left of the beer and thank God he's dead." End of section 5 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Mrs. Bathurst, Part 2, by Rudyard Kipling, 1904. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Stellick, Dallas, Texas.
Section 6 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Alarums and Excursions by George Hibbard. When I started out on my regular daily tramp, in short skirt and stout boots, I little thought that— To be sure, an afternoon walk in Clovertop was not without excitement. I could stop at the post office to see if there was a letter, which there never was. I could buy some needles or thread, which I did not want. Passing through the village street, I might pause to ask the exact state of Mrs. Dodd's rheumatism. Out on the country road, the possibilities of adventure were not exhausted. What if Farmer Toppin's cross dog were loose? I might even come on a cow in the way. In the spring I could look for the first hepatica and the first robin. In the fall, to watch for the more brilliantly stained leaves to bear back with one was an occupation. Still, the quest for vernal buds or the collection of autumnal foliage did not quite satisfy the longings of a soul panting for life and emotions. My researches in the volumes of the Clovertop Library told me that there was something else, places where something was doing. I knew that there was a great world beyond, where girls ran into danger and were run away with, where there were hairbreadth escapes and harebrained rescues. I wanted to be thrilled, but the lateness of the afternoon train, as I crossed the railroad track, was the only agitating question to present itself. I was searching for trouble, seas of it, in which to battle, and I only got mud puddles. I longed for alarums and excursions, and there was nothing to which I could look forward, except tennis and Sunday school picnics. Our grandmothers might have been content to take care of the canary. Everything was not brought under a girl's nose in those times. She was not able to read and hear constantly of what was going on about her, what was happening to other girls where things did happen. As for myself, I wanted to eat the canary. I wished to kick over the traces. With my limited opportunities, one might conclude that my demands would have been small. Not in the least. I was determined to have the most and the best, and after due reflection I concluded that I could only find my ideal in a war correspondent. That was the only sufficiently picturesque character which the present day had to offer. I had read of McGahan's adventures in the Karakoum Desert. I remembered Archibald Forbes' wonderful night ride in the Zululand. I knew of the exploits of the later heroes. The doings of a certain James Doyers interested me particularly. I had followed him by his letters all over the world. I read eagerly everything he had written. Some of his descriptions I knew by heart. Where was I to find anything of the like in Clovertop? I was wasting my life. I was 21, and any girl ought to be able to have something to remember or forget by that time. I set out that afternoon in a particularly despondent frame of mind. The sky and air had something to do with it. The one was so bright and cheerful, the other so free and exhilarating. The most perfect of autumn mornings had mellowed into the most delicious of autumn afternoons. There was magic in the hour, in the soft blue mists, beyond which I might imagine anything, in the charmed silence, unbroken by any marring everyday sound. I felt myself in an enchanted world. I moved as if under a spell. Part 2. I had strayed from the beaten road. A path led through Dinsmore's woods. That way home was longer, but I took it. I wandered on, idly watching a squirrel skipping from bough to bough before me. Then I stopped short. I fairly jumped. I could not believe my eyes. Here in Clovertop, on the edge of Preble's Hill, where every foot of ground was familiar to me, and where I knew everyone, I stood stock still and gazed. I held my breath from sheer astonishment. A ghost at night could not have startled me more than this apparition in the soft daylight. There, just in front of the clump of trees, was the figure. I peered and peered again, no mistaking it. I could distinguish clearly the small, alert shape in the dark brown uniform. I could make out the smart cap. I could observe the linen gaiters. In the hands was a compact, venomous-looking rifle. Banzai! There before me, in fighting trim, stood a soldier of Japan. I could not be mistaken. I had just been reading with quickened pulse an account of a battle in which Oyama's men were engaged. There, surely, undoubtedly, unquestionably, was one of them. Had I stepped on a magic carpet? Was I bewitched? Had I gone back 3 years? Was I in Mayfield County or in Manchuria? I could not trust my senses. Nothing more amazing could have happened. Still, the presence of a single soldier might be explained. How account, though, for what next caught my eyes? Looking closely, I saw that there were other Japanese soldiers in the grove, that it was swarming with them. Most of them were resting at ease. From time to time one moved, and the action seemed to force conviction upon me. With halting steps, as if fascinated, unbelieving, and unable not to believe, I moved slowly forward. A moment's advance brought me to a new point of view. What was that? I almost screamed, I was so startled. On a hill I saw a field gun, with its limber a short way off. It was surrounded by a squad of figures just like those that first attracted my attention. Japanese artillery on Harmon's Hill, where on winter afternoons the school children coasted. Incredible, marvelous, inconceivable! I noted the heavy wheels, the dull gleam of the metal of the tube-like barrels. No mistaking it. And there were more guns, not one, but a battery. More and more wonderful, more and more prodigious. All doubt was gone, all skepticism had vanished. I was forced to accept what I saw, and being unable to reach any explanation, I was content to do without one. A shot! Hitherto complete silence had reigned. The report came from behind me, and I turned swiftly. If I had been amazed before, I was utterly overcome by the spectacle I now beheld. What were those tall, heavy, long-coated, long-haired, long-bearded creatures? No figments of a dream. They were too solid and substantial for that. On a bit of rising ground stood, yes, no, yes, the battalions of Russia. As I watched, an officer waved his sword vigorously and cried hoarsely. Running my eye over the country, I detected other companies of men clad in the same way, and more guns. Only with these latter, the artillerymen had the dress of the bear, while the others wore the raiment of the sun. I hardly breathed. Alone I stood between the lines of Japanese and Russian forces drawn up in battle array. How this had come about I did not inquire. The situation was too thrilling, too critical to permit reflection. I only knew I was there. My mind was busy with what might happen next. At the edge of the yellow woods I heard the crack of a rifle. I turned back. Instantly another rang out, then another and another, 20, 100, 1,000, as I fancied. With an angry splutter the firing began. As a murderous rattle it went on. In swelling tumult it continued. Hark! I heard a deeper note. The gun from the hill, held by the men of Nippon, had spoken. Bang went another. The diapason deepened. The heavier explosion dulled for a moment the crackle of the musketry fire, which, however, seemed to burst forth again more briskly. The din increased. The Russian guns were answering now. Along the skyline of the hill I could see the figures clearly defined. The men were working frantically, loading and firing. The closer rattle of rifles caused me to veer about. I found the small brown figures scattered down the hill. An irregular line of them was now climbing the gentle slope, now crossing the small brook. A number of little Japanese flags appeared here and there. Each rose, fell, zigzagged, and kept on. I knew what was happening. The Japanese were coming up for an attack. The skirmishers were thrown forward and were leading the way, and I lingered there between the contending armies, directly in the line of fire, squarely in the path of the immediate onslaught. I had been too amazed to be terrified before, but now I felt a terrible fear. My knees trembled, and I ran and dropped down behind a large rock. There I cowered. I could distinguish the rushing sound of the onset of the attackers, the breaking of bodies through the underbrush, the occasional noise of a fall. I heard muttered exclamations, but, strangely enough, no shouts, no cheers, such as I thought must arise from a charging column. Those pressing up the slope were firing as they came. Those defending kept up a steady fusillade. The roar was incessant. I knew now that the storming party was nearing me. The first of the soldiers emerged from a clump of bushes and ran through the long grass. Suddenly the men were all about me, toiling on. As one passed the rock, he dropped. I could not doubt that he had been hit. As I saw him fall, as I beheld him lying there, my heart stood still. Was he dead, or only wounded? What could I do? Could I not do something? The incident was so unexpected, the experience so unprecedented, that I could not gather my wits together. I could only follow my instinct. In a moment I had darted out and was kneeling at his side. "Oh, are you hurt?" I cried. "Can I help you?" The man rolled over and gazed at me, I believe, with quite as much wonderment as he had inspired in me. I had spoken without reflection, but I now remembered that he could not understand me, that he could not possibly make me understand him. "Holy Moses!" he said with a decided Irish accent. "It's all in the day's work." I started up, I was so taken aback. Of course, I knew that the Japanese often spoke English, and that many of them had been educated in this country. But the brogue! I inspected the fellow more narrowly. Certainly he was small and dark, but his eyes were straight, and he did not look like a Japanese. He had an unquestionable Hibernian countenance. The thought came swiftly into my mind that he might be some soldier of fortune who was fighting under the foreign flag. "Don't you trouble, miss," he went on. "I've got to lay here." "Oh, no, no!" I interrupted, trying vainly to recall all that I had learned of first aid to the injured. "Where are you wounded? I can do something." I do not know what the fellow would have said. I felt a hand on my shoulder drawing me back. I screamed a little with the shock of the surprise. Instantly I was caught up, carried swiftly away, and deposited, not too tenderly, behind the big boulder from which I had run out. Part 3. The seizure had been so unexpected, the movement so rapid, that I had not had the time to understand the method of my transportation until I was seated on the ground with my back against the stone. Then I lifted my eyes, blinked them wildly, and looked again. There, erect before me, was the embodiment of my dreams. There towered the ideal war correspondent, as I had seen him pictured in the magazines and illustrated papers. In close-fitted khaki he leaned over me, a glorified being. On his legs were beautiful baggy riding breeches, tapering to the tightest fit at the knees. About his ankles were regulation puttees. Over one shoulder was slung a binocular, at the other side was girded a revolver. In his belt was thrust a notebook. His left hand held the conventional cigarette, which he had apparently been too excited to throw away. "What are you doing out there?" he demanded in stern tones. "Oh," I exclaimed, "I saw the poor fellow tumble. There were no Red Cross people about, and I wanted to help him. I might stop the flow of blood and bind up his wound until the doctor could attend to him." A quick change of expression came in the young man's strong, sunburned face. The furrows of his brow relaxed, so did the line of his mouth. His eyes twinkled, and his lips parted a little. If I had not believed that it was impossible, I might have fancied that he smiled. "So you went in as a volunteer nurse under fire?" he said. "Yes," I answered, eagerly striving to peer round the corner of the granite block. "Poor fellow!" Again the unknown put his hand on my arm and held me down. "Don't raise your head," he ordered, "not an inch." "I don't care for the danger," I answered with fine dramatic effect, "when there is suffering to be relieved." The heroic was only the honest expression of my state of mind in the crisis. "I've no doubt you wouldn't care for anything," he answered as he knelt beside me. "But I do. You must stay hidden here." He himself arose and stood erect, though he watched me closely, ready to restrain me if I made a movement. How I admired him! His behavior was as I had imagined it should be, absolute composure under fire. He even nonchalantly took a puff at his cigarette. Not a point was missing. If I had been arranging all, I could not and should not have wished it different. My first bewilderment over, I gathered my scattered wits together and sought for an explanation of the extraordinary happenings in which I was playing a part. I could find none, and finally turned in desperation to my companion. "I don't understand anything," I burst forth. "Where am I, and what is going on? I seem to have been caught up and carried to the moon, or to Manchuria. Won't you explain?" He laughed again in his easy, pleasant fashion. "What's the use of explanations except to spoil things? Consider that you are having an adventure. That is enough." From where I was the view was not extensive. However, the pounding of the great guns and the banging of the smaller arms came as an attestation which seemed incontrovertible. I was surrounded by the swelling sounds of desperate warfare. I could not doubt that at that moment men were engaged in desperate hand-to-hand conflict. Letting my eyes stray down over the country, I noticed that the battery which I had first beheld had ceased firing. As I watched, I saw the caissons hastily attached to the cannon. The artillerymen were bringing forward the horses. "You won't let me get up?" I asked. "No," he answered energetically, and turning as if prepared to hold me in my place. "Then," I declared with conviction, "there must be something, there must be some real danger." "Yes," he answered slowly, "there is a certain danger." I drew a long breath. Was I truly on the firing line? Was I actually in peril? Unless things were as they seemed to be, why was I kept there in hiding? "But," I urged, If there is danger for me in standing up, there must be for you. No, he replied, curiously enough, I'm not included in that peril. Still, he continued, sinking down at my side, I think I might take a moment or two off duty. There we rested, with the peaceful autumn landscape outstretched at our feet. Except for his dress, we might have been an ordinary young woman and an ordinary young man who had paused when out for an ordinary country walk. There was little that was peaceful, though, except the scene. For deafening explosion succeeded deafening explosion, volley followed volley, in our immediate neighborhood. Anyway, let's take the goods the gods provide, he entreated. After this, we ought to know each other better than if I had taken you in at a dozen dinners. It's a little, I admitted, like being cast away together on a desert island. I feel almost as if I might say things which could only be said naturally after a long friendship. There are things you want to say to me? Yes. I knew that I wanted so much to hear them that I was intimidated by my own eagerness. You may say them, I said, after a pause, and with a mighty effort. In the first place, I want to tell you that you are a trump. I looked, I am afraid, the delight which I felt. You were frightened, he continued. Stiff, I interrupted. I am now, and I can't understand. Never mind, he interposed. You did what you did. Without thought of yourself, you ran out where you believed there was a chance for you to do good. Every one would, I replied. Every one would not, he answered decidedly. Every one is not a heroine, and that's what you are. I wish I were a hero. Well, I replied boldly, you look more like one than anybody I ever saw. You mean these togs, he exclaimed, indicating his costume and accoutrements with a motion of his hand. I feel as if I were at a masquerade. You must think me silly to be dressed up in this way. I know, I said, with my inexperienced frankness, that I can trust you. You do, he exclaimed eagerly, drawing a little closer to me. A particularly loud detonation held us both silent. I'm completely at sea and in the dark, but I trust you implicitly. Do then, he exclaimed hurriedly, believe what I have to say. To all intents and purposes we have met under exceptional circumstances. Under unusual conditions, formalities are abandoned. I'm going to take advantage of the chance to tell you what I could not tell you for a long time in everyday life. I looked away from him and down and across the little valley. The artillery was coming rapidly toward us. The horses were splashing through the rivulet. The great wheels were jolting over the stones. In the intensity and excitement of listening to him, I had even forgotten the battle going on so near us. I watched the guns and gunners in a distant, dreamlike sort of a way. Indeed, with the strangeness of it all, I seemed to have been in a daydream all of the time. I had been so long entranced that I had come to accept everything. To find the battery galloping up the hill, to be seated by this khaki-clad being, had ceased to strike me as remarkable. We aren't in everyday life, I said dreamily. Where we are or what we are, I don't know. The field pieces were very near us. I watched the men urging the animals. Then may I tell you? He asked in low tones. Yes, I whispered. A blinding flash, a deafening crash, the darkness of dense smoke, and I knew nothing more. Part 4. When I opened my eyes, I found myself looking straight up at the bright autumn heavens. Then, in a moment, I was staring into the eyes of my strange hero. I could see the expression of dismay, of horror, in his face. "Are you hurt?" he demanded breathlessly. "No, no," I answered doubtfully. "I think I'm all right." "Thank—" he began, but he was so lost in the intensity of his gaze, so busy holding on to me, as it were, with his eyes, that he clearly forgot to finish the sentence. "Then it is all real," I gasped. "We were in a battle. There was danger." Dazed as I was, I could accept anything. "We are not here in Clovertop at all, but this is Liao Yang or Santai or somewhere else," I went on sleepily. I lifted myself up, and what I saw served to justify my conclusions. A shattered gun carriage was nearby. A dead horse lay not far off. A group of men in the Japanese uniform were busy about a fallen comrade. A little stream of blood trickled down the face of my war correspondent. "No, no," he exclaimed hurriedly. "I should have told you before. I didn't want to do it, though, because the chance, as I said, was too good to lose. The fighting is nothing but a fake. It's all a humbug. Nothing you see is real, of course. We are not in China, but in Clovertop." "But why—" I murmured unsteadily. I still felt dull and weak. "This is all got up on purpose as a show. Everything has been arranged to be photographed, to be used for the kinetoscope at the vaudeville theaters. The people must have war pictures. As the real thing is impossible, something must be managed, and in this way we give them what is more real than real. At least they get an artistic and dramatic representation, leaving a more vivid impression of an actual battle than anything else could." "Then you are not really a war correspondent?" "I am," he said eagerly. "I am Doyers, James Doyers of the Chronicle. I've been with both the Japanese and Russian armies. That is why I am here to see that the thing is properly done for the kinetoscope company." It was indeed the distinguished war correspondent himself. "I am glad," I answered with more vigor. "But why did you keep me behind this rock?" "A young woman wandering about a battlefield dressed for an afternoon walk would not exactly appear natural, would not add the proper local color to the scene. There was danger of your being photographed." "Oh!" I exclaimed. "And the man who fell?" "One of them told off to pretend that he was hit." "And all this?" I asked, pointing toward the wreckage. "This is true and honest enough. I had no idea anything could happen," he hurried on. "The blank cartridges in one of the tumbrils exploded as those guns were passing to take up a new position." "You are hurt," I said, suddenly rising to my knees. He passed his hand across his brow. "A splinter has drawn a little blood," he replied. "And the man over there?" "How is he?" said my companion, addressing one who stood near. "All right, sir," came the answer, "only badly scared." "You see," he explained, "all is well." I listened. Silence had fallen. "The battle is over," I said. "Yes, the show is finished." "It's time to go home," I continued, rather sadly. "Yes," he replied with manifest dejection. I had to say it, his air was so melancholy. "You were going to tell me something just before that thing went off?" "I was going to tell you," he began, turning quickly, with his face lighting up. that you are the best and the prettiest and the sweetest. Oh, I exclaimed, we are not in Manchuria now. No, he replied, again cast down. But I want to hear. He took a step toward me. Again I could not restrain myself. I want to hear about the real battles and campaigns, I said. And I know that Mamma would be very glad to have you come in to tea. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aidan Brack. The Punishment That Fitted the Crime by Stanley J. Fay. It may as well be explained at the beginning as at the end that it was only a dream. You would have guessed it anyhow. One morning, after a criminally reckless supper, the leading actor found himself in a police court, and in the dock. How he came there he did not know, but what concerned him most at the time was the distressing fact that he was clothed only in his pyjamas. All at once he became aware that the magistrate was addressing him. "You are charged," he was saying, "with an offence under the Publicity Act, 1910. One of the provisions of that act, I may remind you, makes it a misdemeanor for any man, woman, or child resident in the United Kingdom to be interviewed for the press more frequently than once a month. And in prescribing the appropriate penalty, the Act directs that such incidents as photographs, bon mots, and domestic touches shall be held to constitute an aggravation of the offence. Now it has been proved against you that you have caused or allowed interviews with yourself to appear in no fewer than 5 different papers during the past week. In one of these, which I single out as providing the most flagrant breach of the Act, you are shown pictorially in various attitudes and occupations. In your study, in your garden, in your motor car, and so forth. I have no doubt in my own mind that this is precisely the kind of abuse at which the Act was intended to strike, and I am therefore resolved to make an example of your case, and to inflict the maximum penalty the law allows. 7 days cinematograph. Take him away." He was led from the dock by a couple of vicious policemen, but instead of being conducted to the cells as he had expected, he was pushed with much unnecessary violence into the street. Once outside the court, he did not stay to speculate upon the meaning of his apparent liberty, but rushed towards his home, pursued all the way by a jeering crowd that found infinite satisfaction and food for wit in the composition of his limited attire. And above the shouting of the mob, he could hear, as he ran, a curious buzzing noise, bringing back vague recollections which he could not track to their source. How he finally arrived home, and got through the business of the day, he could not afterwards remember, but he was conscious that whatever he did, and wherever he went, there was still that elusive buzzing, and occasionally a blinding light that filled him with a nameless terror. In the evening the 2 vicious policemen called for him again, and intimated that he must accompany them. This time the entire town seemed to have turned out to witness his humiliating progress through the streets. And still that buzzing noise, and again that blinding light. He found himself seated in the centre of a large and crowded place of entertainment, evidently a music hall. A couple of comic acrobats were just finishing their turn, and then the lights suddenly went out, and a cinematograph performance began. But in place of the customary pictures of winter sports in Switzerland, or racing motor boats, there appeared on screen a crowd gathered expectantly
outside a sombre-looking building. Presently the doors of the building opened, and two dark-coated figures were seen gripping a miserable, flimsily clad... Great heavens! It was himself! A sweat of agony broke over him as he saw the scene of the morning enacted again. The panic flight, the scanty garb, the jeering mob. But worse followed. Upon the screen was thrown the legend, Scenes from the Home Life of an Actor, and there he saw himself playing the leading part in a succession of intimately domestic episodes. In one he was quarrelling with his wife, in another he was having his hair waved, in a third he was being fitted with a pair of corsets, and then he remembered and understood the sentence that the magistrate had passed upon him, and with a further shock he realized it still had 6 days to run. He stood up and blasphemed. Instantly lights were flashed from all parts of the house, and upon his wild gesticulations was turned the lens of a huge cinematographic camera. He sought to cover up his face, but rough hands. He awoke to find that a light was actually being flashed in his eyes. Fresh from his terror, and believing his dream to have been real, he cried out, "Don't take me again! I'll give you anything, but don't take me again!" "I ain't come to take you," replied a hoarse voice. "I've come to take your valuables. Where'd you keep 'em?" "Then you're not the cinematograph man? Thank heaven! Take what you like." And from sheer relief he fainted. A few days later the leading actor delivered his presidential address at the annual meeting of the Stage Improvement Association. He chose as his theme the evils of publicity, and afterwards gave interviews on the subject to 3 newspaper representatives. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Lau. The Metamorphosed Bifocal Drama by Lloyd Kenyon Jones. A Tale of the Moving Pictures. Chedsworth Hamilton Long, familiarly termed Ched for short, chewed tobacco and gloomily viewed the scattered silhouettes that loomed dismally between his nickel dreadful conning tower and a one-time white screen on a dinky stage of the Golden Hours Theatre. He was reeling off a film of the vintage of 1909 and had been audacious enough to advertise it as a recent release. The house held exactly 65 cents in real money at that moment, and this was the deadly average that had faced him during the dog month of August. Lizette Curlett, who said she was a sister of Cissy Curlett, but wasn't, had been singing in her light, squeaky voice for the past 6 weeks without pay, and Jimmy Crawford played ragtime with one hand and exercised the other to beat the gaunt wolf from the door. Everybody in Petersville averred that those associated with the Golden Hours Theatre would do almost anything to get out of work, and it was beginning to look that way. It is useless and unquestionably painful to dwell on the misfortunes of a group of mechanical actor folk, and particularly when luck has been breaking dead against them for so long they can't remember just when they topped the crest and sunk into the trough. On this particularly doleful day other festivities had been planned in Petersville, terminating with a sort of alfresco dance given in the north end of town, which, fate would have it, was the opposite end so far as the theatre was concerned. Chad finally wiped his grimy face and watched the last of the audience file out of the door and yawn, and heard the same sarcastic remarks that had been passed all summer anent his show. As Long climbed down the ladder, Miss Curlett and Jimmy Crawford confronted him. "Mr. Long," said Lizette, with a show of heat other than the thermal sort that permeated every nook and cranny of the stuffy little show house, "I ain't going to sing to-night. And besides, I want to get staked so I can go to the dance." "As for me," spoke up Crawford, "I am through. I can't pay my board any longer on your bum promises, and my landlady endorses my sentiments. I'm going to work in the paint shop to-morrow morning, so pay me up." Chad rubbed his hands and meditated. "I can't pay anybody anything," he finally admitted. "Then we're going to attach the joint," Lizette hissed, as she snapped her fingers under Long's nose. He blinked, winced, and rubbed the point of his tongue over his dry lips. "A guy like you," said Jimmy, also advancing with the finger-snapping accompaniment, "come across, Chad, old fellow, or the justice of the peace is going to get on your trail before sundown." "Let's go outside to talk," Long suggested. "Sunlight doesn't cost anything, and those two lamps up there mean money. And besides, if you want to strangle this home of drama in its infancy, go ahead and do it. I'm through myself." Two men were engaged in conversation near the entrance, but the bankrupt manager did not even grace them with a glance. The principal street of Petersville was all but deserted. A few loiterers dragged themselves around and passed caustic comments on the weather. Besides, Peterville was less than 1,200 strong, and nobody ever quite calculated how those 1,200 could make a living. It was certain that the stray nickels went to the soda fountain man, and not to canned theatrical productions. In the beating rays of the sun the talent wilted and relented. Ched was a good fellow, everybody knew that, but what he was good for could be represented chiefly by the design that makes a doughnut what it is. "Oh, well," suggested Jimmy at length, "pay us when you can, and we'll let it go at that. Only we're through, eh, Liz?" Lizette gave her chewing gum an excursion into the atmosphere and returned, snapped her jaws once or twice, and nodded assent. "That restaurant job looks pretty good to me," she said, and the talent walked listlessly up the heat-bombarded thoroughfare. It didn't make much difference to the poverty-stricken manager whether they attached or not. He was through, just as any man is when his bills payable are the quick and his bills receivable are the dead. Ched went back into his little theatre, looked over the wreck of his heart's desire, wiped his eyes, and turned up the lights to ascertain what might be necessary before closing up for good. As the rays from the kerosene globes gave a touch of life to the morgue-like surroundings, Ched's vision was attracted by something exceptionally bright on the floor up near the front row. It was small, but it was alive with an innate fire. His heart nearly stopped beating when he realized that this glittering object was a diamond, or more definitely, a diamond ring. Now, if anybody in Petersville owned a diamond ring, the matter had been kept a profound secret. As for strangers, well, it was dark inside when the folk had straggled into the theatre, and he was uncertain. Besides, Lizette had been at the door taking the nickels. Tickets were wanton luxuries. It was a man's ring, big, bold, defiant, with a 3-carat stone set in a sort of confusion of golden serpents with ruby eyes. There was a bluish sheen to the diamond, something different from anything he remembered seeing in his dwarfed, narrow life. Despite the midsummer heat, a frigid palsy seized him and riveted him to the floor in vague indecision. While he was still debating as to the value of the bauble and the sanest course to pursue, the door swung open violently, and a red-faced man, clad in checkered garments that savoured of the race-track, rushed in. "Say, you!" he shouted, "where's that diamond ring I lost? That one with the ruby set in the serpent's eye. Hey, where is it?" As Long turned to reply, the gem caught the light and saved the theatrical manager the trouble. The stranger sighed deeply, in evident relief. "Pretty, eh?" Ched asked, with a rather nervous and decidedly foolish laugh. "Pretty? Why, you idiot, that ring is worth $5,000. It has a history attached to it, too. However, I have but $50 with me, so take that as a reward and let me hurry. I'm just in time to make that 4:50 train. There, that's it. Thanks." The transaction was consummated in less time than Long's rather slow-acting brain could follow, and before he realized what had occurred, he was running 2 20s and a 10 through his fingers abstractedly. For half an hour Chad's sole occupation was to count and recount the money, and then look under chairs to see if any other nuggets might be lurking around. It was about 5:20 when a second visitor appeared, a stately gentleman with black clothes and raven locks, with a modest air about him, unassuming, affable. Ched was still down near the stage when the other entered. In the semi-darkness, near the ladder-way leading to the picture machine, the stranger bowed low, remarkably low. "I beg your pardon, sir," the newcomer said, "but I believe I was unfortunate enough to drop a diamond ring in here, perhaps. It's a rather large blue diamond, an heirloom in our family, by the way, and it is set in golden serpents with ruby eyes. Have you noticed it?" Long's jaw dropped, and he looked blankly at the other. "Have I seen it?" he mumbled. "Why, half an hour ago another fellow came in asking for the same ring. I gave it to him, and he said he was going to catch the 4:50 train." "Another man got it?" shrieked the stranger. "You say somebody else got that ring? Why, young man, that was mine, had my initials on it, and I would have paid you $1,000 for its safe return." $1,000? Chad's voice stuck away down in his throat. "What sort of looking man was he?" the other inquired excitedly. With his brain reeling and staggering under the difference between 50 and 1,000, Ched described the first man as best he could, and then sank into a chair, limp and sobbing. When Long finally recovered from the dual effects of the excitement and the blow, it was already dark, and Petersville was on its way to the north end of town, where rows of saplings had been stuck up around the edges of an elevated platform. This was Peterville's way of being bohemian, and apart from a minister of the gospel and an invalid, everybody was present. The more blasé patronized the canteen, while the elite reserved certain dances for themselves, much to the envy of the less fortunate, who felt the full imprint of their plebeian condition as they beheld the gay and easy splendour of the elect. To be added to the two recluses already named, the preacher and the invalid, was Ched Long, who was still smothered under the conspiracy of the wrongs and adventures that had crowded into the final hours of the afternoon. But if his excitement had been intense to begin with, it was tossed up to high fever pitch on his way out of his little theatre, for almost against the ladder that led to the motion picture machine, what should he do but stumble upon a black leather grip? When he had ascertained its nature, he cautiously locked the doors, and returned on tiptoe to the diminutive stage. Once more the kerosene lamps started in to dispense fumes and light, and Ched gingerly opened the grip. Its contents were carefully wrapped in dark-coloured cloth, and he debated some moments, recounting all the trunk mystery horrors he could recall. What he expected to find was the severed head of some murder victim, or at least a kit of burglar's tools. What he did find was a bundle of banknotes large enough to make an alligator swallow hard, and twice. There were 5s and 10s and 20s, and so many that it was past 8 o'clock before he started to count them, and it was midnight when he had finished. That grip contained more than $40,000 of tangible, negotiable, actual, resplendent wealth. After the first full blush of the discovery had faded, a terrible fear began to grip Ched, and he ransacked his mind to reach some reasonable conclusion as to what to do. From contemplating embarking on a mad career, with wine, song, and general dissipation intermingled, he would sink to the more conservative level of bonds and first mortgages. Through the kaleidoscope changes of his anticipations and calculations, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and dropped into deep slumber, with a great roll of banknotes for a pillow. In a back room commanding an uninviting view of the alley on South Peoria Street in Chicago, two men sat and talked. The time was the middle of September, and both were absorbed in thoughts not precisely of the gala day variety. In their Bertillon descriptions these gentlemen had numerous aliases attached to their real names, but as Red Gallon and Dominie Hayes they were known to the authorities. "Ever since they pinched that Zook up in Petersville for getting gay with the phony cash," said Red. "And since they got his description of us, I guess that all we get is that pesky diamond ring." "Well, Red," Hayes responded, "it isn't my fault. If you hadn't lost your cussed ring to begin with, we could have got out of town on the 450 going west, the same one that brought in Roland Monroe, the Secret Service man, instead of hiking him to the junction and catching that accommodation train. He wasn't after us, but he saw us. The very next day that theatrical kid began circulating our money that you planted at his theatre. If he hadn't got to patronizing the local drink emporium and given the whole snap away before Monroe, we might have had time to make a clean getaway. And now for nearly 4 weeks we've been living on heaven knows what, existing from day to day, melting under the roof tree of this miserable abode, when all the glad resorts are vainly calling us by our Christian names." Gallon laughed rather sardonically, slapped his red rough hands on the loud checks of his greasy trousers, and started to load his pipe. "Well, I didn't have much chance to make the plant," Dominie Hayes stated finally, "'cause the moment I got inside there that runt was counting that bum 50 you gave him, and I dropped the grip and started in to spout about the diamond. But anyway, it's done, and I guess we are too. Why, Red, we hadn't floated $800 of it before then, and not a cent since then, except our railway fare." While the men talked, the landlord, a squat, melancholy Italian, tapped at the door and handed them a copy of the News. The men divided the paper, as was their wont, for affording 2 in one day was now quite out of the question, unless the diamond should go, and that was hazardous, particularly as it was purloined property, for the return of which a good-sized reward still obtained. Gallon took the first page of the paper, and scarcely had he glanced at it than he gasped, and put one hand tenderly over his heart. He pointed to the first column, where the bold letters told of the arrival of Ched Long that noon, escorted by the Secret Service men, to face the Federal Court on a charge of being an accessory after the fact in a now world-famous counterfeiting mystery. But this intelligence alone was not what caused a heart-throb, because beneath the scare lines was the information that Red Gallon and Dominie Hayes had finally been located in an Italian boarding-house on the West Side. Ched's initial introduction to a big city had not been under very auspicious circumstances. He had been rudely, abruptly thrust into the strong beating rays of public curiosity. The reporters who interviewed him saw more than the small-town, youthful, theatrical proprietor. They detected in him that subtle cunning that belongs to criminals born and bred. Every innocent remark was construed to have a sinister meaning, and even the staid Conservative papers fanned his most trivial utterances into a flame. A North Side Woman's Club was the only redeeming influence in the reaches of the harsh city. Ched was still under age, and while he was awaiting trial, he was placed in the care of the kind old lady whose life work was to conduct a school for erring youth in the upper story of the county jail. The tiers of steel cages with their auger-eyed, furtive occupants grated miserably on Ched's nerves. The long climb from his own cell to the schoolroom above was one horrible gauntlet. Having a fair education, he was more an instructor than pupil, and finally he had settled down to the ways of prison life, with the ruddy glow gradually leaving his cheeks, and the pallor of confinement showing beneath his skin. Ched had been too much absorbed with the present to think or care about the future. His life had resolved itself into a dull monotony, beginning with an early breakfast, eaten to the accompaniment of clanging doors and rasping locks, extending through the routine of higher education beneath the roof of the jail, and terminating with fitful periods of suffocation and tears erroneously supposed to be sleep. During one of the visits of a tender-hearted lady to the jail, Ched was presented with a few books and a stereoscope and 24 badly worn views. For hours at a time he would gaze enraptured through the lenses, and try to picture himself in the flower-bedecked dells and on the bold, brave mountain slopes of the stereoscopic wonderland. One Sunday, as he looked intently at one of the scenes, an idea seized him. It came as a gentle thought at first, and then hurled itself on him like an avalanche. From that moment all else became subsidiary. The polished bars of steel worried him Not at all. The clanging of the doors was music, and he wished and laughed until his fellow lodgers cursed him roundly for his disturbing merriment. Chad could see in the stereoscope a departure for the moving picture show as it existed, and he finally selected the aged lady who taught the school as his confidant. "It's this way," Chad explained, "and I want you to follow me closely. Now, what makes the stereoscope what it is the taking of two photographs by means of a bifocal camera. The lenses are the same distance apart as the human eyes. The right lens takes a little more of the right side of an object, and the left lens takes a little more of the left side. These pictures are pasted side by side, and by looking through the two lenses of the stereoscope your brain gets one solid impression. The only reason this principle hasn't been applied to motion pictures is because the two sets of film would blur on the screen. That is, they wouldn't register. But suppose we had a special machine whereby a certain feature of the object would be taken with the left lens, and a certain other feature could be taken with the right lens. Then, by focusing the two sets of film on a screen, we would have solid figures, and could represent drama with all its realistic effects." Day after day Chad argued it out, and having studied photography to a considerable extent, he finally conceived a plan whereby the left lens of the camera could be utilized to take the color effects, and the right lens would register only the light and shadows. To do this he would need special screens before the lenses, embracing the arts of color photography and half-tone work. Even during his trial he was abstracted by his scheme to such an extent that the district attorney, speaking in behalf of the people of the United States, pointed his indifference as proof of his deep-dyed villainy. The evidence against him was meagre, and a jury decided that he had not been at fault to any considerable degree, and certainly not enough to be sent to Leavenworth. Their finding was therefore not guilty. If Dominie Hayes and Red Gallon had been weaklings, they would likely have given themselves up when the newspaper report came so near the truth. But they were tanned in the ways of wickedness, and simply sought new and safer fields. They never remained longer than 48 hours at a place, and were finally driven to the extremity of disposing of the ring to a friendly fence for a pittance. Unlike most crooks of the fraternity, they had no pals. They had scorned the common yeggs of the street, had held themselves above the mere highwaymen and thugs of the underworld. Thus, when they were pressed to the wall, and felt the gripping need of creature comforts, they were obliged to reach a solution decidedly their own. Their original plan had been to ship an engraving and printing outfit to a certain South American city, and engage in the counterfeiting of the currency of the more volatile republics of the southern hemisphere, and they still hoped to bring events to this conclusion. Finding a permanent disguise essential, the men started in to grow beards, and by the time Chad Long had been freed from durance vile, the counterfeiters were as much unlike what they had been as an Arabian horse is different from a camel. Red Gallon's hair and beard were no longer ruddy, but were a deep black, and Dominie Hayes had yellow hair and beard as blond as peroxide could make him. The transmutation had been under way for weeks, and as they did not remain in any one place long enough for the proprietors to detect the change, the alterations matured through nice gradations. Finally, along in February, while the weather was relentlessly bad, the pain of idleness and the fatigue of being hunted were both becoming manifest on the rogues. They craved excitement, anything that might prove different from the weary waiting, the horrible anticipation of the step on the stairs, and the feel of the heavy hand of the law. One Saturday afternoon, as they perused the papers, Gallon permitted his eyes to wander over the classified columns. He paused abruptly in his restless process and looked intently at the page. "Say, Dominie," he said, "let's get in on this. Listen, it reads this way: Wanted, 2 men of middle age to pose for motion pictures. Call at Suite 607, Temple Building. Sunday morning at 9. "A fine business," snarled Hayes, adding, "Why, man, what do you think we're going to do? Advertise ourselves?" "Why not?" Gallon inquired. "Nobody would ever think we'd have the nerve. And besides, since we got our clothes dyed, and me with my checks turned into a somber blue, and our hirsute decorations altered to different hues, who'd know us?" Hayes felt the sting as a dare flung full in his face, and so he accepted the challenge. When the men entered the studio Sunday morning a vague uneasiness seized them. There was something about the slim, short figure of the operator that was familiar. Just what it was they couldn't say, but it agitated records far back in the depths of their brain convolutions that stirred up a poignant unrest. However, they posed, went through various little scenes under the direction of the young man, which included the disagreeable company of a make-believe officer, and received their money after the performance had been concluded. Upon taking their leave, the operator bowed politely, and extended an invitation to them to call occasionally, as he expected to have more work for them. But the subsequent calls were as far removed from their intentions as ideas well could be from the brains of man-hunted men. They took side streets on their return to their room, and thanked a kind Providence for the heavy snow that was falling and shielding them from the eyes of passers-by. A motion picture theatre located on State Street had been spreading its advertisements to the world that on the 15th of March there would be given the initial rendition of the bifocal drama, wherein real figures moved and breathed upon the screen. At each performance, and that meant 8 times daily, the manager announced to the spellbound audience that he was part owner in a most wonderful device that cast not mere moving figures on the cloth, but solid men and women amid 3-dimension surroundings, all in their natural colours. He also explained that the screen itself would be set back near the centre of the stage, and that before it an especially constructed glass screen would be placed, the latter to break up certain rays of light and make the illusion perfect. "And," said he, "if it proves a success, as we know it will, it is going to be the new source of drama for the masses. The films are fed through the machine electrically, making the production mechanically correct, and we are arranging now for the acting of all popular plays by having phonographic records reproduce the words, the music, the very sound of the feet on the stage." In his studio, backed by ample funds and more encouragement, Ted Long laboured with the details of his device. In some ways he had wrought a revolution in the canned drama, but in other respects he was not so certain. If he used a yellow-tinted glass through which to focus the rays before they reached the white screen, the colours disappeared, and became a monotonous black and white. If he used a white glass, the finely limned markings on the glass screen were visible in the pictures, and the pale blue glass, while producing nearly the desired effects, dimmed the reproductions considerably. On the afternoon of the 14th, before parting with the glass screen, Chet decided to treat it to a special bath, which left the effect neither blue nor white, nor yet yellow, but a tinge that was quite beyond definition. Just what the effect of this chemical bath might have been under other conditions is difficult to say, for the long arm of the past had reached out and gripped Chet in the very midst of his labours. 2 individuals had called on him that afternoon who brought with them unpleasant memories of the days that were, as long ago in fine as the preceding August. They were none other than Lisette Curlette and Jimmy Crawford, now booked on the Nickelodeon circuit as Lucy Curlette and Montague Crawford, with a musical skit built around Lisette's rather uncertain voice. "You jailbird," was the way Crawford greeted his old employer, while Miss Curlette used even less flattering terms. They had not come to tell Chet how glad they were that he was not associating with mere bank presidents and cashiers and other malefactors over in Leavenworth, but how sorry they were they hadn't got their money before. "Unless you pay us," was the indelicate way Lisette put it, "we'll snitch to all the folks back in Petersville, and heaven knows you owe enough money back there." Feeling that the plot was little better than blackmail, Ched settled with poor Grace, and merely grunted in response to the parting shots the near thespians took at him as they hurried through the door. "If it isn't real money, Chad," said Jimmy, "we'll get the law on you again, and with your reputation that's anything but nice." Now, these facts have little genuine interest, but they may explain why the chemical bath applied to the large glass screen was not all it should be, and why the results at State Street Theatre were not exactly as had been planned. The bill, which had endured for 1 solid hour, in which the audience always joined in the choruses, was scheduled to show the new wonder pictures as the grand climax to occupy 10 whole minutes of time. Now it chanced that the currents of passers-by, trending both north and south in the busy thoroughfare, carried two vastly different classes of craft. One was what might be aptly termed a revenue cutter in the form of Inspector Monroe of the Secret Service, and the other type was represented by two derelicts moved by the madness of seclusion to regale themselves with a little innocent sport. Besides, having only recently made a few dollars in a purely legitimate occupation, they did not begrudge the 2 dimes necessary to pass them beyond the portals into the dreamland of the drama of the great unwashed. Despite their previous notions, the young lady with the dapper but slightly faded red uniform led them far down in front, and a moment later she had escorted the inspector to a seat near the door. This was all in the realms of chance. Fate loads the dice now and then, and it had them prepared to turn a pair of deuces for 2 individuals and 5 aces for another, which in a slang fashion hits close to the heart of the truth. The programme had progressed in its stuffy, weary way, with pictures, songs, questionable and rather bizarre jests, right bang up to the thrilling climax of the solid motion pictures. The manager edged his way to the little brass-encircled prominence whereon the soloists were forced to stand to escape bumping into the screen, and he told, in thrilling tones, what was to be expected. There was a purring and a sputtering above the heads of the denizens of the lower floor. The great glass screen was moved into place, and the white cloth screen was lowered some 4 feet back of it. Everybody in the audience gasped when the focus perfected, for instead of looking at the ordinary motion pictures they saw before them, what appeared to be real, living men, whose every movement was as nearly as perfect as existence itself. The colours were not quite true to life, but they differed only by a shade. On the solid appearance of the furniture, the men, of even the smoke from their cigars, was so real that one might easily have detected the ticking of a watch, so deep was the silence. The scene disclosed 2 men, one with black hair and the other with a decided blonde, engaged in earnest conversation. Down near the front row 2 rogues nudged each other and waited. The plot of the story had to do with the betrayal of one man by the other, and the guilty pair who viewed it recalled with vivid detail the fear they sensed when an imitation patrolman had rushed in upon them and seized them by the collars. This, of course, was the termination of the betrayal, but somehow the crooks did not relish the approach of that portion of the reflected drama. Yet everything might have run smoothly enough, and nobody would have been the wiser had that chemical bath not possessed a flaw. Under the penetrating rays of the light, the tint on the glass screen was undergoing a change. The pigment was decomposing, and the shade changed from the uncertain tints to a very light cast of crimson. Immediately the colours before the audience also underwent an alteration, and the black of the shorter man's hair and beard began to show with all the ruddy glow of an autumnal sunset, while the blond head and beard of the more stately individual changed to raven hues. Nor was that all. The conventional blue on the screen had penetrated the disguises, and while the audience wildly applauded, fancying the difference to be part of the plot, 2 men arose hurriedly in one of the front rows and started up the aisle. In the back part of the brain of the government sleuth there was stirred up a revolution of memory. Somehow it all dovetailed perfectly with what he had been in touch with in the very recent past. Arising to his feet to get a better view, and endeavouring to associate the voice from the gallery with something he had known, he espied 2 men hurrying along the aisle. Up in his tower, Chad had also noted the men, and wild with excitement he had deserted the machine, leaving the electrically propelled films to their merry fate. He reached the main floor just as the officer had made the arrest, and the audience had now started in a mad scramble to learn the cause of trouble. The manager, finding himself deserted, started for the bifocal machine and was just righting himself in the gallery when the films reached their terminus. In his haste he tripped and fell, striking the device squarely and tipping it over into the pit below. It struck with a resounding thud, and there was a tinkling echo that told of the shattered lenses and the ruined mechanism. 20 minutes passed before Ched returned. His face was flushed, and he was breathing hard from excitement. "It's the counterfeiters!" Ched roared. "The fellows who brought me into my trouble. Read the papers in the morning if you don't believe me. I'm going to be a witness." "The papers? The papers?" the manager asked, and then the situation dawned on him. "Well, Ched," he said, "you've put this part of our show on the blink temporarily, but while you're building another one, I guess we'll take the advantage of all the advertising that goes on with the trial of the counterfeiters. So get out of here, and I'll see you in the morning. I've got to get another show started without you." Out on the street, Ched paused and scratched his head and thought. Then to his ears was wafted a familiar clicking, the nervous chewing of gum. "Say, Ched," came Lizette Curlet's voice as she and Jamie Crawford edged up to him. "Jim and me's got canned, and you're a grand success. Won't you stake us to a ticket back home? On the square, Ched, we'll boost. The job in the restaurant's waiting for me, and Jimmy can get back in the paint shop any time. Come on, Ched, won't you?" End of section 8.
Section 9 of Movies in Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Stellick, Dallas, Texas. A Motion Picture Hero by Epps Winthrop Sargent. Lieutenant Frederick Strassman of His Imperial Majesty's forces stood before the long pier mirror and regarded with complacency the trim image in the silvered substance of the fine French plate. The lieutenant scarcely could be blamed for his self-admiration, for the polished surface showed him a tall, well-set-up young fellow whose dark wavy hair fell over a high white brow arching above a pair of brown eyes that seemed fairly to speak a language of their own. The finely chiseled nose and the mouth, mobile and as finely cut as though done by an artist's hand, gave added distinction to a face that might have been born of the rich imagination of some old Greek sculptor of the Golden Age. Decidedly, the lieutenant was well worth looking at, and this thought was uppermost in his mind as he pulled almost invisible wrinkles out of his tunic and gave a final touch to the medals that attested valor. "Hey, Billy, stop that prinking and come out. Think we've got all day to wait? Get a move on." "Coming," called the lieutenant, otherwise Billy Vaughan, as he caught up his busby and adjusted it with a care that suggested that presently he would stick hatpins in it to keep it in place. With a final pat he hurried out of the tiny dressing-room. On the other side of the deal door was the unreal land of photoplay, a great space with grilled roof and glass sides, with an unbroken expanse like a drill floor, but now dotted with screens of scenery and little groups of players. At the far end, made gay with the uniforms of the officers, stood the black and white and gray reproduction of an apartment that might have suggested the casemate of some fortress, were it not for the stage braces that held up the painted flats. Close at hand a score of Indians lounged in a log cabin and talked baseball with some early Pilgrim fathers whom presently they were to slaughter, while in between rose a stately ballroom with a throng of dancers. Harry Seton had slipped from the log cabin to the ballroom to show to the admiring girls the necklace of cow's teeth that was the present joy of his pale-faced heart, since it was the newest addition to his wardrobe. His skin gleamed redly with the accepted tint of the Indian, but the sickening odor of cheap scent betrayed the fact that his complexion came in sticks and boxes labeled grease paint. With never a word of greetings given or received, Vaughn hurried to join his brother officers where Bob Tunk, their real commanding officer, stood beside the camera operator, tapping his leg with his megaphone. "Sorry, Bob," apologized Vaughn, "but a fellow has to get his togs on straight, you know." "And a fellow has to turn a couple of scenes a day if he wants to hold his job," retorted the director. "It's all right, though. Joe comes down with his face looking like a country map, roads in red, trolley lines in blue, and township lines in black. I can't seem to make the blame fool realize that he ain't on the stage and that he wants to go it light on the makeup. Now, if you was playing the general, Billy, you'd eat it up for fair." "My contract calls for juvenile leads only," reminded Vaughn, in the raspy little voice that the studio people had grown used to and no longer laughed at. "I know you've a contract, worse luck," grumbled Tunk. "Thank your stars you got into the game before most of us, when actors could dictate. But all the same, Billy, if you'd can that matinee hero stuff and take the parts you're fitted for, you'd get a raise in salary that would startle you. You'd make a name to boot." "A name," repeated Vaughn. "Why, Bob, there's 2 inquiries about me for every time anyone else is mentioned once. And my photographs sell better than Johnny's." Complacently he stepped into the scene, and Tunk said things under his breath as he welcomed the belated Joseph with a frown and drew the scenario from his pocket. "Now that Mr. Pfister looks a little less like the tattooed man," he said briskly, "let's see if we can't do a couple of scenes. Here's the idea. Billy and Gray have had a scrap at a ball. Billy has smashed Gray, and now he's being court-martialed for striking his superior officer. We haven't done the ball yet, but you've been hit, Gray, and you want to show that you're sore on Billy. Joe is president of the court and Frank is the judge advocate. You sit at the head of the table, Joe. Frank, you come over here. Ben and Tom sit on Joe's right, and Ned, Harry, and Butch on the left. All you have to do is to listen and look wise. You 2 fellows are the guards. You come in with Mr. Vaughn, and when you get him into the scene, you step back and leave him by himself. And if you drop your guns again like you did in the outside scene yesterday, somebody will have to telephone for the coroner. Get off the scene, Billy, and take those 2 dummies with you. All you fellows sit down, but Frank gets up when Billy comes in. Gray, didn't I tell you to sit over there? My fault? All right, let's run through it. Come on, Billy. Fall back, you dunderheads. Get up, Frank, and show Billy where to stand. Tell him about it. Gray, you call him a name, and Billy biffs you, and everybody jumps in and tries to separate you 2. Everybody means those 2 pieces of wood by the door. I'm going to chop a little kindling if you sticks don't get busy. Start again and see how badly you can do it." Half a dozen times the scene was rehearsed, until even the 2 extra men played with some spirit. Then Tunk called for lights, and the cameraman straightened up. The automatic arcs clinked, and the vapor lamps clicked as the current began to flow, and with the traditional "they're off," the camera began to whir as the sensitized film was jerked past the opening. That night a man made his way along Picture Row, where half a score of picture theaters blazed their invitations to the fans. He paused in front of 1 or 2, scanning the posters, but presently his search was rewarded by the sight of the Star and Crescent, trademark of the Turco Film Company. He bought a ticket and slipped inside, taking his seat in the thick of the crowd. Now that his hat was off, his head gleamed, pink and polished, above the scanty fringe of hair, and powerful eyeglasses alone enabled him to see the faces on the screen. His own face was dull and tired, seamed with the tiny lines of care, and he sat, bent and huddled in his seat, like some tired bookkeeper seeking relaxation in the movies. The picture on the screen did not interest him, and he regarded with listless air the fine work of Johnny, the star of the V-scope. But the next title bore the legend he sought, and he straightened up and looked about him. There was a ripple of applause as Vaughn, in a well-fitting riding suit, came upon the screen stage, but not even the man sitting next him connected the tired spectator with the resplendent star whose name was known wherever picture machines were turned. Avidly Vaughn drank in the appreciative comment of the crowd about him. Then he slipped out to find another house where he might again see himself as others saw him. It was for this he lived, these nights in the photoplay theaters, where he could sit in the darkened house and listen to the applause and the comment. It was better even than in the old days when he had been the idol of the matinee girls, when he had been young and good-looking without the aid of wigs and pads of paint and powder. Then the country had rung with his name. Now, old and rheumatic, he had found a new glory in the silent drama, and he could feel that thousands watched his work each night and declared him great even as those about him were doing. He was withered and worn, and the voice that once had boomed sonorously the lines of Romeo or Claude Melnotte had broken to an absurd squeak that carried scarcely 10 feet. But he was the beauty hero still, and nightly the thought stirred him. It was the failure of his voice that had driven him from the boards. He had fallen from the greatness of stardom to the trying routine of the 10-20th Stock Company, and his voice, already sorely tried, had given way under the strain of 2 performances and daily rehearsal. He might have stayed in better company, but he would not admit that he could no longer play leads with the youngest of them. Not until a friend had suggested the picture companies where voices were not needed did he exert himself to gain a position with them. In those days, when to play in the pictures was regarded almost as a disgrace, Vaughn found it easy to make terms on a long-time contract with Bilton, manager of the Turco Company. He would play romantic leads or nothing, and so the contract ran. Now he held them rigidly to the contract, though Tunk stormed and the others grumbled. Bilton smilingly upheld Vaughn, who had made the early reputation of the Turco, and the director was powerless, though he realized that in character work Vaughn would find an even greater fame, and he fairly ached to make the big productions for which he drew up scenarios and sought to tempt the star. Vaughn would have none of them. He gloried in the succession of romantic parts, even more numerous than in the stock days, but unaccompanied by the wearying study. His whole salary, save for the mere pittance spent for board and the picture shows, went to add to his already extensive modern wardrobe, and he was at once the despair and the joke of the wardrobe mistress because of his exactions about the dressing of costume plays. It hurt him sometimes that the others held him a man apart. He was human beneath his vanity, and unconsciously or otherwise, he craved the fellowship of his associates, but they had small use for a man who could talk only of his past glories and of his wonderful success in the films. Tunk was friendly because he understood and because he hoped to win Vaughn over, but even Tunk grew disgusted at times and kept away, and the applause of the audiences was but a poor substitute for the clasp of a friendly hand. He was earlier than usual the next morning, for they were to take the scenes at the ball where the offence for which he had been tried the day before had been committed. Trial before transgression was common enough in the studio, where the scenes are made as is most convenient, and Vaughn gave it no thought as he slipped into the gorgeous full-dress uniform, a-glitter with gold, but to-day even glitter and gold lace did not possess their usual appeal. Through the half-opened door of the dressing-room he could see Harry Seton trying to steal a kiss from Betty Nelson, the pretty leading woman, and he knew it would not be long before he would be asked to contribute $1 toward a wedding present. The others were coming in now with morning greetings to hurry to their dressing-rooms. Extra men and women for the ballroom scene were straggling past with costumes over their arms, and the stage crew busied themselves with the settings, but no one looked in at the door with a cheery call, and Vaughn was glad when the summons came to start. Harry Seton was to be one of the guests at the ball, and the cow-teeth necklace and the beaded moccasins were exchanged for evening dress. He and Betty made a handsome pair as they stood chatting while Tunk rounded up some of the dilatory guests, and it was with evident reluctance that Betty moved over to Vaughn when the rehearsal commenced. She was a very human little body, and she disliked the priggish posing lover who always planned the love scenes so that his own face showed to the camera. Betty wanted to be in the picture, and she resented Vaughn's calm fashion of taking the center of the stage. As she came toward him Vaughn offered his arm with perfunctory courtesy, but Betty drew back. "Wait until I have to," she snapped, and to her surprise Vaughn smiled. It was a weary, tired smile, but none the less it was the nearest he had come to a laugh since she had been in the company. Perhaps he might be human after all. It was a short, hard scene, the end of a dance, with the stage crowded with guests who moved off as the picture opened, to leave the stage clear for the principals. Vaughn came on with Betty, leaving her, while he went on for an ice, and Gray followed in to make passionate love until Vaughn's return stopped his advances and brought on a row that culminated in a blow just as the crowd surged back, attracted by Betty's cries of alarm. The extra people took a deal of rehearsing, but at last they caught the idea, and Tunk called for the lights to help out the gray day dimness of the studio. The extras trooped off to the accompaniment of frenzied shouts from Tunk, and Vaughn and Betty entered to commence their brief scene. Back of the canvas, the regular players were marshalling the extras to have them ready for the return to the stage, and the shouts and confusion almost drowned the tinkling crash as the globe of one of the arc lights cracked and came tumbling through the tracing cloth diffusing screen, setting fire to the wax fabric. Broken globes are too common in dark studios to arouse comment. Tunk ran to an extinguisher, as did his camera operator. The extras screamed, and the actors sought to stay in the incipient panic with the assurance that it would be out in a moment. Only Vaughn was there by Betty as a fragment of the globe, heated almost to incandescence, set fire to the filmy chiffon of her dress, newly cleaned with gasoline for the scene. He made no outcry as the flame flashed up, but he sprang toward her and bore her to the floor, beating the flame from her face with the wig he had snatched from his head, while his other hand sought to tear up the floor cloth to wrap about her. The flame curled about his head and face, and he fought desperately, but he was not even conscious of his hurts. His one thought was to save the girl, and not until the stream from the extinguisher struck the blazing mass blanketing the flame with chemical gas did he realize that he was sorely hurt. It was all over in an instant, and the crowd was rushing into the scene as Vaughn rose to his feet, groping blindly for support. His thin fringe of hair was crisp and black, and his face seared and blistered, while tears streamed from the smoke-filled eyes and washed furrows of white through the grime. There was a sudden hush as Pfister, who had been a hospital orderly once, led Vaughn to his room and made hasty application of first aid while they waited for the ambulance surgeon. Then they took Vaughn to the hospital, where for many a weary day and restless night he tossed upon his bed of pain. They could not assure him that those scars would not remain, and with an almost feminine sensitiveness he refused to see any of the studio people. Tunk came once to the darkened room, but the visit unsettled Vaughn, and the doctors forbade another call. But each day a message came, and flowers too, while Vaughn counted the dragging minutes. Then came a day when Bilton called in his car to take him back to work, and presently Vaughn stood in front of the familiar door, trying to forget the gateman's pitying glance. For a moment he faltered. Then he pulled himself together and stepped within. For a time no one saw him. 3 cameras were busy, and only the shouts of the directors broke the quiet. Directly ahead, Betty and Seaton were playing a love scene, and it was the girl who first saw him. She sprang straight out of the scene, regardless of the shouts of the bewildered Tunk that film cost 3 cents a foot, and she had spoiled 100 feet. Without reply she sped past him to throw her arms about the neck of the man who stood uncertainly in the doorway. Tunk followed her with his glance, and with a yell that rang through the studio he threw his megaphone into the air and followed her. It was a signal to the others, and in a moment they were all clustered about Vaughn, Indians and half-breeds, court ladies and desperadoes, Salvation Army lassies and leather-coated pioneers. They flocked about him, grasping his hand, slapping him on the back, or loudly inquiring what might be the matter with Billy Vaughn, and answering the question themselves. They fought for a chance to come close to the hero, and there was something so hearty, so genuine in their welcome that Vaughn's throat choked up and his voice became more squeaky than ever as he sought to reply to their greeting, standing with Betty smiling into his face, and Harry Seaton apparently trying to fracture his shoulder blades with his open palm. It was the first time since Vaughn had ceased to be a human and had become a matinee hero that he really knew what it meant to have friends, and he was not ashamed of the tears that wet his face. Then Tunk took possession of him and led the way to the dressing room, which the women had decorated with flowers and flags. On the pier glass the men had scrawled kindly greetings with bits of soap until the surface was white with friendly messages, and scarcely a hint of the scarred face was reflected from the cherished possession. "It'll wash off easy," explained Harry Seton, not understanding the look that came over Vaughn's face. "It's just soap and a damp cloth." "Damp cloth be hanged!" cried Vaughn, with a laugh that was a little wistful in spite of his heartiness. "I shan't need that vanity coaxer if I'm going to play character parts." "Character parts be hanged too," broke in Tunk. "When things quiet down a bit, Billy, you make up, and we'll make a test strip to see if the scars can't be hidden." "I don't want to hide them," said Vaughn soberly as he laid his hands on Tunk's shoulders. "They brought me friends, Bob, and made a real man of me again. If I ever try to pretty up, you'll do me a favor if you beat my empty head in. Let Harry play the lovers. He'll need more money if he is going to marry Betty. And I'll do the character parts like I should. It's worth more than scars, Bob, to be one of you. And I'm one of you at last, thank God." End of section 9. Recording by Candace Dullock, Dallas, Texas.
Section 10 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deb Meister. The Moving Picture Rights, Part 1, by Montague Glass. When Max Schindelberger opened the door leading into the office of Lesengeld and Bells, his manner was that of a local millionaire's wife bearing delicacies to a bedridden laundress, for Max felt that he was slumming. "Is Mr. Lesengeld disengaged?" he asked in the rotund voice of one accustomed to being addressed as Brother President 3 nights out of every week, and he cast so benevolent a smile on the stenographer that she bridled immediately. "Mr. Lesengeld," she called, and in response B. Lesengeld projected his torso from an adjacent doorway. "Miss Schimpf," he said pleadingly, "do me the favor and don't make such a cachet every time somebody comes in the office. Goes through me like a knife yet." Max Schindelberger's smile took on the quality of indulgency as he advanced slowly towards B. Lesengeld. "How do you do, Mr. Lesengeld?" he said, proffering his hand, and after glancing suspiciously at the extended palm, Lesengeld took it in a limp clasp. "I already subscribed to that now asylum, ain't it?" Lesengeld began, for his experienced eye had at once noted the fraternal society charm, the IOMA lapel button, and the white tie that proclaimed Max to be a philanthropist. Max laughed as heartily as he could. "Ain't it funny," he said, "how just so soon as anybody sees me they think I am going to do something charitable? As a matter of fact, Mr. Lesengeld, I am coming here to see you on a business matter which really ain't my business at all." Lesengeld grudgingly held open the door, and Max squeezed past him. "You got a comfortable place here, Mr. Lesengeld," he began. "Plain and old-fashioned, but comfortable." Lesengeld removed some dusty papers from a chair. "It suits me," he said. "Take a seat, Mr. Schindelberger," Max said as he sat down. "Used to was Schindelberger, Steinfeld and Company in the underwear business?" Max nodded, and his smile began to fade. "My partner Bell's got a couple of the composition notes in the middle compartment in our safe for 6 years already." Lesengeld continued. "He keeps some souvenirs on account the feller he took 'em off of, a relation from his wife's, was no good neither. Which you was telling me you wanted to see me about a business matter." Max Schindelberger cleared his throat. "Anybody could have reverses in business," he said. "Sure, I know," Lesengeld commented. "Only there is 2 kinds of reverses, Mr. Schindelberger. Reverses from up to down, and reverses from down to up. Like when a feller couldn't pay his composition notes, Mr. Schindelberger, and 2 years later is buying elevator apartments yet in his wife's name, Mr. Schindelberger." He tapped the desk impatiently. "Which you was saying," he added, "that you wanted to see me about a business matter." Max coughed away a slight huskiness. when he had started from his luxuriously appointed office on Lower Nassau Street to visit Mr. Lesengeld on East Broadway, he had felt a trifle sorry for Lesengeld, so soon to feel the embarrassment and awkwardness incidental to meeting for the first time, and all combined under one frock coat. The District Grand Master of the IOMA, the President of the Bella Hirshkind Home for Indigent Females, and Director and Trustee of 3 orphan asylums of an eye, ear, and throat infirmary. With the first reference to the defunct underwear business, however, Max began to lose the sense of confidence that the dignity of his various offices lent him, and by the time Lesengeld had mentioned the elevator apartment houses, he had assumed to Max all the majesty of, say, for example, the Federal Grand Master of the IOMA, with Jacob H. Schiff and Andrew Carnegie thrown in for good measure. "The fact is," Max stammered, "I called to see you about the $3,000 mortgage you are holding on Rudnik's house, the second mortgage." Lesengeld nodded. "First mortgages I ain't got any," he said, "and if you are coming to insinuate that I am a second mortgage shark, Mr. Schindelberger, go ahead and do so. I am dealing in second mortgages now 20 years already, and I hear myself called a shark so often, Mr. Schindelberger, that it sounds like it would be a compliment already. I come pretty near getting it printed on my letterheads. I didn't said you was a second mortgage shark, Mr. Lesengeld. A man could be a whole lot worse as a second mortgage shark, understand me, and do a charity once in a while, anyhow. You know what it stands in Gemara yet." Schindelberger settled himself in his chair preparatory to intoning a Talmudical quotation, but Lesengeld forestalled him. "Sure, I know," he said. "It stands in Gemara a whole lot about charity, Mr. Schindelberger, but don't say no more about second mortgages as it does about composition notes, for instance. So if you are coming to me to ask me I should give Rudnik an extension on his Clinton Street house, you could learn Gemara to me till I would become so big a Malamed as you are, understand me, and it wouldn't make no difference. I never extend no mortgages for nobody." "But, Mr. Lesengeld, you got to remember this is an exception. Otherwise I wouldn't bother myself I should come up here at all. I am interesting myself in this here matter on account Rudnik is an old man, understand me, and all he's got in the world is the Clinton Street house. And, furthermore, he will make a will leaving it to the Bella Hirshkind Home for Indigent Females, which if you want to go ahead and rob a lot of poor widders of a few $1,000s, go ahead, Mr. Lesengeld." He started to rise from his chair, but he thought better of it as Lesengeld began to speak. "Don't make me no bluff, Schindelberger," Lesengeld cried, "because in the first place, if Rudnik wills his house to the Bella Hirshkind Home, what is that my business? And in the second place, Bell's wife's mother's cousin got a sister which for years, Bell's, makes a standing offer of $500 some one should marry her, and finally he gets her into the home as single as the day she was born already." "One or two ain't widders," Schindelberger admitted, "but they're all old, and when you say what is it your business that Rudnik leaves his house to charity, sure it ain't. Aber it's your business if you try to take the house away from charity. Even if you would be dealing in second mortgages, Mr. Lesengeld, that ain't no reason why you shouldn't got a heart once in a while." "What do you mean I ain't got a heart?" Lesengeld demanded. "I got just so much a heart as you got it, Mr. Schindelberger. Why, last night I went on a moving pictures, understand me, where a little girl gets her father he should give her mother another show for Scheistu, and I assure you I cried like a baby. Such a soft heart I got it." He had risen from his chair and was pacing excitedly up and down the little room. "The dirty dog wants to put her out of the house already on account she is kissing her brother which he has just come home from 20 years on the Pacific coast," he continued, "and people calls me a shark yet, Mr. Schindelberger, which my wife and me is married 25 years next Sukkot Halamod, and never so much as an unkind breath between us." "That's all right, Mr. Lesengeld," Schindelberger said. "I don't doubt your word for a minute, but when it comes to foreclosing a mortgage on a house which it, so to speak, belongs to a home for poor widders and a couple of old maids, understand me, then that's something else again." "Who says I'm going to foreclose on the mortgage?" Lesengeld demanded. You didn't said you was going to foreclose it, Schindelberger replied, but you says you ain't never extended no mortgages for nobody. Which I never did, Lesengeld agreed, but that ain't saying I ain't never going to. Seemingly also, you seem to forget, I got a partner, Mr. Schindelberger, which people calls him just so much a shark as me, Mr. Schindelberger. Aber you are just telling me your partner is putting into the Bella Hirshkind home a relation from his wife's already, and if he wouldn't be willing to extend the mortgage, Mr. Lesengeld, who would? Because I needn't got to tell you, Mr. Lesengeld, the way business is so rotten nowadays, people don't give up so easy no more. And if it wouldn't be that the Bella Hirshkind home gets from somebody a whole lot of assistance soon, it would bust up sure, and Bells would quick find himself stuck with his wife's relation again, and don't you forget it. But Mr. Lesengeld began. But nothing, Mr. Lesengeld, Schindelberger cried. Here's where the Bella Hirshkind home is got a show to make a big haul, so to speak, because this here Rudnik has got something the matter with his liver, which it is only a question of time, understand me, on account the feller is an old bachelor without anybody to look after him, and he eats all the 25-cent regular dinners. I got him at the outside 6 months. But are you sure the feller makes a will leaving his house to the Bella Hirshkind home? Lesengeld asked. What do you mean, am I sure? Schindelberger exclaimed. Of course I ain't sure. That's why I am coming up here this morning. If you would extend first the mortgage on that house, Mr. Lesengeld, Rudnik makes the will, otherwise not, because it would cost anyhow $15 for a lawyer he should draw up the will, ain't it? And what's the use we should spend the money if you take away from him the house? But if I would extend first the mortgage, Schindelberger, might the feller wouldn't make the will maybe. Schindelberger clucked his tongue impatiently. Just because I am so charitable I don't got to be a fool exactly, he said. If you would extend the mortgage, Mr. Lesengeld, I would bring Rudnik up here with a lawyer, and before the extension agreement is signed Rudnik would sign his will and put it in your safe to keep. Lesengeld hesitated for a minute. I'll tell you, Schindelberger, he said at length. Give me a little time I should think this matter over. My partner is up in the Bronx and wouldn't be back till tomorrow. But all I want is your word, Mr. Lesengeld, Schindelberger protested, because might if I would go back and tell Rudnik you wouldn't extend the mortgage, he would go right away to the river and jump in maybe. Yow, he would jump in, Lesengeld cried. Only the other day I seen on a moving pictures a film which they called it Life is Sweet, where an old man 80 years old jumps into the river on account his grandson died in an elegant furnished apartment already, and when a young feller rescues him he gives him for $10,000 a check, which I wouldn't believe it at all if I didn't seen the check with my own eyes yet. I was terrible broke up about the grandson, Mr. Schindelberger. Aber when I seen the check I didn't got no more sympathy for the old man at all. $50 would have been plenty, especially when the young feller turns out to be the son of the old man's boy, which he ain't heard from in years. Sure, I know, Schindelberger agreed. Aber such things only happen in moving pictures, Mr. Lesengeld. And if Rudnik would jump in the river, understand me, the least that happens him is he would get drowned and the Bella Hirshkind home would go Machula shore. Well, I'll tell you, Lesengeld. You could say to Rudnik that I says I would extend the mortgage supposing my partner is agreeable. On consideration he would leave the house to the Bella Hirshkind home, and Rudnik is to pay $350 to my lawyer for drawing the extension agreement. Aber, Mr. Lesengeld, Schindelberger began. He was about to protest against the size of the bonus demanded under the guise of counsel fee, when he was interrupted by a resounding whoosh from Lesengeld. This is my last word and the very best I could do, Lesengeld concluded, except I would get my lawyer to fix up the will and shunk it to you free for nothing. I don't know what comes over you lately, Bells, Lesengeld complained the following morning. Every day you come down looking like a bear mit a spoiled tail. I got a right to look that way, Bells replied. If you would got such a wife's relation like I got it, Lesengeld, there'd be no sitting in the same office with you at all. When it isn't one thing, it's another. Yesterday my wife's mother's sister's cousin gets a day off and comes round and gets dinner with us. I think I told you about her before, Miss Bluma Duckman. Nothing suits that woman at all. The way she acts you would think she lives in a bridal suit at the Waldorfer, and she gets my wife so mad, understand me, that she throws away a whole dish of Simmis in the garbage can already. Which I got to admit that the woman is right, Lesengeld. My wife don't make the finest Simmis in the world. Suppose she don't, Lesengeld commented. Ain't it better she should spoil some Simmis which all it's got into it is carrots, potatoes, and a little chuck? It would be that she makes a failure mit Gänse oder chickens which it already costs money. Understand me? Then you got a right to kick. That's what I says, Belz replied. Aber that Miss Duckman takes everything so particular. She kicks about it all the way up in the subway, which the next time I get one of my wife's relations in a home, either it would be so far away she couldn't come to see us at all, or it would be so nearby that I don't got to lose a night's rest seeing her home. I didn't get to bed till pretty near 2 o'clock. He stifled a yawn as he sat down at his desk. All the same, Lesengeld, he added, they certainly got a nice place up there for old women. There's lots of respectable business men pays $10 a week for their wives in the Catskills already, which they don't got it so comfortable. Ain't it a shame, Lesengeld, that with a charity like that, which is really a charity, people don't support it better as they do? I bet yer, Lesengeld cried. The way some people acts, not only they ain't got no hearts, you understand, but they ain't got no sense neither. I seen a case yesterday where an old washer actually refuses to pay a month's rent for his son's widder mit a little boy to save him from being put out on the sidewalk. After he goes broke, understand me, and when the boy grows up he's got the nerve to make a touch from him a couple of dollars, and the boy goes to work and gives it to him. If I would be the boy, the old man could starve to death. I wouldn't give him not 1 cent. They calls us shark bells, but compared to such a hummin', we ain't even sardines. Sure, I know, Belz said as he consulted the firm's diary. And if you wouldn't waste your time going on so many moving pictures, Lesengeld, might you would attend business maybe. Yesterday was 10 days that feller Rudnick's mortgage is past due, and what you done about it? Nothing, I suppose. Supposin' again, Belz, Lesengeld retorted. A fellow was in here to see me about it, and I agreed we would give Rudnick an extension. What? Belz cried. You agreed you would give him an extension? Are you crazy, or to what? The way money is so tight nowadays, and real estate gone to hell and all, we as good as could get a deed of that house from that feller. Sure we could, Lesengeld replied calmly, but we ain't going to. Once in a while, Belz, even in the second mortgage business, circumstances alters cases, and this here is one of them cases. So before you are calling me all kinds of suckers, understand me, you should be so good and listen to what I got to tell you. Belz shrugged his shoulder resignedly. Go as far as you like, he said. Aber if it's something which you seen it on a moving pictures, Lesengeld, I don't want to hear it at all. It didn't happen on a moving pictures, Belz. But just the same, if even you would seen it on a moving pictures, you would say to yourself that with a couple of fellows like you and me, which a few $100 one way or the other would make or break us, understand me, we would be all kinds of crooks and highwaymen if we would went to work and turn a lot of old widders out into the street. Lesengeld, Belz shouted impatiently, do me the favor and don't make no speeches. What has turning a lot of old widders into the street got to do with Rudnick's mortgage? It's got a whole lot to do with it, Lesengeld replied, because Rudnick's house he is leaving to a home for old women, and if we take away the house from him, then the home wouldn't get his house, and the home is in such shape, Belz, that if it wouldn't make a big killing in the way of a legacy soon, they would bust up sure. And that's all the reason why we should extend the mortgage on Rudnick? Belz demanded. That's all the reason, Lesengeld answered, with $350 a bonus. Then all I could say is, Belz declared, we wouldn't do nothing of the kind. What is $350 a bonus in these times, Lesengeld? But the home, Lesengeld protested. The home should bust up, Belz cried. What do I care about the home? Aber the widders, Lesengeld insisted. If the home busts up, the widders is thrown into the street, ain't it? What is that my fault, Lesengeld? Did I make 'em widders? Sure, I know, Bells, aber one or two of them ain't widders. One or two of them is old maids, and they would got to go and live back with their relations, especially, he concluded with a twinkle in his eye, especially one of 'em by the name of Boomer Duckman. Do you mean to told me, Bells faltered, that them now widders is in the Bella Hirshkind home? For indigent females, Lesengeld added, which Max Schindelberger is president from it also. Bells nodded and remained silent for at least 5 minutes. I'll tell you, Lesengeld, he said at last. After all, it's a hard thing a woman should be left a widder. You bet your life it's a hard thing, Bells, Lesengeld agreed fervently. Last week I seen a woman, she is kissing her husband good-bye, and the baby also kisses him good-bye. Decent, respectable, hard-working people, understand me. And not 2 minutes later he gets run down by a trollier car. The next week they take away from her the furniture, understand me, and she puts the baby into a day nursery. And what happens after that I don't wait to see it all. Cost me 10 cents yet in a drug store for some mathematic spirits of ammonia for Mrs. Lesengeld. She carries on so terrible about it. Bells sighed tremulously. All right, Lesengeld, he said. Write Rudnick we would extend the mortgage and he should call here tomorrow. If I got to lose the house, I got to lose it, Harris Rudnick declared as he sat in B. Lesengeld's revolving chair on the following morning. I ain't got long to live anyhow. He tucked his hands into his coat pocket and glared balefully at Schindelberger, who shrugged his shoulders. That's the way he is talking right along, he said. Did you ever hear the like? Mind you, it ain't that he's got anybody he should leave the house to, Mr. Bells, but he ain't got no use for women. What do you mean, I ain't got no use for women? Rudnick cried. I got just so much use for women as you got it, aber not for a lot of women which all their lives men make suckers of themselves, working their heads off they should keep 'em in luxury, understand me. And then the men dies, y'understand. Right away the widders is put in homes, and other men which ain't related to 'em at all must got to leave 'em their hard-earned geld, Mr. Bells, so they could sit with their hands folded doing nothing. What are you talking nonsense, doing nothing? Schindelberger retorted. Them old women works like anything up there. I told you before a dozen times, Rudnick. Them women is making underwear and jelly stockings and got vice was noch. Rudnick turned appealingly to Bells. Mr. Bells, he said, do me the favor and let me leave my money to a Talmud Torah oder a Free Loan Association. Free Loan Association? Lesengeld and Bells exclaimed with one voice. An E.D., Bells shouted. What do you take us for, Rudnick? You are going too far. Cutthroats, Lesengeld muttered hoarsely. Stealing bread out of people's mouths yet. A lot of people goes to them, Roshiyim, and fools 'em into lending 'em money they should play Stus and Tarak while their families is starving yet. If you want to leave your house to a free loan association, Rudnick, you might just so well blow it up mid dynamite and be done with it. Aber a Talmud Torah school, Rudnick cried. That's something which you couldn't get no objection to. Don't talk like a fool, Rudnick, Schindelberger interrupted. When you got a chance to leave your money to a home for widders, what are you fooling away your time making suggestions like Talmud Torah schools for? A young fellow would get along in business if he never even seen the outside of a Talmud Torah, aber if the widders lose their home, understand me, they would starve to death. Yow, they would starve to death, Rudnick said. You could trust a widder she wouldn't starve, Mr. Schindelberger. Them which didn't got no relations, they could easy find suckers to give 'em money, and them which did not got relations, their families should look after them. Bells grew crimson with pent-up indignation. Loafer, he roared. What do you mean their families should look after 'em? Bells walked furiously up and down the office and glowered at the trembling and confused Rudnick. Seemingly you ain't got no feelings at all, Rudnick, he continued. Schindelberger tells you over and over again they are working them poor widders to death up there, and yet you want to take away the roofs from their backs even. No, I didn't, Mr. Bells, Rudnick said. I didn't say nothing about a roof at all. Why, I ain't even seen the home, Mr. Bells. Could you expect me I should leave my money to a home without I should see it even? My worries if you seen it oder not, Bells retorted. The thing is, Rudnik, before we would extend for you the mortgage, you must got to make not a will, but a deed, which you deed the house to the Bella Hirshkind home, keeping for yourself all the income from the house for your life, because otherwise if a man makes a will he could always make another will, aber once you give a deed it is fixed und fertig. This ultimatum was the result of a conference between Belz and his counsel the previous evening, and he had timed its announcement to the moment when he deemed his victim to be sufficiently intimidated. Nevertheless, the shock of its disclosure spurred the dropping Rudnik to a fresh outburst. "What?" he shouted. "I should drive myself out of my house for a lot of widders." "Kush!" Schindelberger bellowed. "They ain't all widders. Two of 'em is old maids, Rudnik, and even if they would be all widders you must go to do as Mr. Belz says. Otherwise you would drive yourself out of your house anyway, because in these times not only you couldn't raise no new second mortgage on the house, but if Lesengeld and Belz forecloses on you the house would hardly bring in auction the amount of the first mortgage even." Rudnik sat back in his chair and plucked at his scant gray beard. He recognized the force of Schindelberger's argument and deemed it the part of discretion to temporize with his mortgagees. "Why didn't you told me there is a couple of old maids up there?" he said to Schindelberger. "Old maids is horses of another color. So come on, Mr. Schindelberger, do me the favor and go up with me so I could anyhow see the home first." He slid out of his chair and smiled at Schindelberger, who stared frigidly in return. "You got one big ED of yourself, Rudnik, I must say," he commented. "What do you think? I ain't got nothing better to do as escort you up to the Bella Hirshkind home?" "Rudnik is right, Schindelberger," Lesengeld said. "You should ought to show him the home before he leaves his house to it." "I would show him nothing," Schindelberger cried. "Here is my card to give to the superintendent, and all he is got to do is go up on the subway from the bridge, go off at Bronix Park, and take a Mount Vernon car to Ammerman Avenue. Then you walk 6 blocks east and follow the New Haven tracks toward the trestle. The home is the first house you come to. You couldn't miss it." Rudnik took the card and started for the door, while Belz nodded sadly at his partner. "And you are kicking I am cranky yesterday morning," he said. "In the daytime is all right going up there, but in the night, Lesengeld, a bloodhound could get twisted. Every time I go up there I think wonder I get back home at all." "I bet yer," Lesengeld said. "The other evening I saw a film by the name Lost in the Jungle and—" "Excuse me, gentlemen," Schindelberger interrupted. "I got a little business to attend to by my office, and if it's all the same to you I would come here with Rudnik tomorrow morning 10 o'clock." "By the same Lost in the Jungle," Lesengeld repeated with an admonitory glare at Schindelberger, "which a young feller gets ate up with a tiger already, and I says to Mrs. Lesengeld, 'Mommer,' I says, 'people could say all they want to how fine it is to live in the country,' I says. 'Give me New York City every time,' I says to my wife." End of section 10.
Section 11 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Samantha Gubitz. The Moving Picture Rights, Part 2 by Montague Glass. Harris Rudnik had been encouraged to misogyny by cross eyes and a pock-marked complexion. Nevertheless, he was neither so confirmed in his hatred of the sex, nor so discouraged by his physical deformities as to neglect shaving himself and changing into a clean collar and his Sabbath blacks before he began his journey to the Bella Hirshkind home. Thus, when he alighted from the Mount Vernon car at Ammerman Avenue, he presented, at least from the rear, so spruce an appearance as to attract the notice of no less a person than Miss Blooma Duckman herself. Miss Duckman was returning from an errand on which she had been dispatched by the superintendent of the home, for of all the inmates she was not only the youngest, but the spryest, and although she was at least a half-block behind Harris when she first caught sight of him, she had no difficulty in overtaking him before he reached the railroad track. "Excuse me," she said as he hesitated on the side of the track. "Are you maybe looking for the Bella Hirshkind home?" Harris started and blushed, but at length his misogyny asserted itself, and he turned a beetling frown on Miss Duckman. "What do you mean, am I looking for the Bella Hirshkind home?" he said. "Do you suppose I come up here all the way from Brooklyn Bridge to watch the trains go by?" "I thought maybe you didn't know the way," Miss Duckman suggested. "You go along that there path, and it's the first house you're coming to." She pointed to the path skirting the railroad track, and Harris began to perspire as he found himself surrendering to an impulse of politeness toward this very young old lady. He conquered it immediately, however, and cleared his throat raspingly. "I couldn't swim exactly," he retorted as he surveyed the miry trail indicated by Miss Duckman, "so I guess I'll walk along the railroad." "You could do that too," Miss Duckman said. "Aber I ain't allowed to, on account of the rules of the home say we shouldn't walk along the tracks." Harris raised his eyebrows. "You don't mean to told me you are one of them indignant females," he exclaimed. "I belong in the home," Miss Duckman replied, coloring slightly, and Rudnick felt himself being overcome by a wave of remorse for his bluntness. He therefore searched his mind for a sufficiently gruff rejoinder, and finding none, he shrugged his shoulders. "Well," he said at last, "there's worse places, lady." Miss Duckman nodded. "Maybe," she murmured. "And anyhow, I ain't so bad off as some of them other ladies up there, which they used to got husbands and homes of their own." "Ain't you a widow too?" Rudnick asked, his curiosity again getting the upper hand. "I ain't never been married," Miss Duckman answered as she drew her shawl primly about her. "Well, you ain't missed much," Rudnick declared, "so far as I could see." "Why," Miss Duckman exclaimed, "ain't you never been married neither?" Rudnick blinked solemnly before replying. "You're just like a whole lot of ladies," he said. "You must got to find out everything." He turned away and stepped briskly on to the railroad track. "But you ain't married?" Miss Duckman insisted. "No," he growled as he started off. "Gott sei Dank." For a brief interval Miss Duckman stood and watched his progress along the ties, and then she gathered her parcels more firmly in her arms and began to negotiate the quagmire that led to the home. She had not proceeded more than 100 feet, however, when a locomotive whistle sounded in the distance. "Hey, mister!" she shouted. But even if Rudnick heard the warning, it served only to hasten his footsteps. Consequently, the train was almost upon him before he became aware of it, and even as he leaped wildly to one side, the edge of the cowcatcher struck him a glancing blow. Miss Duckman dropped her bundles and plunged through the mud to where Rudnick lay, while the train, which was composed of empty freight cars, slid to a grinding stop a short distance up the track. She was kneeling recklessly in the mud, supporting Rudnick with both her hands, when the engineer and the fireman reached them. "Is your husband hurt bad?" the engineer asked Miss Duckman. The tears were rolling down Miss Duckman's worn cheeks, and her lips trembled so that she could not reply. Nevertheless, at the word husband, her maidenly heart gave a tremendous bound, and when the engineer and the fireman lifted Rudnick gently into the caboose, her confusion was such that without protest she permitted the conductor to assist her carefully up the car steps. "Set ye down on that stool there, lady," he said. "As far as I can see, your man ain't got no bones broken." "But," Miss Duckman protested. "Now me, dear lady," the conductor interrupted, "don't you go worrying yourself. I got me orders if anybody gets hit by the train to take him to the nearest company's doctor in the direction I'm going, see? And if you was Mr. and Mrs. Vanderbilt, they couldn't treat you no better up to the emergency hospital." "But," Miss Duckman began. Again she attempted to explain that Rudnick was not her husband, and again the conductor forestalled her. "And if he's able to go home tonight," he said finally, "you'll be given free transportation in a parlor car, do you mind? Like you'd be on your honeymoon." He patted her gently on the shoulder as he turned to a waiting brakeman. "Let her go, Bill!" he cried, and with a jubilant toot from the engine, Miss Duckman's elopement was fairly underway. When Harris Rudnick opened his eyes in the little white-curtained room of the emergency hospital, Miss Duckman sat beside his bed. She smiled encouragingly at him, but for more than 5 minutes he made no effort to speak. "Well," he said at length, "what are you kicking about? It's an elegant place, this here home." Miss Duckman laid her fingers on her lips. "You shouldn't speak nothing," she whispered, "on account of you are sick, aber not serious sick." "I know I'm sick," Rudnick replied. "I was just figuring it all out. I'm getting knocked down by a train and—" "No bones is broken," Miss Duckman hastened to assure him. "You would be out in a few days." I'm satisfied, he said faintly. You got a fine place here, missus. Miss Duckman laid her hand on Rudnick's pillow. I ain't a missus, she murmured. My name is Miss Blooma Duckman. Blooma, Rudnick muttered. I once used to got a sister by the name Blooma, and it ain't a bad name neither. He was not entirely softened by his mishap, however. But anyhow, that ain't here or there, he said. Woman is just the same, always kicking. What's the matter with this home, Miss Duckman? It's an elegant place already. This ain't the home, Miss Duckman replied. This is a hospital, which when you was hit by the engine, they put you on the train and took you up here. Aber, what are you doing here? He asked after a pause. I come along, Miss Duckman said, and now you shouldn't talk no more. What do you mean you come along? He cried. Didn't you go back to the home? Miss Duckman shook her head, and Rudnick turned on his pillow and looked inquiringly at her. How long am I up here anyhow? He demanded. 4 days, Miss Duckman said, and Rudnick closed his eyes again. For 10 minutes longer he lay still, and then his lips moved. What do you say? Miss Duckman asked. I says, Blooma is a pretty good name already, he murmured, smiling faintly, and the next moment he sank into a light sleep. When he awoke, Miss Duckman still sat by the side of his bed, her fingers busy over the hem of a sheet, and he glanced nervously at the window through which the late afternoon sun came streaming. Ain't it pretty late you should be away from the home? He inquired. It must be pretty near 6, ain't it? I know it, Miss Duckman said, and the doctor says at 6 you should take this here powder. But shouldn't you got to be getting ready to go back to the home? He asked. Miss Duckman shook her head. I ain't going back no more, she answered. I got enough of them people. Rudnick looked helplessly at her. But what will you do? He said. You ain't got no other place to go. Otherwise you wouldn't got to live in a home. Sure I know, she replied as she prepared to give him his powder. But got to dunk, I still got my health, and I'm telling the lady superintendent here how they work me at the home, and she says I could stop here till I'm finding something to do. I could cook already, and I could sew already, and if the worst comes to the worst, I could find a job in an underwear factory. They don't pay much, but a woman like me, she don't eat much. All I want is I could get a place to sleep, and I bet you I could make out fine. So you should please take the powder. Rudnick swallowed his powder. You says you could cook, he remarked after he had again settled himself on his pillow. Zimmes, for instance, und Fleischkugel? Zimmes und Fleischkugel is nothing, she declared. I don't want to say nothing about myself, understand me, because lots of women, to hear 'em talk, you would think wonder what cooks they are, and they couldn't even boil a potato even. Aber if you could eat my gefilte Grindabus, Mr. Rudnick, he said as he licked his moist lips. Harris Rudnick. Mr. Rudnick, she proceeded, Oder, my Tobackus, you would got to admit I ain't so helpless as I look. You don't look so helpless, Rudnick commented. I bet you could do washing even. Could I? Miss Duckman exclaimed. Why, sometimes at that home I'm washing from morning till night, aber I ain't kicking none. It really agrees with me, Mr. Rudnick. Rudnick nodded. Again he closed his eyes, and had it not been that he swallowed convulsively at intervals, he would have appeared to be sleeping. Suddenly he raised himself on his pillow. Do you maybe make a good cup of coffee also? He inquired. A good cup of coffee I make in 2 ways, Miss Duckman answered. The first is... Rudnick waved his hand feebly. I'll take your word for it, he said, and again lapsed into quietude. Do you know, he murmured at length, I ain't drunk a good cup of coffee in years already? Miss Duckman made no answer. Indeed, she dropped her sewing and passed noiselessly out of the room, and when she returned 10 minutes later, she bore on a linen-covered tray a cup of steaming, fragrant coffee. How was that? Miss Duckman asked after he had emptied the cup. Rudnick wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. All I could say is, he replied, if your Zimmis ain't no wusser as your coffee, Miss Duckman, nobody could kick that you ain't a good cook. Miss Duckman's faded cheeks grew pink, and she smiled happily. I guess you are trying to make me a compliment, she said. In my whole life, I never made for a woman a compliment, Rudnick declared. I never even so much as met one I could make a compliment to yet, except you. And my to you, it ain't no compliment after all, it's the truth. He lay back on his pillow and gazed at the ceiling for a full quarter of an hour, while Miss Duckman sewed away industriously. After all, he said at last, why not? Older men as me done it. Did you say something? Miss Duckman asked. Rudnick cleared his throat noisily. I says, he replied, you should please be so good and don't bother yourself about that now underwear factory job till I'm getting out of here. A home is a home, B. Lesengeld said as he and Bells sat in the office nearly a week later. But if Schindelberger wouldn't show up here with Rudnick today yet, Bells, we could foreclose sure. Would we? Bells retorted. Well, I got something to say about that too, Lesengeld, and I'm going to give the Bella Hirschkine people a couple days longer. Today is Bloom Abduckman's day out again, and me and Mrs. Bells, we sit home last night, and we couldn't do a thing on account of Mrs. Bells is dreading it so. Think what it would be if that woman is thrown back in our hands. If she is so terrible as all that, why do you let her come at all? Lesengeld asked, and Bells heaved a great sigh. I tell you, Lesengeld, he said, she's really got a very good heart, you understand. Aber is it Mrs. Bell's fault she ain't such a #1 cook? Every time that Bloom Duckman comes round, she rubs it in yet, and she snoops under the bed to see is it clean or not. And she gets the girl so worked up, understand me, that we are hiring a new one every week. At the same time, the woman means well, Lesengeld, but you know how that is. Some people mean so well, you couldn't stand 'em at all. Lesengeld nodded. Sure I know, he said. I seen it last week, a case where a fella all the time means well and is trying to do good. He's taking pity on a tramp, understand me, and the tramp givers his silver spoons and everything. And I said to Mrs. Lesengeld, Mama, I says, it only goes to show, I says, if you feel you're beginning to take pity on a fella, I says, you shouldn't got no mercy on him at all, I says. Otherwise he'll go to work and do you every time, I says. So that's why I'm telling you, Bells. I guess the best thing we could do is we should right away foreclose Rudnick's house on him. Then, if Schindelberger is such a charitable suckle as all that, let him buy in the house for the Bella Hirschkine home and be done with it. All we want is our money back. We should be satisfied. What's the use we consider Rudnick's feelings, ain't it? Do you think I'm holding off on Rudnick's account? Bells exclaimed indignantly. I never even got an idea to take pity on the fella at all. An old schnoozer like him, which he's got only one house to his name, understand me. He don't deserve no better. So go ahead, ring up Schindelberger and tell him that's what we would do. Lesengeld turned to the desk, but even as he took the telephone receiver from the hook, Schindelberger himself came in. Eindlich, Bells exclaimed. We was suspecting you a whole week yet. Are you ready to fix up about Rudnick's mortgage? Schindelberger sat down and carefully placed his hat on Bell's desk. The mortgage, I didn't come to see you about exactly, he said. I got something else to tell you. Something else I ain't interested in at all, Bells rejoined. We was just going to telephone and ask you why don't Rudnick fix it up about the mortgage. I'm coming to that presently, Schindelberger said. What I want to say now is, Mr. Bells, that I'm very sorry that I got to come here and tell you an information about your wife's cousin, Miss Blooma Duckman. Blooma Duckman? Bells exclaimed. What's the trouble? Is she sick? Schindelberger shook her head. Worser is that, he explained. She disappeared from the Bella Hirschkine home a week ago already, and nobody sees nothing from her since. For a brief interval, Bells stared at his visitor, and then he turned to Lesengeld. Ain't that a fine note, he said. All we are discovering is a couple packages she got with her, which the superintendent sends her over to West Farm. She should buy some groceries, and on her way back, she drops the packages and disappears. Might she fell down a rock, maybe? Lesengeld suggested. The other day I'm seeing a film where a fellow falls down a rock already, and they search for him 100 people yet. They get near him as I am to you, Schindelberger, and still they couldn't find him, anyhow on account the fellow is too weak to say something. How could she fall down a rock? Schindelberger interrupted. It's all swamps up there. But anyhow, Bells, we are wasting time here talking about it. The best thing is you should ring up the police. What do you mean, wasting time? Bells cried. You're a fine one to talk about wasting time. Here the woman disappears a week ago already, and you are only just telling me now? Schindelberger blushed. Well, you see, he said, we all the time got hopes she would come back. In point of fact, he had purposefully delayed breaking the news to Bells in order that the settlement of Rudnick's mortgage extension should not be prejudiced. But now, he added ingenuously, it don't make no difference, because Rudnick's telephones me yesterday morning that the whole thing is off on account of he is married. Married? Lesengeld cried. Do you mean to tell me that old Shimiel gets married yet? So sure as you're sitting there. And he says he would come round here this morning and see you. He should save himself the trouble, Bells declared angrily. Now, particularly that Blooma Duckman ain't up there at all. I wouldn't extend that mortgage, not if he gives the deed to that home to take effect right today yet. I shouldn't begun with you in the first place, Schindelberger. Schindelberger seized his hat. I acted for the best, he said. I'm sorry you should get delayed on your mortgage, gentlemen. But you shouldn't hold it up against me. I done it for the sake of Bella Hirschkine home, which if people get sore at me on account I always act charitable, that's their lookout, not mine. He started for the door as he finished speaking, but as he placed his hand on the knob, someone turned it from the other side, and the next moment he stood face to face with Rudnick. "So," Schindelberger exclaimed, "you are really coming up here, are you? It ain't a bluff like you are taking my card to go up to the home and you never went near the place at all." Rudnick shut the door behind him. "What do you mean I didn't go near the place at all?" he said angrily. "Do you think I'm such a liar like you are, Schindelberger? Not only did I go near the place, but I got so near that 100 feet more and the engine would knock me into the front door of the home already." It was then that Lesengeld and Belz observed the stout cane on which Rudnick supported himself. "I come pretty close to being killed already on account of I'm going up to the home," he continued. "And if nobody is asking me to sit down, I would sit down anyway, because if a fella gets run over by a train, he naturally don't feel so strong, even if he would escape with bruises only." "Did you got run over with a train?" Schindelberger asked. "I certainly did," Rudnick said. "I got run over with a train and married in 6 days, and if you go to work and foreclose my house on me today yet, it will sure make a busy week for me." He looked pathetically at Belz. "Unless," he added, "you are going to give me a show and extend the mortgage." Belz met this appeal with stolid indifference. "Course, Rudnick," he said, "I'm sorry you got run over with a train. But if we would extend your mortgage on account you got run over with a train, and our other mortgages hears of it, understand me, the way money is so tight nowadays, every time a mortgage comes due, them suckers would ring in trolley or car accidents on us and fall down coal holes, so's we would give 'em an extension already." "And wouldn't it make no difference that I just got married?" Rudnick asked. "If an old fella like you gets married," Rudnick, Belz replied, "he must got to take the consequences." "An idea!" Lesengeld exclaimed. "Do you think that we are making wedding presents to our mortgagees yet, Rudnick?" "It serves you right, Rudnick," Schindelberger said. "If you would consent to the home, getting your property, I wouldn't say nothing about Miss Duckman's disappearing and Belz would have extended the mortgage on you." "I was willing to do it," Rudnick said, "aber my wife wouldn't let me. She says rather than see the house go that way, she would let you gentlemen foreclose it on us, even if she would got to starve." "I don't know who your wife is," Schindelberger rejoined angrily, "but she talks like a big fool." "No, she don't," Rudnick retorted. "She talks like a sensible woman because, in the first place, she wouldn't got to starve. I got enough strength left that I could always make for her and me anyhow a living. And, in the second place, the home really ain't a home. It's a business." "A business?" Schindelberger cried. "What do you mean, a business?" "I mean a business," Rudnick replied. "An underwear business. Them poor women up there makes underwear from morning till night already, and Schindelberger here gets our brother-in-law, which he buys it from the home for pretty near half as much as it would cost him to make it." "Russia!" Max Schindelberger shrieked. "Who tells you such stories?" "My wife tells me," Rudnick replied. "And how does your wife know it?" Belz demanded. "Because," Rudnick answered, "she once used to live in the home." "Then that only goes to show what a liar you are," Schindelberger said. "Your wife couldn't have been in the home on account it only gets started last year, and everybody which went in there ain't never come out again." "Everybody but one," Rudnick said as he seized his cane, and raising himself from the chair he hobbled to the door. "Bloomaleben!" he cried, throwing the door wide open, and in response Mrs. Rudnick, née Blooma Duckman, entered. "Nu, Belz," she said, "ain't you going to congratulate me?" Belz sat back in his chair and stared at his wife's cousin in unaffected astonishment, while Schindelberger noiselessly opened the door and slid out of the room unnoticed. "And so you run away from the home and married the Schnorrer?" Belz said at length. "Schnorrer he ain't," she retorted, "unless you would go to work and foreclose the house." "It would serve you right if I did," Belz rejoined. "Then you ain't going to?" Mrs. Rudnick asked. "What do you mean he ain't going to?" Lesengeld interrupted. "Ain't I got nothing to say here? Must I got to sacrifice myself for Belz's wife's relations?" "Koosh, Lesengeld," Belz exploded. "You take too much on yourself. Do you think for one moment I'm going to foreclose that mortgage and have them two old people schnoring their living expenses out of me for the rest of my days just to oblige you? The mortgage runs at 6%, and it's going to continue to do so. 6% ain't to be sneezed at neither." "And ain't he gonna pay us no bonus nor nothing?" Lesengeld asked in anguished tones. "Bonus?" Belz cried. "What are you talking about, bonus? Do you mean to told me you would ask an old man, which he nearly gets killed by a train already, a bonus yet? Honestly, Lesengeld, I'm surprised at you. The way you talk sometimes, it ain't no wonder people calls us second mortgage sharks. But looky here, Bells, Lesengeld began. Snuff, Lesengeld, Bells interrupted. You're lucky I don't ask you. You should make him a wedding present yet. I suppose, Bells, you gonna make him a wedding present too, ain't it? Lesengeld jeered. That's just what I'm gonna do, Bells said as he turned to the safe. He fumbled round the middle compartment and finally produced 2 yellow slips of paper. I'm going to give him these here composition notes of Schendelberger's, and with what Bluma knows about the way that Rocher is running the Bella Hirschkind home, she shouldn't got no difficulty making him pay up. He handed the notes to Rudnick. And now, he said, sit right down and tell us how it comes that you and Bluma gets married. For more than a quarter of an hour, Rudnick described the details of his meeting with Miss Bluma Duckman, together with his hopes and aspirations for the future, and when he concluded, Bells turned to his partner. Ain't it funny how things happens? He said. Honestly, Lesengeld, ain't that more interesting than most things you could see it on a moving pictures? Lesengeld nodded sulkily. It sure ought to be, he said, because to go on a moving pictures you pay only 10 cents, aber Gott sei Dank, this here story cost me my half of a $350 bonus. However, I suppose I shouldn't begrudge it him. I seen the other evening a film by the name The Return of Enoch Aarons, where an old fellow stands outside on the street and looks through a window, and he sees a happy married couple mit children standing in front of fire. So I says to my wife, Mama, I says, if that old snoozer would only get married, I says, he wouldn't got to stand outside windows looking at other people having a good time, I says. He would be enjoying it with his own wife and children, I says, and I think right away of Rudnick here. He placed his hand on Rudnick's shoulder as he spoke. But now Rudnick is married, he concluded. And even if he wouldn't got no children, he's got a good wife anyhow, which stands in the sitter already. A good wife is more valuable as rubies. Rudnick seized the hand of his blushing bride. And, he added, rubies is pretty high nowadays. End of section 11. Recording by Samantha Gubitz.
Section 12 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Flash Back by Harry Reichenbach. We all make mistakes. That's why they keep the stuff in showcases at Tiffany's. If we was always right, there wouldn't be no need of putting rubbers on lead pencils. But how a strong guy like Achilles W. Coombs ever let that frail wren hem-stitch herself onto his sleeve, I can't figure. And I've been all the way up to mixed fractions, too. Achilles was strong every way excepting with women. A plain everyday skirt hanging on a clothesline gave him a thrill, so imagine the osteopathic touch a swell-looking dame handed him. I said Achilles was strong. He must have been born strong to get that name, but I guess the W sort of alibis him. It must stand for weak fist. Achilles was a director for the Omnipotent Film Company. You'll note I said was. He is now entirely ex officio, if that means out of a job. By the way, how do you like the name Omnipotent? I made that up out of my own head. It means that our pictures is everywhere, all the time. Well, Achilles is with us no more, but he was a bear while he lasted. He made a couple of junk pictures, but when he did make a good one, it was okay to the last fade out. To get to the narrative, as they say in the old sleuths, Achilles was getting ready to put on her blighted career, and was looking for a perfect 36 to double for Louise Mazurka. Louise was our principal, permanent, prominent star. That is, she was the only one who ever knew she was going to work the next week. Louise's fiancé was our finance, and Louise just run the Omnipotent about like Cook runs his tours. Personal. Louise had a couple of morals that stuck out like a sore toe. Two of them was that she would not appear in a bedroom scene or play the part of a model. She was what one might term a salad star, needed lots of dressing. In her blighted career, there was a scene where Louise would have to peel down to just a few degrees above the equator, and as Louise would not do that, well, we wanted a double who had a narrow waist and a broad mind. We made a mistake when we let Achilles select the cast for her blighted career, but then, as he would have had too many excuses if the picture flivved, we let him have his way. Achilles advertised in one of the moving picture papers for a perfectly formed young lady, weight about 125, with or without stage experience, to play an important part. Applicants were to apply to the studio, direct to Achilles. There wasn't any. Not a one. There ain't a soul in the world who wants to get into the movies. Oh, no. The only thing that kept all the women in the world from applying was the war in Europe. But Alatia arrived ahead of her time. Alatia, be it known, was a newcomer at Fort Leo. She got into town at 9:45, read the advertisement at 9:48, and was at the studio at 10:10. Achilles was right in the middle of a scene in silent drama, aided by carpenter's hammers, sliding scenery, and considerable conversation. I guess they call it silent drama because the noise gives out before the release. Achilles was developing a situation. Alatia was developing a desire, and when she threw out a beacon to Achilles, summer turned right into the home stretch and flowers bloomed on all sides. Alatia came from a small town in Minnesota and was just about the finest bit of frailty the burg had ever turned out. She had those question department eyes that make a man dissatisfied with his income, and anything Houdini could do with his hands would have been child's play for Alatia's lamps. Alatia walked around the doorman as if he was Ramtard's remains, and, laying one radiating finger on Achilles' pulsing wrist, grabbed off the job of substitute for Louise. If Achilles had been a king, he would have handed her the crown jewels. Achilles did wonderful work that day, and when, hours later, he sat down to dinner with Alatia and ordered leg of lamb, he knew he was gone. Any other time Achilles would have ordered the leg of a piano. He played the quantity restaurants off the boards. His offhand thumb was all chafed from pushing nickels in at the automat, yet Rector's and Churchill's was too cheap for him when Alatia was anchored alongside. Louise was called in to look Alatia over, and after taking a peep at Alatia's coastline, and knowing she herself would get full credit for any goods Alatia delivered, she okayed her, and the thing was set. Being press agent par excellence for the Omnipotent, Achilles sent for me to come to his office one day about a week after he had named his favorite street after his queen. "Dave," he said, "I want you to watch me put Alatia through some scenes. I've been bringing her out a little. She's got great timber." And when he said that, he stroked her hand. I got to hand it to Achilles, though. He sure made that dame act a little. I ain't going to tell everything that went on, because Achilles had his own way of bringing her out, and being in love, sort of, why, well, it wouldn't be fair, but that Alatia would never create any novel methods of burning up the universe, I was sure. They did one scene from a picture Achilles had made a few months before, and Alatia ate it up. But she had a couple of words with Achilles about kissing. "Do you have to kiss me, really, just to make me act right?" she cracks. Achilles felt hurt. He was as happy as a guy with neuralgia, and comes back, "No, no, you don't ever have to kiss me, Alatia, but don't blame it on me if you are dead in your scenes." But then I won't tell any more, yet, about the scenes. Louise began nosing a rodent and wanted to know from Achilles whether this dame meant more to him than food and drink. Louise never looked ahead, that is, not more than 5 minutes, when she looked at all, and outside of knowing exactly how to handle a rummy with a bundle of sugar, her mind was always at perfect repose. Achilles never looked anywhere except over his shoulder, while Alatia could see farther into the distance than any honest-to-goodness clairvoyant ever born. Alatia was always 4 jumps ahead. She kept her lead, and when she looked back at Louise and Achilles at all, she did it with eyes closed for the day. Well, the time came for the beginning of her blighted career, And as it was to be our masterpiece, we pulled off everything at the studio so as to have all the time we wanted to get the sets ready and rehearse the troupe. Achilles worked something like a flivver motor. He went along all right until he was actually needed, then something gave out. He was normal, walked all right, carried matches and everything, but seemed a little brittle in the belfry. When Alatia was talking to anyone else at the studio, you could have stolen Achilles' ideas and he wouldn't have missed them. He worked with one eye on his job and the other one trailing Alatia. He was so jealous he wouldn't even trust himself with her. Louise asked him one day whether he was working or dreaming. "Both," comes back Achilles. "I'm dreaming of the day I can take Alatia and make her one of the great figures of the screen universe." "Well," Louise cracks, "just go on like you are, and the day is only a couple of weeks away when you can devote all your time to that idea." But then the significance of the remark failed to penetrate Achilles' being, and he went about his work as though he was doing everything on credit, not putting his heart into it at all. Alatia began superintending the picture with the first shot. According to her, the photoplay business started a week late, and she was personally sent down by Providence to bring it up to date. Knowing as much about picture work as she did about anything else, which was 30 love in favor of minus, she made suggestions to Achilles in the presence of the whole outfit, which, if they had been carried out, would have made The Birth of a Nation look like a split-reel comedy on the old Trust program. She wanted to slam Louise into the distance so far she would blend with the backdrop, and when it came time to show her bare and shimmering back, it required 4 crews of construction experts to keep her from peeking over her shoulder at the camera. Louise had a little talk with Achilles that night and tagged him for no man's land. "You have the symptoms of a man seeking from office to office for an activity," she told him, hoping to cure him of Alatia-itis, but Achilles was always disappointing. He admitted that he had never yet fulfilled anyone's expectations. Even when he was a kid, he says, his mother treated him for measles and he went ahead and developed hives. Well, between Louise and Alatia, Achilles must have felt something like the middle of a rope in a tug of war. If Louise turned to the right, Alatia made a little sound like a squirrel cracking a nut, which helped Louise wonderful, nit. If Achilles ordered Alatia to lean forward so her bare back would show, she would, but she managed to get her profile into the shot from some angle. So it went. Everything moved along at the studio like as if there was a couple of lost trenches that had to be gotten back before sunset every day. Even the extra people fell to battling among themselves. Old Joe Hooker, who hadn't had 2 consecutive days' work since Gus Daly made his last coast-to-coast trip, got to acting independent-like and wanted 50 cents a day more. Achilles couldn't be severe even with him. Joe was playing the part of a sneak in the picture and had been registered in a set that was broken up, and we had to fall for his demands. There was a guy who had been rubbing a cookbook over his stomach for years, standing out for a 4-bit raise, and Alatia was to blame. She had come over the ferry with Joe that morning and told him how to work it. Joe just asked for a raise, told Achilles that Alatia had suggested it, and he got it. Louise phoned presently for her fiancé. He was a little fat guy named Finkelstein. Fink, as Louise called him, was puffing like a tired hound when he came into the studio. Louise grabbed him, and in a few minutes Achilles was sent for. I happened to be there on business and sort of strolled into Louise's dressing room just as Fink opened up. "What's the big idea?" he spills. "Are you making a picture for us or making Alatia for you?" Achilles was taken back, on the level. He was surprised. To give the sucker his dues, I don't think he ever thought he was doing wrong. He was so mushy over Alatia that when he committed an error, he forgave himself in advance. "Why, what's wrong?" he asks Finkelstein. "Is the stuff punk or what?" "Punk? No," says Fink. "But what in hell do you think I'm putting all this kale up for you to make this wild woman from Minnesota?" Poor Achilles. It all came to him about like a joke comes to an Englishman. He grabbed it and let it sink in. "I guess I know what you mean," he sort of mumbles. "I guess I'm so much in love with her I didn't think." "Well, I'm in love too," puffs Finkelstein, "but it ain't got me all bruised up." Achilles was all busted to pieces. Fink was sure riled. Louise just sat nice and quiet, like a tarantula before he slips you the old front tooth. Achilles is shifting from one foot to another. Fink is fingering a big watch charm. Louise is waiting to rattle her buttons before she bites, when who comes busting into the room but Alatia. If Achilles was no bigger in size than he felt right then, he would have had to take a stepladder to kiss a kitten on the lower lip. But Alatia, that gal just about was built to run strikes and things and urge men to dynamite bridges and pull other happy stunts. "What's the idea," she busts out, "of keeping me sitting around like back to nature while you people hold services? I ask, what's the idea?" Louise slips the old poison dope right into her stinger and cuts loose. I said Louise never did much forward gazing. "Why, you little pup, get out of this room. What the devil do you mean trespassing on a lot of professionals? Go on out and bare your brazen back, and then when you've done that, go up and tap the cashier on the shoulder for your soup money." Louise, as I said, looked backward when she looked. If she had looked ahead just 1 minute, she would have put armor plate on and prepared for a charge. When we picked Louise up off the floor, and Fink's coat was unhooked, Alatia had Achilles by the hand and was pulling him out into the studio. Being no favorite at the bank, and having no assets outside my job, I stuck around, brushed Louise off, and suggested killing Alatia. "Just you keep this out of the papers," cracks Louise. "I'll take care of her." Turning to Finkelstein, she says, "Go on out and pay them bums off and get 'em out of here before I do something desperate." But Fink was looser pursed than jointed. It took an hour to do it, but it was worth it, for Louise, entirely subdued, came out and went through the couple of scenes. Alatia continued to conduct things her own way, and when the picture was finished in a couple of days, Achilles and Alatia were told to leave the omnipotent studio and never to darken the doorway again. About the picture? What's the use? We took a slant at it in the projection room. If you could see a play where George Cohan came on for a scene and then Nat Goodwin played the part in the next scene, you'd have some idea of the consistency of it. It was the nearest approach to a feature with a succotash lead that's ever been made. Alatia's face stuck out in every scene. If she was not on stage, she got her map in just the same, even if it was only from the edge of the camera line. Louise was just about as important in the picture as Brian is to this noble land of the free. When Louise was in a scene, Alatia's shoulder or arm was just out far enough over her face to cut off a couple of her features. Finkelstein hated to do it, but he had to put the old negative in mothballs. It was sure a dual personality affair, and even Achilles couldn't have been able to tell which was the leading woman when anyone was leading. We put the picture on the shelf and sent out a hurry call for another director. But about the budding romance of Achilles and Alatia, the rumor spread that we had a punk picture, which helped Achilles not a little in staying idle. But he was busy with his heart pangs. Every night the two turtle doves, basing the remark on Achilles' ostentatious behavior, would trail into one of the bizarre coaling stations along Broadway, and while Achilles daintily nibbled on the corner of a 3-pound steak, Alatia would ply him with questions. She wanted to work. She wanted to know when her blighted career would be shown, and if she was to be co-starred or just featured. Achilles was afflicted with various torments. His bankroll was becoming more frank with him every day. He was not in demand. He could not get admittance to the big producers' offices, and Alatia was becoming impatient, waiting for her second chance. I lost track of them for a couple of weeks, but once in a while I got a tip that they were railroading farther apart every day. Achilles was offered a couple of jobs, but when he sprang Alatia on them, he rolled right out of the prospects. About a month after we got astigmatism from looking at her blighted career, I met Achilles on Broadway. Every flagstone in the street knew his footsteps. His feet were not under his own control anymore. They simply carried him from one office to another in search of work. "I haven't eaten today," was his first crack when I slip him the hello. I fell, and we vamped into one of those get-full-quick hasheries. "Well," I pulls, "what you got in sight?" "Nothing but the skyline," he comes back at me. "Well," I wells again, "you got Alatia. You must be very, very happy." "Yes," he said, "happy. Ha! Just like I had a cinder in my eye." "What's the idea? Ain't you happy with her?" "I'm not with her," he says. "I'm against her." Then it comes out. After Achilles has spent a month, a few $100s, and made more sacrifices for her than the Israelites made crossing the Syrian desert, Alatia took a choo-choo and went da-da with a low-browed technical guy. But it was funny the way she slipped him the bad news. They was eating dinner one night at a surefire restaurant. That's one of those places where the maximum is 50 megs. You don't worry about the sorrowful paper they slips you, but no, you can't get set back more than a caser for two. Alatia cracks something about having something in mind, and Achilles comes back with the staring eyes and querying voice as to what it might be. "I met Dean Rollins, technical director of the Porterhouse Film Company today. He's leaving for the coast and says if I was out there, they'd play me like a country club." If there was anything in the world outside Poison Ivy that Achilles hated, it was Dean Rollins. "He rolls right off my knife," says Achilles. "I couldn't make him even mixing him with mashed potatoes. He is nix." "Maybe," Alatia responds, "but he certainly has grabbed himself a great piece of activity with Griffith. He's going to work steady like, and he dropped a hint he could fix you and I, if I would go out with him and then shoot you a wire when to come." Well, Achilles got all muscle bound in the head like. He said something about not wanting the woman of his heart doing a tour of the world with a weak-minded carpenter, when Alatia takes exceptions and asks him if he thought she wasn't straight. "Of course you're straight," Achilles howls, but he didn't get away with anything, for Alatia pushed her plate away, which was unusual for her, and pulls the old tear material, surefire stuff. Achilles didn't suspect a thing until a day or two later when he lamps into Alatia in front of the Astor, talking to Rollins. He pulls a W.J. Burns for a little while and sees them slowly growing closer together. Then he walks around the block in time to meet Alatia. "I begin thinking," said Achilles, "that maybe he was making her a lot of promises, and I asked her about it." "Well," she says, "I don't want to violate no confidences, but we were having a little committee meeting on what's what at Los Angeles, and I'm beginning to think that California without me is like California without oranges. Get me?" That was all Achilles ever sees of her. She just eased herself out of his young life like as though she was a spook. And Achilles felt just like getting through with things and matters human entirely. He took Bluebeard's point of view in toto. Achilles comes back to the Omnipotent in a couple of weeks. He's taken the Ku Klux Klan oath against females, and from now on is going to disperse his affections nonchalant. Alatia's back in town. She made such a hit in Los Angeles they couldn't stand her no more. But she's posing for a child's restaurant now. She's the sandwich model there, and maybe you don't think they're cutting them thin these days with the war and everything. End of section 12.
Section number 13 of Hollywood and Movies Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Co-Stars by Charles McMurdy. When the changing pictures on the big screen got around again to the scene where Colliston gets the telegram from his father, young Jones gathered up his cap and coat, and with a "pardon me," shuffled sideways in front of the row of rapt spectators, who, their gaze still fastened on the screen, half rose to let him pass. As he walked up the dark aisle past the long rows of absorbed humanity, Jones unconsciously threw out his chest and hardened the muscles just under his shoulder blades. He would bet he could put up as good a fight as William Farnham, he thought to himself. What a great thing it was to be a strong man, a man who could step coolly in a moment's notice and dominate the scene, a strong, calm, resourceful man who could hand a good punch to anyone who tried to put it over him, a real man, ready at the drop of the hat to fight like a wildcat to protect and defend the weak, the defenseless, especially some sweet, beautiful young girl. It had been a great picture, and he felt the thrills running up and down his spinal cord as Farnham had smashed the ranch foreman in the face and then proceeded to mix it with him. Yes, it was a great thing to be a man like that. He was glad he was athletic in build. He hardened his muscles again as he strode with swinging step down the long corridor, past the pictures of all the big stars. At the sidewalk, he stopped a moment to glance at his own reflection in the big mirror. He pulled his cap half an inch more over his right eye and grinned broadly at himself. He had never noticed it before, but in that cap he looked something like Farnham, only younger and slighter. He caught the girl in the ticket booth watching him and hurried out. On the sidewalk, his glow of satisfaction was suddenly interrupted by the realization that he was hungry. Dinner at the boarding house had been somewhat light. Across the street, the name of a famous restaurateur shone on an enormous white script across a broad window. A plate of wheats and coffee would go just right, thought Jones. He dodged across the street between the automobiles and streetcars and entered the brilliant and immaculate restaurant. There were only a few persons in the big white-tiled room, and the long rows of chairs with their broad table arms were almost deserted. Halfway up the room a young girl was sitting. A cup of coffee and a roll on a plate adorned the arm of her chair, and part of another roll was poised in one small white hand. Pretty, thought Jones. Somehow she looked so lonely, so out of place in the big glistening room. Some girl who had just got through her evening's work in one of the big stores, probably. "Plate of wheats," said Jones. "Plate of wheats," cried the board waiter in stentorian tones. "Plate of wheats," came the echo from the kitchen. When they were handed out, Jones carried them carefully over to a chair near the girl and proceeded to watch her out of the corner of his eye as he ate. She interested him. He felt a vague desire to befriend her, to sympathize with her, to protect her from the hardships of life in the big city. An heroic glow of conscious manhood warmed him, and again he hardened the muscles of his chest and shoulders. And yet, what was the use of having a splendid physique, unless you were a moving picture actor? There was no romance in this prosaic, humdrum, everyday life. On the screen, everything was big and fine and brave and splendid, but nothing ever happened to him. He set his mug of coffee down in bitter disgust. 3 rough-looking youths burst through the revolving door with noisy merriment and came up the long room toward the counter. The one in advance spied the lone girl and immediately assumed an exaggerated and comic swagger for the amusement of his companions. "Ah, gee," he exclaimed loudly, "just watch me, kiddo." He leered at the girl as he walked past her, and his 2 companions guffawed. The girl looked down timidly at her plate. Jones' blood boiled. All the vague heroic impulses that had been smoldering within him leaped into sudden flame. Here was a chance for action, a chance to do something. Here was the opportunity he had waited for. The 3 toughs, after much noisy jest and argument with the man at the counter, carried their coffee and rolls over to 3 chairs directly opposite the young girl, and settled themselves down to a systematic campaign of low comedy for her benefit. Jones sat in his chair, every nerve tingling. His hand trembled so that he could hardly set his mug of coffee down. Then one of the youths, the one who had swaggered in first, flipped a lump of sugar across the aisle to land at the girl's feet. His companions roared. Jones arose. The vision of William Farnham smashing his trusty left into the ranch foreman's face was in his mind as he stepped over in front of the 3 youths. "Say, just can the comedy, will you?" he said, unconsciously dropping into the vernacular of the street. His voice trembled with anger and excitement. "Cut out the rough stuff. This is a place for ladies and gentlemen. You're not in any barroom now." The comedian of the trio arose. "Say, Bo, what's eatin' you?" he demanded, with an easy roll of profanity. "Get on over there and sit down, you white-livered dude, or I'll push your face in for you." He pushed his own face to within 3 inches of Jones's nose. It was Jones' cue for action. There was only one thing to do, and Jones did it. One thought of William Farnham flashed across his mind as he shot his left straight into the tough's leering face, turning his own head and guarding his face with his right, as Olson, the boxing instructor at the YMCA, had taught him to do. At the same moment, something hit him a sickening blow over his solar plexus, and something else struck him on his right ear, jarring his whole head horribly. Then the lights on the ceiling began to whirl around and suddenly went out altogether. After a long time, all night it seemed, Jones heard a far-off voice say, "He's coming out of it now. He'll be all right." He wondered vaguely whom they were talking about. The voice was not one that he knew, and it seemed a long way off. He opened his eyes and looked up at a snowy white ceiling, studded with millions of electric lights. A man he never saw was bending over him, and cold water was trickling down his neck from a wet napkin on his forehead. "Feel better now?" asked the man. Oh yes, it was the cashier. He remembered it all now. "Them young rummies did you up," continued the man. "What else could you expect? 3 against 1? You shouldn't have tackled 'em." "Did they get away?" asked Jones faintly. "Sure," answered the cashier. "They was out of here before I could get hands on 'em. Jumped their checks, too. You ain't got no show against them fellas. They wandered up here from the east side. Guess you're all right now. I'm awfully sorry it happened." Then, for the first time, Jones became conscious that the hand which was so gently bathing his forehead and trickling cold water down his neck was not the cashier's. It was a very small, white hand, and Jones sat up to confront the girl he had championed. She was kneeling beside him, and she suddenly became very much embarrassed. "I want to thank you," she said haltingly. "It was awfully kind of you to take my part." "Thank me," said Jones thickly. His upper lip felt like a balloon. "For what? For getting licked?" "Don't you say that," exclaimed the girl, forgetting her embarrassment. "Anybody get licked fighting 3 men at once, and toughs like that too? You did just splendidly." "So did they," said Jones, with a swollen smile. He got onto his feet and sat down in one of the big armchairs, and the girl seated herself in the one next to him. The cashier appeared with 2 mugs of coffee. "Have another cup on the house," he said. "I guess yours got cold. And if there's anything else you'd like, say the word." "You know, I'd just been over to see Mary Pickford at the Empire," said the girl as the hospitable cashier departed. "And say, the way you smashed that fellow in the jaw just reminded me of the way her leading man knocks down the villain in one scene. It was just grand." Jones hardened the muscles of his chest, back, and shoulders. They were somewhat sore, but... "You know, it seems an awful thing to say. I'm so sorry about your ear, but I'm really glad it happened," went on the girl. "You know, I was just thinking, as I sat there, that nothing really exciting or romantic ever happens to me, and I was just sort of wishing that somebody would rescue me from something awful, and there'd be an awful fight, and all that." She laughed, embarrassed at her candor. "Did you ever feel that way?" Thrills of real romance chased up and down Jones' spinal column as he answered, "Never till I saw you." No mug of coffee ever hid so charming a blush. As they stepped out into the cool evening air, Jones tucked the girl's hand under his left arm, where it nestled snugly. "Up this way," she said. "Mamma'll be so glad to meet you when I tell her what you did." For a moment they stood silent. The clanging of the streetcars, the long procession of automobiles speeding up the avenue, the laughing crowds hurrying past the brilliant store windows, all seemed imbued with a new and lively interest. It seemed to Jones as if he had always known her, that she was the girl he had been looking for all his life, that he had only just found her now. She tightened her clasp on his arm as he looked down at her. "I guess all the things that are fine and brave and noble and exciting don't have to happen in plays, do they?" she said. "I guess we had a perfectly good adventure of our own, just as exciting as any Mary Pickford ever acted in." "Or William Farnham," answered Jones. and from across the street the big flashing sign of the Strand shed a red and golden radiance over them as they walked up the avenue together. End of section number 13.
Section 14 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. The Film of Fate, Part 1, by Josephine Dascom Bacon. Fifi's name was, I think, Sarah. Not that I ever heard it. I suppose the bishop must have when he baptized her. She wore her father's grandmother's wedding veil, made into a christening robe on that occasion, and when the bishop asked her godparents if they, therefore, renounced in her name the world, the flesh, and the devil, Fifi gave a clear, distinct chuckle, which rang out through the Gothic arches. One of her godmothers, her Aunt Popsy, I forget what her real name is, too, one never hears it, looked very shocked and blushed violently at this. But everybody joked her mercilessly about it, and said no wonder the child had laughed. The only wonder was, they said, that she had blushed. Fifi's family was very well known, very rich, and very fashionable. You will readily conclude, having doubtless read a great many novels and seen a great many plays, that they were stupid and cold-hearted. I cannot blame you for this conclusion, which does you credit in a way, but I must stop you before you go any further, and tell you you are quite in error. The Amorys were distinctly clever as a family, and far from cold-hearted. Quite the contrary, in fact, if contemporary records are to be trusted. Stuyvesant Amory, her father, said so many witty things that people never left the club until he did, for fear of missing one, and perhaps a little so as to be sure that the next clever thing wouldn't be about them. Louise Schuyler Crownlander, his wife's sister, would make the dullest dinner-party bearable, and his married daughter Patsy would not only make the most audaciously laughable remarks imaginable, but was wonderfully pretty, and utterly well-dressed into the bargain. It is too bad to have to shutter all the illusions of the really poor people, who certainly ought to have the monopoly of brains and charms so obligingly handed over to them by the magazines. But it isn't so. Some of the nicest, jolliest, most entertaining people I ever met were quite wealthy. That was the real trouble with Fifi, her family. She would have been easier to handle if she hadn't had so much competition. Her brother Stu was the best dancer in New York, her older sister Patsy the wittiest young matron. Her younger sister Pips was considered by many people the most beautiful girl, though that was really mostly hair, some other people thought. Fifi had only her undoubted gift for amateur dramatics, and they had been out rather for some time now. In any other family she would have been a noticeably handsome, clever girl, but the Amorys were too much for her, and in self-defense she made herself a little odd. She bobbed her dark hair, which didn't curl, and wore unusual frocks all in one piece with no waistline, and long, dangly chains. She read strange novels and stranger poetry, and had her room done in purple tapestry with ebony furniture. She walked in the park very early with a Russian wolfhound, and had an idea once of learning to play the harp, but found it too hard on the hands. Once she almost created a sensation by insisting that she had become a Mohammedan, and this really bothered her mother for a few days, but the bishop said not to mind at all, that there were really many worthy Mohammedans, one in particular a great friend of his, who repaired Oriental rugs. He would arrange for Fifi to meet him, and then, as the bishop pointed out, she needn't be confined to books in her religious researches. After that, of course, there was no good going on with it. Patsy had actually, the year before she was married, written some clever little epigrams. They were done for a Halloween party, and her friends insisted on their being published. Stu could pick up any instrument and make a bluff at playing something on it. He once, for a bet, strung some picture wire across a frying pan and sang Annie Laurie to his own accompaniment. Pips at 15 developed what was apparently a gift for modeling, and made a table fountain that her teacher exhibited merely as a study. She took it up in the school infirmary after the measles. So that Fifi scorned the arts, and read, and walked with the wolfhound, and wore crisscross sandals like somebody in Miss Austen's books. She did write some poems, but they were discovered on the eve of publication. She always insisted and violently suppressed. Even the bishop was staggered by the poems. He suggested that as he had baptized her and confirmed her, he would appreciate the privilege of marrying her, and hinted that it had better be soon, as he was growing old, and many more poems like that would certainly prove more than he could stand. But here again Fifi just missed things. Between Patsy, who gobbled up all the young men, she liked her own husband so much, her father said, that she had a sort of claim on everybody else's, and Pips, whom older men adored to the point of extravagance. She was one of those young girls whose mothers are begged by every man to keep her for his son if he can't have her. Fifi more or less faded out. She was neither as daring as Patsy nor as magnetic as Pips, and her cleverness began to turn a little sharp, which frightened the men terribly. At 22 she looked 3 years older. Then the inevitable happened. Having had every opportunity to meet the most eligible young men in the country, and many of other countries, what does Miss Fifi do but fall in love with a man 20 years older than herself, whom nobody had ever heard of? This might have been put up with, but unfortunately the man had a perfectly good wife of his own, a wife, moreover, who had no intention of losing him to an unprincipled society girl of the fast set, as she called Fifi. This was all very messy and complicated, and poor Mr. Amory had a bad 6 months of it. Patsy had skated more than once on very thin ice, and Stu had given them a fair amount of anxiety, but their vagaries were more understandable, more normal, so to say. A short-haired martyr, languishing in a purple bedroom, insisting that she must have a middle-aged professor of English literature from some freshwater college, was a little too much for the Amorys. They had no system to oppose the conditions. The professor, however, saw reason, and never meant to let things go as far as they did. He was really attached to his wife and children, and had been momentarily dazzled by a personality and a society type hitherto unknown to him. It was all over before it had got to be too ridiculous and painful, and Mrs. Amory took Fifi abroad, at great personal inconvenience to herself, and everybody proceeded to forget it. Everybody, that is, but Fifi. She had enjoyed it very much while it lasted, as it was the first time in her life since her arrival in the family when for a few weeks she had managed to hold the centre of the stage, that she had occupied everybody's attention. She had been really very fond of the professor, and the hours they had spent at tea time, in odd places where there was no probability of anyone's meeting them, had been quite the most interesting hours of her life. She loved to think how his horrid, stupid wife misunderstood him, which wasn't entirely accurate, and how immensely happy she would have made him, which is possible, but not, I think, certain. So that the European summer, though it accomplished its purpose, practically speaking, left her dreamy and superior. Events, as she wrote in her diary, didn't interest her. Too much was going on in her heart. The summer of 1914 which sent them scuttling home in a steamer packed like a sardine box, meant to Fifi only the disgustingly crowded decks and the difficulty of getting American money quickly. The Amorys, like most of the rich and fashionable people of New York, got into the war long before the rest of the country. Strangely enough, instead of exercising their Pekingese and inventing new tango steps, they experimented with war breads, encouraged the English men servants to go home and enlist, and busied themselves with pageants and tableaux and rummage sales and song recitals to send the great stream of American dollars that flowed to Belgian relief. Patsy became the first secretary for the American Fund for French Wounded, and worked all day at it. Long before the Lusitania was sunk, she had sent her 800th bale of clothes and bandages and comforts across the wickedly dangerous Atlantic. Stu dashed back into Squadron A and was one of the first workers at the new aviation units. Mrs. Amory was lost in the meshes of the great practical reorganization of the Red Cross. Pips and 3 of her schoolmates started a cigarette and chocolate fund that soon outgrew their homes and ended in a vacant shop on Madison Avenue with a paid secretary and an auditor. So efficiently did the young ladies manage an experiment which amused their families so much till the published totals of their collections began to rouse attention in the daily papers. Only Fifi remained outside, unswept into the great maelstrom. I don't admire her for her self-centered, thin-skinned little attitude. Only you mustn't condemn her for it either. The girl simply hadn't found herself, and the war hadn't done it for her. She walked with the big hound in the park, and read a great deal of French verse. She thought the women's new craze for uniforming themselves supremely silly, and pointed it out to her friends so clearly that they did not urge her to join them. She was going, she said, to design a uniform for the few females left who weren't wearing any. Her father quoted this at the club. Well, the war wore along. Fifi hardly noticed that we were in it at last. Her family had always been in it. Stu was a major already. Mr. Amory had given and loaned so much money that heating even one country place became a matter of close consideration. They regretted Fifi's tepid, sarcastic isolation, but had little time or temper to give to it. Only once, when she said in her detached, drawling way that the sight of a woman knitting in a Fifth Avenue bus made her positively ill, her father turned on her. "Don't you think this comes rather badly from you, my dear?" he said. I believe this to be the harshest remark Stuyvesant Amory ever addressed to a woman in his own family. Now we have come to the day when Fifi, sitting wearily through a war workers' dinner that was to bring $10,000 in signed pledges to Mrs. Amory after the coffee, listened to a chance remark of a clever, discontented woman who suffered a little from her own malady of destructive criticism. "All this is very well," said the woman, who was divided between satisfaction at actually dining with the Stu Amorys and dissatisfaction because she knew full well why she had been invited. "All this is very well, but your precious Sammy is being stuffed with chocolates and fags and musical records and mufflers, while his poor wife is doing his work. It's just like women, to pet the men and neglect their wives and children, isn't it?" "That's a wonderful idea," Mrs. Amory cried enthusiastically, "and you're just the woman to remedy that, my dear. Why don't you take it up?" Everybody applauded, and the woman found herself a chairman before she left the table. As Fifi had agreed with her first remark and was notoriously disengaged, she accepted with amused condescension a place on the executive committee, and Mr. Amory's airy suggestion of the Little Sisters of Uncle Sam was adopted unanimously. Well, there you have it. On Tuesday, an idea. On Wednesday, a committee. On Thursday, a headquarters. On Friday, stamped letter paper. The Little Sisters was booming in a fortnight. "You must take the publicity, Miss Amory. You're our only literary light," said the chairman, and Fifi, blushing slightly, deprecating, but really very much pleased, consented. They had their pictures taken, in the picturesque capes with terracotta lining, evolved by New York's principal sporting tailor, for the occasions of their sisterly visits to Sammy's relatives. Fifi quite forgot her feeling on the matter of superfluous uniforms, and they were interviewed by the Sunday Times and the Saturday Sun. After that, really novel publicity proved difficult. People must take this more seriously, the chairman mused. If they only knew what practical, vital work we were doing. We must get it across to them somehow. What can we do, Miss Amory? Think of something. You're so clever. Why not? Said Fifi sardonically, for the little sisters were beginning to bore her. Why not get it into the movies? That will put it across like the other war pictures. To her surprise, they caught at the suggestion wildly. Wonderful, they cried. My dear, you are simply too wonderful. Who shall we have to do it? And then in the next breath, why, you, of course, Miss Amory. You, right? You'll do it, won't you? Me? But I never wrote a... And all your dramatics. Why, you're practically a professional, everybody says. You're just the one. You'll know how to make it effective and plenty of go, you know. I might try, said Fifi slowly. You could show the soldier going away, and the house running down, and the mother sick and everything, and then the girls could show the home nursing, and the first aid and the recreation. There's our junior camp, you know, and all the other stunts. Oh, my dear, how perfectly wonderful, they cried. What will it cost, do you think? The war had caught Fifi at last. The next day but one she found herself sitting opposite a keen, polite gentleman at the Little Sisters' headquarters, explaining somewhat nervously her idea of a moving picture. She talked a great deal and very fast. Of course, I don't know anything about this, she concluded breathlessly, but I've written out a little plot of a sort of scenario, isn't it? Give it here, said the dark gentleman abruptly. Got the script here. I suppose you want about 2,000 feet. You gotta have 2,000 feet. First 20 minutes to get the thing across. Regular rule. All worked out. Gets 'em warmed up. I suppose you can put your hand on the cast for this. Oh! Fifi gasped, for he appeared to be reading her manuscript with one hand, and talking to her with the other, so to speak. Oh, there isn't any cast really, you see, just the Little Sisters themselves. Your sisters? I see. Young ladies in the league. Amateurs. All the better. Can't act, but the public likes it. Good title. Very good. We'll get you the soldier and the family up at the studio. Not practical, staging indoor stuff as a rule out of the studio. Not enough voltage. It can be done, of course. We can run wires anywhere, but costs like thunder in the end. Studio scenes at $100 a day. 100? Fifi queried confusedly. Dollars. 500 a reel outside. 400 really, but allow 1 studio day to each. 1,000 for the 2. Cover everything. Transportation mostly. Machine very delicate. Fine effects here for the children in camp, I see. Fifi perceived that the marvelous man had really read the manuscript and seen what she had intended to convey. Then you think you could do something with it? Make it over, I mean? She asked humbly. Very good script indeed, he answered briskly. Practically no suggestions myself. Good captions, too. May have to add to 'em a little here and there. Average house perfect fools, you know. Minds travel slow. You mean it will do as it is? Of course it'll do. Very good script. Much better than I expected, he snapped. My goodness gracious! She breathed and rushed into the committee room to report. In 5 minutes she had raised the money required. 2 of the finance committee agreed to underwrite the film. Now I may have given you a lower idea of Fifi's powers than is quite just to the child. She had done the Little Sisters film very cleverly. She had a really dramatic mind, you see, and instead of presenting a series of pictures of the activities of her particular organization, she had selected one little girl in a poor soldier's family to be the object of all the direct and indirect advantages flowing from the Little Sisters of Uncle Sam. This made a more or less connected narrative, and centered the interest in the child in question, whom she hoped to pick from the vacation camp supported by the Little Sisters, where happy relays of 2 weeks' guests swam and drilled and cooked and slept in the open. Fifi had instinctively realized that this camp, though only one of their activities, would make the best showing on the screen, and had laid many of her scenes there, building up the picture from the prospectus of the Committee on Activities and the glowing reports of the camp directress, an experienced social worker.
"I suppose there's no doubt the kids can do all these stunts,"
suggested Mr. Ficken on the occasion of his second visit to headquarters, to arrange for his sleeping and eating accommodations during the camp days ahead of them. "Oh, I don't think so," Fifi answered vaguely. "That's what they're there for, isn't it?"
"All right. Up to you," he said briefly. "Take us 5 days. Only 3 really, but allow for bad weather. My assistant and a cameraman and a chauffeur. Your camp lady says tea house will do for us, 3 miles from her outfit. You going up by train?"
"I suppose so," she answered vaguely, wondering if her father would let her have the small car for that length of time, and perhaps the second chauffeur, who was rather stupid and liable to be drafted any day into the bargain.
"We can take you up," he added suddenly. "Stick you in, I dare say, if you don't mind cameras. Car's a 7-passenger.
So that Miss Fifi Amory found herself battened down on the back seat of a dingy but powerful car, under a pile of blankets and tripods, between Mr. Ficken and his photographer, a mild, short-sighted little man with a pointed beard and an apologetic manner. Beside the chauffeur, a headstrong New York cockney in a flannel shirt, sat the assistant, a taciturn young man with a scornful expression and a tendency to disagree with everybody as to their exact whereabouts at any given time, the likelihood of their arriving at the camp at all, and the possibility of getting any pictures that week, as he had read in the only paper he ever perused, a Western publication, that the next 7 days would be cloudy. Fifi thought them all immensely amusing. That they thought of her at all is extremely doubtful, for you see they had no idea who she was. Mr. Ficken had been summoned to their interview by a pompous lady with a rope of pearls too big not to be real. The other ladies in the office called each other by their first names, but they called her Miss Amory. He saw a slender, odd-looking girl with bobbed hair, a queer-looking velvet frock, and a jet chain down to her knees. Her shoes were different from other people's, an excited spot of carmine on each cheekbone he mistook for rouge. Her coldness when addressed by the lady with the pearls he took for shyness. He placed her somewhere between a newspaper woman and an actress, and gave the matter no further thought. The little scenario was a pleasant surprise for him. He usually had to write them over. Mrs. Amory had no idea that Fifi was to be the only woman of the party. She knew that the directress of the camp was a perfectly capable matron, and that Fifi would be in her tent during her stay. There were only girls and young women there, and men were all she feared in her daughter's case, ever since the episode of the professor of English. Naturally, she didn't count the picture-taking persons as men at all. She gave her daughter blankets and bed boots and a trench mirror she had bought at a bazaar for a soldier, and told her maid to see that Miss Fifi's maid put in a pair of high boots and plenty of woolen sport stockings. Then she went back to the Red Cross. If she had seen her daughter eating lunch at a Yonkers tea house with a taciturn young man who smoked cigarettes steadily through the meal, she might have been considerably more disturbed than she was that day.
"I guess you and the young lady better grab a table, Lute, and the boss and I leave out here and keep an eye on the car. Henry has to chase out for some distilled water, or so he says," the little photographer remarked, and the young man answered indifferently, "All right, anything suits me."
"This is great fun, isn't it, Mr. Lute?" Fifi gurgled, stuffing tea-house chicken pie with gusto.
"Anything's fun if you say so, I suppose,"
he answered absently, pulling out an old envelope and jotting down figures on it while he ate. She flushed a little, but decided to take it humorously.
"What do you think is fun?" she said good-naturedly.
"Oh, well," he replied vaguely, and drank a great cup of coffee in 2 gulps, his eyes on his figures. She bit her lip and ate in silence, which evidently impressed him as little as her speech. He was no more of a ladies' man than his boss. Once at the camp, events moved fast. A lot of excitable little girls of uneven sizes and dispositions were lined up before Fifi and Director Ficken, from which wriggling mass they were to select a heroine for their melodrama. "I'll pick 'em out for screen types, and you find out if they're good for the stunts," he said hastily. "Get all this camp stuff out of the way first, and take 'em to the village for street scenes. How about your young society girl stuff? Forgot to bring one, didn't we? Wasn't she to come in the village part?" He looked annoyed. An able man, considering all things in their proper place and order, he had been neglectful. "Oh, I'll do that," said Fifi easily. "She doesn't come in much, you know." He scratched his head thoughtfully. Yes. I guess we'll have to let it go at that," he agreed. "Too bad we didn't think of it, though. You couldn't have got one of those regular members, a real Astorbilt or something. We must try to for the studio scenes. Make a note of it, both of us. Public likes it." Fifi was honestly puzzled. Why wouldn't she do? She had been one of the principal features of the Debutantes League film, and much in demand for it. Did he think her too old, perhaps, or not enough of a novelty? She decided that he feared she couldn't act and manage at the same time. "That tall girl with the blue eyes would be awfully good, I think," she suggested, but he shook a decided head. "Looks 16, 19 in the picture. No point in it. Might be an actress. Want to be convincing. How about the dark wavy-haired one, 3 from the end, always laughing, fine eyes? And that clever short one just behind. She's very graceful." They collected 5 promising young ladies and reported to the directress, but Mrs. Compton shook her neat braided head with fatal displeasure. "Oh, dear me, Miss Amory, that will never do. You can't pick out the pretty ones like that very well. They're jealous enough already. 2 girls left last night because I told them they couldn't be in the drill scenes." "But we must have them good looking, Mrs. Compton. They're to be the principal ones." "All the more reason for picking them out for some good reason," said Mrs. Compton firmly. "Now all those girls you have selected would be the very worst ones possible. Beatrice is regularly late for reveille each morning. Helen Priestley gets bad marks for her tent every night, laughing and talking. Alma is self-conscious and affected enough without having her head turned by this sort of thing." Fifi gazed at her in dumb despair. Her plump and placid bulk, her sweet reasonableness, her firm matronly readiness for every juvenile emergency put her beyond the reach of argument. "Which ones can we have, then?" the impresario asked meekly. "Well," said Mrs. Compton judicially, "there is a fine girl here who's made a lot of progress. I'm much interested in her, Miss Amory, and I'm sure that all the young ladies who have done so much to make the camp possible will be too. She swims well and does excellent first aid and really understands camp cooking. That sandy-haired girl, the second from the right on the 3rd row, Sadie Rottenkind. She's not pretty, of course, but she has a fine, serious face when you study it." "I'll ask Mr. Ficken," Fifi murmured after a hasty glance at Sadie. Mr. Ficken threw up his hands and yelped nervously. "Good God!" he cried. "What's the matter with this woman, anyway? What we come up here for? To make a picture or give rewards for merit? That's not up to us. Tell her we're here to get something over. How about that fat little blonde one in the back there? She'd screen first rate." Fifi inquired and came back sadly. "No? What's her trouble?" he queried sourly. "She only came last night. She hasn't got the real atmosphere of the camp yet." "She's got atmosphere enough for me," he answered obstinately. "Tell her to can that Sadie stuff anyhow. Start 'em on some games and marching to begin. We'll never get anywhere this way." Fifi was to remember those 4 days in camp as the strangest of her life. End of section 14. Recording by Capricia Page. Section 15 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. The Film of Fate, Part 2 by Josephine Dascombe Bacon. From 6:30, when the uncertain notes of Sadie Rottenkind's somewhat amateurish reverie waked her, to a sketchy toilet in an agate basin, and a variable cup of coffee in the mess tent, to 9 at night, when the last giggling infant had been sternly suppressed by Mrs. Compton's awful visit in a mackintosh over her nightgown, Fifi bustled and hustled those protesting little girls from drill ground to lakeside, from the manufacture of flapjacks to the splints and bandages of theatrical casualties. In one ear rang the matron's perpetual plaint: "This is going to be very bad for these girls, Miss Amory. All my discipline is being steadily undone." In the other, Mr. Ficken grumbled in a nerve-racked tenor: "Look here, tell her this is a motion picture act, will you? Not a YWCA. We got to get some pep into this." And poor Fifi would explain pacifically to him: "I know, but you see, after all, that's what the children are here for, really. She's so good to them." And to the outraged educator of youth, she would murmur deprecatingly: "You see, all he thinks of is the effect, and after all, that's what we're here for, isn't it?" Both of them found her decidedly weak and inefficient. "The only one that gets a thing out of these kids is me," said Mr. Lute. He answered to that name as well as Hunt, Kansas, or Bill. "Because you stuff them with those dreadfully sticky lollipops," Fifi answered severely. "I do wish, Mr. Lute, you wouldn't do it. Mrs. Compton is furious about it. If you'd only give it to the good ones, she says." "I wouldn't spend much in that case," he vouchsafed. "She earns her money, if you ask me, that lady. She surely does." Fifi could not make him out. He was like no one she had ever seen before. Far less clever than Mr. Ficken, he was, in his odd way, more of a gentleman. He knew less about motion picture technique than the shy little assistant, who nevertheless treated him with marked respect. A solitary young man, he ate mostly alone, or took a sandwich with the chauffeur, with whom he held interminable arguments as to the conduct and condition of the big dusty car. "Oh, all right, General, all right," the chauffeur would reply disgustedly. "Any way you say, of course." "Why does he call you General?" Fifi asked abruptly on the third day, as they sat eating cold baked beans on the bank of the lake, out of sight and sound of the children, who were recovering their various tempers after a trying morning of touching picnic poses. "Same reason you call me Lute, I suppose," he answered. "I'm a lieutenant in the army." "Oh, my goodness, I thought it was your name," she said. "What are you doing here? Then your name is Hunt. I suppose Kansas is another nickname." "Yes'm. Hunt, Bill Hunt," he replied. I was gassed. The doctor said I must keep out in the air. If I get indoors much, I cough. And I wanted to understand this motion picture stuff. There's nobody in the business like old Ficken." "Gassed? You mean in France?" "No, ma'am. I never saw France. That's what seems so silly. They were trying it out in the camp where I was, and some of us offered for the experiment, and I happened to get it bad, that's all. I went south for the winter and spring, and I'm supposed to keep outdoors till this winter. And then they say I'll be all right." "What a shame," she murmured. He was a fine, manly sort of fellow, very vital and active, if not really good looking, and his sulkiness seemed quite understandable when one knew what he had gone through. "Oh, well," he said in his characteristic drawling way, and fell to figuring again on his eternal old envelope. That morning had been a grey one, and soon a sudden shower blew up and spoiled the afternoon. Carryalls were summoned for the damp and protesting children, and the hospitable Mrs. Compton offered supper for all and bunks for the men in the big hay barn. For the sheets of rain poured furiously down, and Lieutenant Hunt promised the same distressing conditions for the next day. Fifi was bored, blue, and suddenly hopeless. The pictures appeared all at once banal to a degree. the little sisters ridiculous and meddling. Even the children were tired of the endless posing, the countless lectures from Mrs. Compton, the nervous heckling of Director Ficken. Fifi herself, unconscious of the fact that they all believed her to be an actress, grew weary of their fevered questions as to the life on the stage and the road, and resented their plain incredulity when she explained her ignorance of these things. "I wish that Priestley girl would stop asking me if I ever knew Belasco," she complained bitterly to Lieutenant Hunt, and "oh, I wish that disgusting little Alma would stop trying to look like Mary Pickford." "Well, you can't blame 'em," he said, lighting the pipe Mrs. Compton allowed him. "All girls get stage struck, I guess, and having you here, and Ficken and all. But good heavens, I never saw Belasco in my life," she complained. "No? Didn't you?" he returned. "Well, there's lots you have seen, I guess." "Oh, yes," she agreed listlessly. She was very tired, and the days before them in the studio in town were not so interesting, somehow, as they had promised before the monotonous round of posing and practice began. In the first place, Hunt would not be there, and she knew that she was going to miss his quaint, unconscious rudeness. Nobody had ever treated her so brusquely, so flatly. He assumed with perfect simplicity that she was necessarily ignorant of most of the important things of life. "Of course, being a woman, you couldn't understand," was one of his most characteristic sentences. "Ladies, of course, don't care for that sort of thing," was another. When sometimes, in desperation, she had treated him to one or two of the cynical epigrams that had so amused and amazed her professor, his pained and averted silence had left her as embarrassed as he. The give and take of the girls and boys of her own set was absolutely unthinkable to him, clearly. His crudeness exasperated, yet fascinated her, and she insisted upon engaging him in conversations which ended in long monologues by him on the essential proprieties as misunderstood by young women of the Eastern States. "Thank God our girls out home are raised differently," he would end. "I wouldn't marry a girl from the East if she was the last one on earth." "Do you find us so pressing here?" she would query satirically. "Oh, well, nobody wants to die an old maid," he would answer placidly, stuffing his pipe. "Oh, rot! Really, Mr. Hunt, you are too absurd. Plenty of my friends aren't married, and don't intend to be," she would inform him. "They have a much better time as they are." "I guess the less said about that, the better," he would answer briefly. "And just what do you mean by that?" "I've nothing more to say. No, ma'am." She would walk to her tent with dignity, and compose speeches witheringly ironical before she slept, but he never heard them. At last the job was done. The scattered bits, so jerky, so unrelated, which Mr. Ficken assured her would fit neatly into a smoothly flowing story, were ready to be assembled, and in a burst of lollipops and cheering they left the camp, a nearly disorganized community. "Good-bye, girls. Keep off the stage," Lieutenant Hunt called cheerily, turning with a defiant glance from his seat beside the chauffeur to meet Fifi's eyes. "Why does he look at me like that?" she wondered to herself, and later, at their lunch in some noisy wayside inn, she marvelled still more at his stiff apology. "I shouldn't have said what I did back there," he said abruptly, "but I meant it. Before God, I meant it. And I can't help it. So you can take it or leave it." "I haven't the least idea what you mean, Mr. Hunt," she answered with her most insolent Amory intonation. "I guess you know well enough. I'll be saying good-bye here. I'm sorry we haven't been better friends, Miss Amory, honest I am, but my ideas are different." She glanced up at his tall, slim, young stiffness from under her bobbed hair. "When you've been longer in the East, Lieutenant, you'll learn that we don't pick our friends in quite such a casual way," she drawled smoothly. "You might do worse," he said. "Good-bye." Alone with Ficken and the photographer, a great and nervous fatigue caught her, and her throat swelled and ached. She put her face against the dingy cushions and cried quietly from Yonkers to the Little Sisters' headquarters. "Don't you be worried about the film stuff, Miss Amory," the director reassured her. "It's only the stills that might be rotten. That young Kansas doughboy mixed those plates for fair, I'm just about certain. He's good in some ways, but I made the mistake of my life not to manage my own camera on the stills. He thinks he knows it all, that boy." "He certainly does," said Fifi. "I'll bring the young ladies up to the studio tomorrow. Have you your list of everything?" "Kitchen set," he shot at her. "Bed for invalid, sheets and so forth. Poor cottage interior. Got to hunt round for outside house. Somewhere in the Bronx. Report tomorrow on that. Baby, any particular age did you say? Bathtub, piano, soldier, non-commissioned officer's uniform. Turkey ready for stuffing. Mother in widow's costume. Have 'em up there at 11 sharp. Don't let your debutantes make up. Absolutely unnecessary." "I'm afraid I can't do much about that," said Fifi with a wan smile, "but I'll do the best I can for you, Mr. Ficken." She was bitterly sorry she had ever gotten into the thing, which is a state of mind common at one time or another to all uplifters. Nor was her disillusionment relieved by the contingent of little sisters sent her from headquarters on the morrow. "Dear Fee," wrote her best friend on the board, whose presence she had counted upon to share any amusement there might be in the day, "we have decided to send up for the picture 5 or 6 girls I don't think you've ever met. They're a little bit sore about their local branches not getting any notice, and we thought this would be a fine way to square them, do you see? Lila Betts is the one from our crowd. I know you and she don't hit it off very well, but Mr. Betts has offered to give us a big benefit performance of the film in his village casino and serve tea to the entire audience, so please put up with her. They're all crazy about it. It must be too exciting for words. Best love." Fifi grinned stoically. Mr. Ficken had promised to work it all into one day. When they arrived at the great barn-like studio, the little sisters giggling hysterically in their terracotta capes as they dismissed their chauffeurs for the day, the first shock of their professional careers awaited them. Instead of the humble soldier's cottage they had expected to find, awaiting their sisterly ministrations, a lordly townhouse of the decorative period consecrated to the moving picture filled 2/3 of the place. A butler, a husband, and a French maid posed under a great cluster of lights amid the tapestries and statuary of a wealthy screen family. As the butler resembled Macbeth, and the maid was clearly a chorus girl, and the husband looked like nothing in the world but a moving picture star, the initiated might readily conclude that this was a successful society drama. The lights hissed and roared, the carpenter pounded and built, the directors took off their coats and yelled at each other and everybody else under the great signs which read, "No smoking." The cast assembled and lit one cigarette from another, tossing the unextinguished ends on the floor. And in an obscure corner Ethel, the moving picture baby, wailed unceasingly. For years afterwards, whenever anything that resembled the hiss and roar of those terrible lights sounded near her, Fifi instinctively listened for the voice of Ethel. "Always what you might expect up here," Ficken yelled at them. "Here's our date all made, and what do we get? They have an $80,000 picture on there, and naturally they can't take it down. Been at it all night, through tomorrow they swear. Suppose we go out with the car and hunt up our exterior somewhere. Get that out of the way." So they all packed themselves into the car, somehow, and rode out for what seemed like endless hours, searching for the humble, neglected cottage of Fifi's scenario. One would have supposed it a fairly easy goal, but here the artistic temperament of Mr. Ficken rose and asserted itself incredibly. House after house was suggested to him, only to be scornfully discarded. The little sisters giggled. Somewhere round Pelham Bay he consulted his watch. "Got room for one more?" he inquired. "I asked Kansas to turn up about lunchtime for the stills. Just go to that subway that's somewhere round here, will you, Henry? He'll be there, I hope." Fifi drew a quick, uneven breath. So he was coming again after all. It would be amusing to hear his comments on the little sisters. "It's a lovely day for a ride, anyway," she said good-naturedly to Lila Betts. At the subway entrance Mr. Hunt stood at ease, surveying the loaded car condescendingly. "All you need is a few passengers," he suggested. "Good morning, Miss Amory. Hope you're well." He stood on the running board and totally ignored the young ladies, exchanging professional amenities with the director. Fifi felt immensely entertained, and threw in a joking comment now and then. It all seemed rather a lark again, and the little sisters were not so bad after all. Some obscure inspiration led Mr. Ficken at last to select for his exterior a neat, prosperous little cottage within 2 miles of the studio, and he and his mild, middle-aged assistant proceeded to busy themselves at dismantling and untidying it, so to speak, in which process they collected loads of assorted rubbish and dumped them about in conspicuous places, so that the angels of mercy and reconstruction in the terracotta capes and aviators' caps could have a field for their regenerative labours. While they did this, Fifi and Mr. Hunt talked in low tones on the steps of the side porch, and the little sisters adjusted the angle of their caps and powdered their little noses. "Isn't that terrible?" said Kansas in a consecrated sort of way. "What?" she asked innocently. "What? Oh, Lord, I suppose it seems little enough to you, I forgot," he muttered. "But to me, I tell you, Miss Amory, if I had a sister and she did that, well, I'd wash her face for her, and in a way she wouldn't forget in a hurry." "How funny you are," she said gently. "Why, that's nothing really, Mr. Hunt. All girls do that. If you could see some of them now." "I'll bet there's one there that doesn't," he answered obstinately. "That lovely one with the yellow hair. She's a peach if there ever was one, she is. I wouldn't mind meeting her. You can see what a lovely innocent girl she is, all right." And just here a curious, painful thing happened to Fifi. Inside her something tightened suddenly, squeezed together as if a hand had grasped it. It cut her breath off, whatever it was, and hurt her abominably. Her lips tightened, and a slow, unbecoming red crept up her cheekbones, flooding out the little crimson discs of excitement that betray all Crowlanders, and that Mr. Hunt supposed to be artificial. "You think so?" she said lightly. "Dear, dear. I say, Lila, come here a minute, won't you?" Lila Betts, whom nature had provided with a skin like milk, who preferred, not entirely unreasonably, to look like a Killarney rose, hastened willingly to the side porch. "Anything I can do?" she asked, gazing with a kindly, open, somewhat childish stare at the tall, well-poised young gentleman. "Have you got your vanity box with you?" said Fifi easily. "Surest thing you know," Miss Betts returned good-naturedly, holding out a little silver case. "Take the pale pink if you like. It's my own special, and I don't often lend it. The dust is awful." "Thanks," says Fifi. "I only wanted some powder." "That isn't my lipstick on the left, so don't try it. It's my cigarette holder," Miss Betts volunteered. "But I left my case in the car. Worst luck." "Let me present Mr. Hunt, Miss Betts," Fifi remarked smoothly. "I must run away and see how far Mr. Ficken has got. I'll leave you to entertain Mr. Hunt, Lila. He directs the still pictures." "I'm sorry, but I have to go," interrupted the Kansan gruffly, and stretched his long legs toward the group round the camera. Lila stared. "A bit abrupt, your young friend," she suggested. "They're a funny lot," said Fifi, and turned away. "What a pig! What a beast I am!" she muttered to herself. Why did I do that? I wish I'd never seen him." She stumbled off behind the house, and there in a little woodshed he stood, smoking furiously. "A nice set," he muttered to her, gloweringly. "There's not much to choose between you. Actress or society girl, you're all the same." "What do you mean? Who's an actress?" she demanded, as roughly as he. "You are, aren't you?" he asked.
How do you dare say such a thing? Of course I'm not an actress. None of us are. You're not? He cried, his whole face softening. Honest? Then as she shook her head wonderingly, wash that paint off your face then, he stormed, and he took a step toward her. Paint? She cried angrily. What paint? Are you crazy? I never paint. And as furious as he, she drew out a handkerchief, scrubbed it over her crimson cheeks and lips, and held it trembling out to him. There! She cried. He took her hand with a piece of linen in it, and appeared to study it. An unbearable rage possessed her. Oh! She gasped, and lifted her hand and slapped his bended cheek full and fair. Oh, would you? He muttered. You little spitfire, I'll show you. And pressing her arms helpless to her sides with one of his, he turned her face round and kissed her mouth. And then only, did Fifi understand what had happened to her, and her professor and her poetry and her dramatics all melted out of her life forever. On the next day a tall and reasonably handsome young officer in freshly pressed khaki stood in her father's library. This is Lieutenant Hunt, Papa, from Kansas, but I'm going to marry him just the same, Fifi said. She had a coat and skirt and a silk shirt-waist on, because he liked them better. And the ends of her short hair were pinned in, somehow, so you would never have guessed it was short. Mr. Amory looked at them with interest. Well, well, he remarked genially, and what's the matter with Kansas? I'm charmed to make your acquaintance, Lieutenant. You see, it was nothing like the books. He neither curled his lip scornfully, nor rang for the butler to kick the young man downstairs. Instead, he told that uninterested menial to bring some whiskey and soda. Nor was Mrs. Amory any more what you would have supposed. She had a long talk with Mr. Hunt, pronounced him a fine, intelligent young fellow, and expressed the conviction that he could manage Fifi if anybody could. And his father was not a crusty old farmer, but the president of a bank in Kansas City, and he himself could grow up in a bank if he liked, but he didn't like, because he was an inventor, and interested Mr. Amory immensely the first hour with an account of an entirely new non-inflammable film he had invented, which was going to revolutionize the motion picture industry. Indeed, he became highly popular with the entire family, and Patsy flirted shamelessly with him, which embarrassed him horribly, and Pips wanted to model his head for the sake of the sittings. But Fifi loved him as she had never loved anything on earth, and prayed every night on her knees that she might make him a good wife, which, so far as I know, she did. End of section 15. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 16 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pictures by Catherine Mansfield. 8 o'clock in the morning. Miss Ada Moss lay in a black iron bedstead, staring up at the ceiling. Her room, a Bloomsbury top-floor back, smelled of soot and face powder and the paper of fried potatoes she brought in for supper the night before. "Oh, dear," thought Miss Moss, "I am cold. I wonder why it is that I always wake up so cold in the mornings now. My knees and feet and my back, especially my back, it's like a sheet of ice. And I always was such a one for being warm in the old days. It's not as if I was skinny. I'm just the same full figure that I used to be. No, it's because I don't have a good hot dinner in the evenings." A pageant of good hot dinners passed across the ceiling, each of them accompanied by a bottle of nourishing stout. Even if I were to get up now, she thought, and have a sensible, substantial breakfast, A pageant of sensible, substantial breakfasts followed the dinners across the ceiling, shepherded by an enormous white uncut ham. Miss Moss shuddered and disappeared under the bedclothes. Suddenly, in bounced the landlady. "There's a letter for you, Miss Moss." "Oh," said Miss Moss, far too friendly. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Pine. It's very good of you, I'm sure, to take the trouble." "No trouble at all," said the landlady. "I thought perhaps it was the letter you'd been expecting." "Why," said Miss Moss brightly, "yes, perhaps it is." She put her head on one side and smiled vaguely at the letter. "I shouldn't be surprised." The landlady's eyes popped. "Well, I should, Miss Moss," said she, "and that's how it is. And I'll trouble you to open it, if you please. Many is the lady in my place as would have done it for you and have been within her rights. For things can't go on like this, Miss Moss. No, indeed they can't. What with week in, week out, and first you've got it and then you haven't, and then it's another letter lost in the post or another manager down at Brighton, but we'll be back on Tuesday for certain. I'm fair sick and tired, and I won't stand it no more. Why should I, Miss Moss, I ask you, at a time like this, with prices flying up in the air and my poor dear lad in France? My sister Eliza was only saying to me yesterday, 'Minnie,' she says, 'you're too soft-hearted. You could have let that room time and time again,' says she, 'and if people won't look after themselves in times like these, nobody else will,' she says. She may have had a college education and sung in West End concerts," says she, "but if your Lizzie says what's true," she says, "and she's washing her own wovens and drying them on the towel rail, it's easy to see where the finger's pointing, and it's high time you have done with it," says she. Miss Moss gave no sign of having heard this. She sat up in bed, tore open her letter, and read, "Dear Madam, yours to hand. Am not producing at present, but have filed photo for future ref. Yours truly, Backwash Film Co." This letter seemed to afford her peculiar satisfaction. She read it through twice before replying to the landlady. "Well, Mrs. Pine, I think you'll be sorry for what you said. This is from a manager asking me to be there with evening dress at 10 o'clock next Saturday morning." But the landlady was too quick for her. She pounced, secured the letter. "Oh, is it? Is it indeed?" she cried. "Give me back that letter. Give it back to me at once, you bad, wicked woman," cried Miss Moss, who could not get out of bed because her nightdress was slit down the back. "Give me back my private letter." The landlady began slowly backing out of the room, holding the letter to her buttoned bodice. "So it's come to this, has it?" said she. "Well, Miss Moss, if I don't get my rent at 8 o'clock tonight, we'll see who's a bad, wicked woman. That's all." Here she nodded mysteriously. "And I'll keep this letter." Here her voice rose. "It will be a pretty little bit of evidence." And here it fell, sepulchral. My lady. The door banged, and Miss Moss was alone. She flung off the bedclothes, and, sitting by the side of the bed, furious and shivering, she stared at her fat white legs with their great knots of greeny blue veins. "Cockroach! That's what she is. She's a cockroach," said Miss Moss. "I could have her up for snatching my letter. I'm sure I could." Still keeping on her nightdress, she began to drag on her clothes. "Oh, if I could only pay that woman, I'd give her a piece of my mind that she wouldn't forget. I'd tell her off proper." She went over to the chest of drawers for a safety pin, and, seeing herself in the glass, she gave a vague smile and shook her head. "Well, old girl," she murmured, "you're up against it this time, and no mistake." But the person in the glass made an ugly face at her. "You silly thing," scolded Miss Moss. "Now what's the good of crying? You'll only make your nose red." "No, you get dressed and go out and try your luck. That's what you've got to do." She unhooked her vanity bag from the bedpost, rooted in it, shook it, turned it inside out. "I'll have a nice cup of tea at an ABC to settle me before I go anywhere," she decided. "I've got 1 and 3, yes, just 1 and 3. 10 minutes later, a stout lady in blue serge, with a bunch of artificial Parmas at her bosom, a black hat covered with purple pansies, white gloves, boots with white uppers, and a vanity bag containing 1 and 3, sang in a low contralto voice, "Sweetheart, remember when days are forlorn, it always is darkest before the dawn." But the person in the glass made a face at her, and Miss Moss went out. There were gray crabs all the way down the street, slopping water over gray stone steps. With his strange hawking cry and the jangle of the cans, the milk boy went his rounds. Outside Brittweiler's Swiss house he made a splash, and an old brown cat without a tail appeared from nowhere and began greedily and silently drinking up the spill. It gave Miss Moss a queer feeling to watch, a sinking, as you might say. But when she came to the ABC, she found the door propped open. A man went in and out carrying trays of rolls, and there was nobody inside except a waitress doing her hair and the cashier unlocking the cash boxes. She stood in the middle of the floor, but neither of them saw her. "My boy came home last night," sang the waitress. "Oh, I say, how topping for you," gurgled the cashier. "Yes, wasn't it?" sang the waitress. "He brought me a sweet little brooch. Look, it's got Dieppe written on it." The cashier ran across to look and put her arm round the waitress's neck. "Oh, I say, how topping for you." "Yes, isn't it?" said the waitress. "Oh, he is brown. Hello, I said. Hello, old mahogany." "Oh, I say," gurgled the cashier, running back into her cage and nearly bumping into Miss Moss on the way. "You are a treat." Then the man with the rolls came in again, swerving past her. "Can I have a cup of tea, miss?" she asked. But the waitress went on doing her hair. "Oh," she sang, "we're not open yet." She turned round and waved her comb at the cashier. "Are we, dear?" "Oh, no," said the cashier. Miss Moss went out. "I'll go to Charing Cross. Yes, that's what I'll do," she decided. "But I won't have a cup of tea. No, I'll have a coffee. There's more of a tonic in coffee. Cheeky, those girls are. Her boy came home last night. He brought her a brooch with Dieppe written on it." She began to cross the road. "Look out, fatty! Don't go to sleep!" yelled a taxi driver. She pretended not to hear. "No, I won't go to Charing Cross," she decided. "I'll go straight to Kig and Cadgett. They're open at 9. If I get there early, Mr. Cadgett may have something by the morning's post. I'm very glad you turned up so early, Miss Moss. I've just heard from a manager who wants a lady to play. I think you'll just suit him. I'll give you a card to go and see him. It's £3 a week and all found. If I were you, I'd hop round as fast as I could. Lucky you turned up so early." But there was nobody at Kig and Cadgett's except the charwoman wiping over the lino in the passage. "Nobody here yet, miss," said the char. "Oh, isn't Mr. Cadgett here?" said Miss Moss, trying to dodge the pail and brush. "Well, I'll just wait a moment, if I may." "You can't wait in the waiting room, miss. I haven't done it yet. Mr. Cadgett's never here before 11:30 Saturdays. Sometimes he don't come at all." And the char began crawling towards her. "Dear me, how silly of me," said Miss Moss. "I forgot it was Saturday." "Mind your feet, please, miss," said the char, and Miss Moss was outside again. That was one thing about Bite and Bytham's. It was lively. You walked into the waiting room, into a great buzz of conversation, and there was everybody. You knew almost everybody. The early ones sat on chairs, and the later ones sat on the early ones' laps, while the gentlemen leaned negligently against the walls or preened themselves in front of the admiring ladies. "Hello," said Miss Moss, very gay. "Here we are again." And young Mr. Clayton, playing the banjo on his walking stick, sang Waiting for the Robert E. Lee. "Mr. Bytham here yet?" asked Miss Moss, taking out an old dead powder puff and powdering her nose mauve. "Oh, yes, dear," cried the chorus. He's been here for ages. We've all been waiting here for more than an hour." "Dear me," said Miss Moss. "Anything doing, do you think?" "Oh, a few jobs going for South Africa," said young Mr. Clayton. "150 a week for 2 years, you know." "Oh," cried the chorus, "you are weird, Mr. Clayton. Isn't he a cure? Isn't he a scream, dear? Oh, Mr. Clayton, you do make me laugh. Isn't he a comic?" A dark, mournful girl touched Miss Moss on the arm. "I just missed a lovely job yesterday," she said. 6 weeks in the provinces and then the West End. The manager said I would have got it for certain if only I'd been robust enough. He said if my figure had been fuller, the part was made for me." She stared at Miss Moss. The dirty, dark red rose under the brim of her hat looked, somehow, as though it shared the blow with her and was crushed too. "Oh, dear, that was hard lines," said Miss Moss, trying to appear indifferent. "What was it, if I may ask?" But the dark, mournful girl saw through her, and a gleam of spite came into her heavy eyes. "Oh, no good to you, my dear," said she. "He wanted someone young, you know, a dark Spanish type, my style, but more figure, that was all." The inner door opened and Mr. Bytham appeared in his shirt sleeves. He kept one hand on the door ready to whisk back again and held up the other. "Look here, ladies," and then he paused, grinned his famous grin before he said, "and boys." The waiting room laughed so loudly at this that he had to hold both hands up. "It's no good waiting this morning. Come back Monday. I'm expecting several calls on Monday." Miss Moss made a desperate rush forward. "Mr. Bytham, I wonder if you've heard from—" "Now, let me see," said Mr. Bytham slowly, staring. He had only seen Miss Moss 4 times a week for the past how many weeks? "Now, who are you?" "Miss Ada Moss. Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Not yet, my dear. Now, I had a call for 28 ladies today, but they had to be young and able to hop it a bit, see? And I had another call for 16, but they had to know something about sand dancing. Look here, my dear, I'm up to the eyebrows this morning. Come back on Monday week. It's no good coming before that." He gave her a whole grin to herself and patted her fat back. "Hearts of oak, dear lady," said Mr. Bytham. "Hearts of oak." At the Northeast Film Company the crowd was all the way up the stairs. Miss Moss found herself next to a fair little baby thing about 30 in a white lace hat with cherries round it. "What a crowd," said she. "Anything special on?" "Didn't you know, dear?" said the baby, opening her immense pale eyes. "There was a call at 9:30 for attractive girls. We've all been waiting for hours. Have you played for this company before?" Miss Moss put her head on one side. "No, I don't think I have." "They're a lovely company to play for," said the baby. "A friend of mine has a friend who gets £30 a day. Have you acted much for the films?" "Well, I'm not an actress by profession," confessed Miss Moss. "I'm a contralto singer. But things have been so bad lately that I've been doing a little." "It's like that, isn't it, dear?" said the baby. "I had a splendid education at the College of Music," said Miss Moss, "and I got my silver medal for singing. I've often sung at West End concerts, but I thought, for a change, I'd try my luck." "Yes, it's like that, isn't it, dear?" said the baby. At that moment a beautiful typist appeared at the top of the stairs. "Are you all waiting for the Northeast call?" "Yes," cried the chorus. "Well, it's off. I've just had a phone through." "But look here, what about our expenses?" shouted a voice. The typist looked down at them, and she couldn't help laughing. "Oh, you weren't to have been paid. The Northeast never pay their crowds." There was only a little round window at the Bitter Orange Company. No waiting room, nobody at all except a girl who came to the window when Miss Moss knocked and said, "Well." "Can I see the producer, please?" said Miss Moss pleasantly. The girl leaned on the window bar, half shut her eyes, and seemed to go to sleep for a moment. Miss Moss smiled at her. The girl not only frowned, she seemed to smell something vaguely unpleasant. She sniffed. Suddenly she moved away, came back with a paper, and thrust it at Miss Moss. "Fill up the form," said she, and banged the window down. "Can you aviate, high dive, drive a car, buck jump, shoot?" read Miss Moss. She walked along the street, asking herself those questions. There was a high, cold wind blowing. It tugged at her, slapped her face, jeered. It knew she could not answer them. In the square gardens she found a little wire basket to drop the form into, and then she sat down on one of the benches to powder her nose. But the person in the pocket mirror made a hideous face at her, and that was too much for Miss Moss. She had a good cry. It cheered her wonderfully. "Well, that's over," she sighed. "It's one comfort to be off my feet, and my nose will soon get cool in the air. It's very nice in here. Look at the sparrows. Cheep, cheep. How close they come. I expect somebody feeds them. No, I've nothing for you, you cheeky little things." She looked away from them. What was the big building opposite? The Café de Madrid? My goodness, what a smack! That little child came down. Poor little mite. Never mind, up again. By 8 o'clock tonight, Café de Madrid. I could just go in and sit there and have a coffee, that's all, thought Miss Moss. It's such a place for artists, too. I might just have a stroke of luck. A dark, handsome gentleman in a fur coat comes in with a friend and sits at my table, perhaps. No, old chap, I've searched London for a contralto, and I can't find a soul. You see, the music is difficult. Have a look at it." And Miss Moss heard herself saying, "Excuse me, I happen to be a contralto, and I have sung that part many times." "Extraordinary. Come back to my studio, and I'll try your voice now. £10 a week." Why should I feel nervous? It's not nervousness. Why shouldn't I go to the Café de Madrid? I'm a respectable woman. I'm a contralto singer, and I'm only trembling because I've had nothing to eat today. A nice little piece of evidence, my lady. Very well, Mrs. Pine, Café de Madrid. They have concerts there in the evenings. Why don't they begin? The contralto has not arrived. Excuse me, I happen to be a contralto. I have sung that music many times." It was almost dark in the café. Men, palms, red plush seats, white marble tables, waiters in aprons. Miss Moss walked through them all. Hardly had she sat down when a very stout gentleman wearing a very small hat that floated on the top of his head like a little yacht flopped into the chair opposite hers. "Good evening," said he. Miss Moss said, in her cheerful way, "Good evening." "Fine evening," said the stout gentleman. "Yes, very fine. Quite a treat, isn't it?" said she. He crooked a sausage finger at the waiter. "Bring me a large whiskey," and turned to Miss Moss. "What's yours?" "Well, I think I'll take a brandy, if it's all the same." 5 minutes later the stout gentleman leaned across the table and blew a puff of cigar smoke full in her face. "That's a tempting bit o' ribbon," said he. Miss Moss blushed until a pulse at the top of her head that she never had felt before pounded away. "I always was one for pink," said she. The stout gentleman considered her, drumming with her fingers on the table. "I like 'em firm and well covered," said he. Miss Moss, to her surprise, gave a loud snigger. 5 minutes later the stout gentleman heaved himself up. "Well, am I going your way, or are you coming mine?" he asked. "I'll come with you, if it's all the same," said Miss Moss, and she sailed after the little yacht out of the café. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Vance. His Smile by Susan Glaspell. Laura stood across the street, waiting for the people to come out from the picture show. She couldn't have said just why she was waiting, unless it was that she was waiting because she could not go away. She was not wearing her black. She had a reason for not wearing it when she came on these trips, and the simple lines of her dark blue suit and the smart little hat Howie had always liked on her somehow suggested young and happy things. 2 soldiers came by. One of them said, "Hello there, kiddo," and the other, noting the anxiety with which she waited, assured her, "You should worry." She looked at them, and when he saw her face, the one who had said, "You should worry," said in sheepish fashion, "Well, I should worry," as if to get out of the apology he didn't know how to make. She was glad they had gone by. It hurt to be so near the soldiers. The man behind her kept saying, "Popcorn, popcorn right here." It seemed she must buy popcorn if she stood there. She bought some. She tried to do the things she was expected to do, so she wouldn't be noticed. Then the people came pushing out from the theater. They did it just as they did in the other towns. A new town was only the same town in a different place, and all of it was a world she was out of, as if it were passing before her in a picture. All of it except that one thing was all she had left. She had come so far to have it tonight. She wouldn't be cheated. She crossed the street, and as the last people were coming out of the theater, she went in. A man, yawning, was doing something to a light. He must belong to the place. His back was to her, and she stood there trying to get brave enough to speak. It had never been easy for her to open conversations with strangers. For so many years it was Howie who had seemed to connect her with the world. And suddenly she thought of how sorry Howie would be to see her waiting around in this dismal place after everyone else had gone, trying to speak to a strange man about a thing that man wouldn't at all understand. How well Howie would understand it. He would say, "Go on home, Laura. Don't do this, sweetheart." Almost as if he had said it, she turned away. But she turned back. This was her wedding anniversary. She went up to the man. "You didn't give all of the picture tonight, did you?" Her voice was sharp. It mustn't tremble. He looked round at her in astonishment. He kept looking her up and down as if to make her out. Her trembling hands clutched the bag of popcorn, and some of it spilled. She let it all fall and put one hand to her mouth. A man came down from upstairs. "Lady here says you didn't give the whole show tonight," said the first man. The young man on the stairs paused in astonishment. He, too, looked Laura up and down. She took a step backward. "What was left out wasn't of any importance, lady," said the man, looking at her not unkindly but puzzled. "I think it was," she contended in a high, sharp voice. They both stared at her. As she realized that this could happen, saw how slight was her hold on the one thing she had, she went on desperately, "You haven't any right to do this. It's cheating." They looked then, not at her, but at each other, as the sane counsel together in the presence of what was outside their world. Oh, she knew that look. She had seen her brother and his wife doing it when first she knew about Howie. "Now I'll tell you, lady," said the man to whom she had first spoken, in the voice that deals with what has to be dealt with carefully. "You just let me give your money back, and then you won't have the feeling that you've been cheated." He put his hand in his pocket. "I don't want my money back," cried Laura. I want to see what you left out." "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do," proposed the young man, taking his cue from the older one. "I'll tell you just exactly what happened in the part that was left out." "I know exactly what happened," cut in Laura. I want to see what happened." It was a cry from so deep they didn't know what to do. "Won't you do it for me?" she begged of the young man, going up to him. "What you left out, won't you show it for me now?" He just stood there staring at her. "It means it—" But how could she tell him what it meant? She looked from one to the other as if to see what chance there was of their doing it without knowing what it meant. When she couldn't keep the sobs back, she turned away. Even in her room at the hotel, she had to try to keep from crying. She could hear the man moving around in the next room, so he, of course, could hear her too. It was all as it was in the pictures, people crowded together, and all of it something that seemed life and really wasn't. Even that, the one thing, the one moment, really wasn't life. But it was all she had. If she let herself think of how little that all was, it was an emptiness she was afraid of. The people who had tried to comfort her used to talk of how much she had had. She would wonder sometimes why they were talking on her side instead of their own. For if you have had much, does that make it easy to get along with nothing? Why couldn't they see it? That because of what Howie had been to her, and for 10 years, she just didn't know any way of going on living without Howie. Tonight made fresh all her wedding anniversaries, brought happiness to life again. It almost took her in. And because she had been so near to the dear, warm things in which she had lived, when morning came she couldn't get on the train that would take her back to that house to which Howie would never come again. Once more it all seemed slipping from her. There must be something. As a frightened child runs for home, she turned to that place where, for at least a moment, it was as if Howie were there. She went to the telegraph office and wired the company that sent out The Cross of Diamonds, asking where that film could be seen. She had learned this was the way to do it. She had known nothing about such things at first. It had been hard to find out the ways of doing. It was a world she didn't know the ways of. When she got her answer and found that the place where The Cross of Diamonds would be shown that night was more than 100 miles away, that it meant going much further away from home, she told herself this was a thing she couldn't do. She told herself this must stop, that her brother was right in the things he said against it. It wouldn't do. He hadn't said it was crazy, but that was what he had meant, or feared. She had told him she would try to stop. Now was the time to do it. Now, when she would have to go so much further away. But it was going further away. This glimpse of Howie, all that was left of Howie, was moving away from her. And after the disappointment of the night before, she must see him once more. Then, yes, then she would stop. She was excited when she had decided to do this. It lifted her out of the nothingness. From this meager thing, her great need could in a way create the feeling that she was going to meet Howie. Once more she would see him do that thing which was so like him as to bring him back to life. Why should she turn from it? What were all the other things compared with this thing? This was one little flash of life in a world that had ceased to be alive. So again that night, in the clothes he had most liked, she went for that poor little meeting with her husband, so pitifully little, and yet so tremendous because it was all she would ever have. Again she sat in a big noisy place with many jostling, laughing people and waited to see Howie. She forgot that the place had ugly red walls and sickly green lights. She could somehow separate herself from the harsh voices and smells, for she was here to meet Howie. She knew just the part of the house to sit in. Once she had sat where she couldn't see him as he passed from sight. After that she had always come very early, so she had to sit there while other people were coming in. But she didn't much mind that. It was like sitting in a crowded railway station when the person you love is coming soon. But suddenly something reached over that gulf between other people and her. A word. A terrible word. Behind her, someone said, "Munitions." She put her hand to her eyes and pressed tight. Not to see. That was why she had to keep coming for this look at Howie. She had to see him, that she might shut out that, the picture of Howie, blown into pieces. She hated people. They were always doing something like this to her. She hated all these people in the theater. It seemed they were all somehow against her. And Howie had been so good to them. He was so good to people, like the people in this theater. It was because he was so good and kind to them that he was not Howie now. He was always thinking of people's comfort, the comfort of people who had to work hard. From the time he went into his father's factory, he had always been thinking up ways of making people more comfortable in their work. To see girls working in uncomfortable chairs, or standing hour after hour at tables too low or too high for them, he couldn't pass those things by as others passed them by. He had a certain inventive faculty, and his kindness was always making use of that. His father used to tell him he would break them all up in business if his mind kept working in that direction. He would tell him if he was going to be an inventor, he had better think up some money-making inventions. Howie would laugh and reply that he'd make it all up someday. And at least one of the things he had thought out to make it better for people was really going to make it better for Howie. It was a certain kind of shade for the eyes. It had been a relief to the girls in their little factory, and it was being tried out elsewhere. It was even being used a little in one of the big munition plants. Howie was there seeing about it. And while he was there, he went in there Howie. There wasn't even anything to carry out. The picture had begun. She had to wait until almost half of it had passed before her moment came. The story was a tawdry, meaningless thing about the adventures of two men who had stolen a diamond cross, a strange world into which to come to find Howie. Chance had caught him into it. He was one of the people passing along a street which was being taken for the picture. His moment was prolonged by his stopping to do the kind of thing Howie would do, and now it was as if that one moment was the only thing saved out of Howie's life. They who made the picture had apparently seen that the moment was worth keeping. They left it as part of the stream of life that was going by, while the detective of their story waited for the men for whom he had laid a trap. The story itself had little relation to real things, yet chance made it this vehicle for keeping something of the reality that had been Howie, a disclosing moment captured unawares. She was thinking of the strangeness of all this when again the people seated back of her said a thing that came right to her. They were saying scrap heap. She knew, before she knew why, that this had something to do with her. Then she found that they were talking about this film. It was ready for the scrap heap. It was on its last legs. They laughed and said perhaps they were seeing its last appearance. She tried to understand what it meant, that even this would cease to be in the world. She had known she ought to stop following the picture around. She had even told herself that this would be the last time she would come to see it. But to feel it wouldn't any longer be there to be seen, that even this glimpse of Howie would go out as life goes out, scrap heap. She sat up straight and cleared her throat. She would have to leave. She must get air. But she looked to see where they were. Not far now. She might miss Howie. With both hands she took hold of the sides of the seat. She was not going to fall forward, not suffocating, not until after she had seen him. Now, the detective has left the hotel. He is walking along the street. He comes to the cigar store door, and there he steps in to watch. And there comes the dog. Then it was not going to be cut out tonight. Along comes the little dog, pawing at his muzzle. He stops in distress in front of the cigar store. People pass and pay no attention to the dog there on the sidewalk. And then, in the darkened theater, her hands go out, for the door has opened, and she sees her husband, Howie, there, moving as he has always moved. She fights back the tears that would blur him. That dear familiar way he moves. It is almost as if she could step up and meet him, and they could walk away together. He starts to go the other way. Then he sees the dog. He goes up to him. He's speaking to him, wanting to know what is the matter. She can fairly hear the warmth and kindness of his voice as he speaks to the little dog. He feels of the muzzle, finds it too tight. He lets it out a notch. Dear Howie. Of course he would do that. No one else had cared, but he would care. Then he speaks to the dog, pats him, tells him he is all right now. Then Howie turns away. but the dog thinks he will go with this nice person. Howie laughs and tells him he can't come. A little girl has come across the street. Howie tells her to keep the dog from following him. Then again he turns to go, but just before he passes from sight, the child calls something to him, and he looks back over his shoulder and smiles. She sees again the smile that has been the heart of her life. Then he passes from sight. And he always leaves friends behind him, just as he always did leave friends behind him. There will be little murmurs of approval. Sometimes there is applause. Tonight a woman near Laura said, "Say, I bet that's an awful nice fellow." She never left her seat at once, as if moving would break a spell. For a little while after she had seen it, his smile would stay with her. Then it would fade, as things fade in the motion pictures. Somehow she didn't really have it. That was why she had to keep moving, constantly reaching out for something that was not hers to keep. When her moment had gone, she rose and walked down the aisle. It was very hard to go away tonight. There had been all the time the fear that what had happened the night before would happen again, that she would not see Howie after all. That made her so tense that she was exhausted now. And then munitions and scrap heap. Perhaps it was because of all this that tonight her moment had been so brief. Only for an instant Howie's smile had brought her into life. It was gone now. It had passed. She was so worn that when, at the door, her brother Tom stepped up to her, she was not much surprised or even angry. Tom had no business to be following her about. She had told him she would have to manage it her own way, that he would have to let her alone. Now here he was again, to trouble her, to talk to her about being brave and sane, when he didn't know, when he didn't have any idea what he was talking about. But it didn't matter, not tonight. Let him do things, get the tickets, and all that. Even let him talk to her. That didn't matter either. But he talked very little. He seemed to think that there was something wrong with her. He looked at her and said, "Oh, Laura," reproachfully, but distressed. "I thought you weren't going to do this any more, Laura," he said gently, after they had walked a little way. "How did you know I was here?" she asked listlessly. "They sent me word you had left home. I traced you." "I don't see why you should trace me," she said, but not as if it mattered. "Oh, Laura," he said again. "Well, I must say I don't think Mrs. Edmonds was much of a friend." It was Mrs. Edmonds who had told Laura that there was this glimpse of her husband in The Cross of Diamonds. She had hesitated about telling her, but had finally said it was so characteristic and beautiful a moment she felt Laura should see it. From the first Tom had opposed her seeing it, saying it would be nothing but torture to her. Torture it was, but it was as if that torture were all there was left of life. Tonight everything was as a world of shadows. She knew that her brother was taking her to his home instead of back to her own. He had wanted to do this before, but she had refused. There was nothing in her now that could refuse. She went with him as if she were merely moving in a picture and had no power of her own to get out of it. And that was the way it was through the next few weeks. Tom and his wife would talk to her about trying to interest herself in life. She made no resistance. She had no argument against this, but she had no power to do it. They didn't know. They didn't know how it had been with her and Howie. She herself had never been outgoing. It was perhaps a habit of reserve built out of timidity, but she had been a girl whose life did not have a real contact with other lives. Perhaps there were many people like that. Perhaps not. She didn't know. She only knew that before Howie came, the life in her was more as a thing unto itself than a part of the life of the world. Then Howie came. Howie, who could get on with anyone, who found something to like in everyone. And in the warmth and strength of his feeling for people, he drew her into that main body of life where she had not been before. It had been like coming into the sunshine. Now he was gone, and they asked her to be alone, what she had been through him. It was like telling one to go into the sunshine when the sun is not shining. And the more these others tried to reach her, the more alone she felt, for it only made her know that they could not reach her. When you have lived in the sunshine, days of cold mist may become more than you can bear. After a long struggle not to do so, she again went to the long-distance telephone to find out where the picture was being shown, that picture into which was caught one moment of Howie's life as he moved through the world. Worn by the struggle not to do what she was doing, and tormented by the fear that she had waited too long, that this one thing which was left to her might no longer be, she had to put every bit of her strength into establishing this connection with the people who could tell her what she must know. Establishing the connection with the living was like this. She was far off and connected only by a tenuous thing which might at any moment go into confusion and stop. At the other end someone was making fun of her. They doubted if the cross of diamonds could be seen anywhere at all. The cross of diamonds had been double-crossed. Wasn't it too much of a cross, anyway, to see the cross of diamonds? Finally, another man came to the phone. The cross of diamonds could be seen at a certain town in Indiana, but she'd better hurry, and she'd better look her last look. Why did she want to see it, might he ask? But Laura hung up the receiver. She must hurry. All the rest of it was a blur and a hurry. Through the unreal confusion drove the one idea: she must get there in time, and that whole life of the world seemed pitted against her. It was as if the whole of that main body of life was thrown in between her and Howie. The train was late. It was almost the hour for pictures to begin when she got down at that lonely, faraway station. And the town, it seemed, was a mile from the station. There was a bus she must take. Every nerve of her being was hurrying that bus on, until that very anxiety made it seem it was Howie himself she would see, if only she could get there in time. And being late, the downstairs at the theater was full. "Balcony only," said a man as she came in. "Oh, won't you find me a good seat?" Laura besought him. "Like to know how I'll find you a seat when there ain't no seat," was the answer. The whole big life of the world in between her and Howie. Upstairs, too, it was hard to find a place. And all those people seated there, for them it meant only a few hours' silly entertainment. But after a moment a man directed her to a seat. There was another place beside it, and just as Laura was being seated a woman came along with 2 children. "We can't all sit together," she was saying, "so you just sit in here, Mamie. You sit in right here beside the nice lady." The mother looked at Laura as if expecting her to welcome her child. Laura did nothing. She must be alone. She was there to be with Howie. She was not as late as she had feared. There would be time for getting ready for Howie. She knew this would be the last time she would see Howie as he had moved through the world. For the last time she would see his face light to a smile. If she did not reach him tonight, she would never reach him. She had a feeling that she could reach him, if only something in her... She could not finish that. It brought her to a place into which she could not reach. But as never before she had a feeling that he could be reached. And so when the little girl beside her twisted in her seat and she knew that the child was looking up at her, she tried not to know this little girl was there, tried not to know that any of those people were there. If only she could get them all out of the way, she could reach into the shadow and feel Howie near. But there was one thing she kept knowing. Try her best not to know it. The little girl beside her, too young to be there, was going to sleep. When it came right up to the moment for her to see Howie, she was knowing that the little girl had fallen asleep in an uncomfortable position. Her head had been resting on the side of the seat, the side next Laura, and as she fell asleep it slipped from its support in a way that... Could she help it if this child was not comfortable? Angry, she tried to brush this from her consciousness as we brush dust from our eyes. This was her moment with Howie, her chance. But when her moment came, a cruel thing happened. Something was wrong with the machine that was showing the picture. At just that moment, of all the moments, the worn-out film seemed to be going to pieces before her eyes. After the little dog came along, and just as Howie should come out from the cigar store, there was a flash, a blur, a jumble of movements. It was like an earthquake. It looked like life ceasing to be life. "No!" she gasped under her breath. "No!" The people around her were saying things of a different sort. "Cut it! What you giving us? Whoa, boy!" They laughed. They didn't care. It got a little better. She could make out Howie bending down to fix the dog's muzzle, but it was all dancing crazily, and people were laughing. And then Then the miracle! It was on Howie's smile the picture steadied, that smile back over his shoulder after he had turned to go. And then, as if to bring to rights what had been wrong, the smile was held, and it was as if Howie lingered, as if in leaving life he looked back over his shoulder and waited for his smile to reach Laura, out of the jumble and blur, out of the wrong and meaningless. Howie's beautiful, steady smile, making it all right. She could not have told how it happened. As Howie passed, she turned to the little girl beside her, whose head was without support, and, not waking her, supported the child's head against her own arm. And after she had done this, it was after she had done it that she began to know, as if doing it let down bars. Now she was knowing. She had wanted to push people aside and reach into the shadows for Howie. She began to see it was not so that she would reach him. It was in being as he had been, kind, caring, that she could have a sense of him near. Here was her chance, among the people she had thought stood between her and her chance. Howie had always cared for these people. On his way through the world with them, he had always stopped to do the kind thing, as he had stopped to make it right for the badly muzzled dog. Then there was something for her to do in the world. She could do the kind things Howie would be doing if he were there. It would somehow keep him. It would fulfill him. Yes, fulfill him. Howie had made her more alive, warmer and kinder. If she became as she had been before, Howie would have failed. She moved so that the little girl who rested against her could rest the better. And as she did this, it was as if Howie had smiled. The one thing the picture had never given her, the sense that it was hers to keep, that stole through her now, as the things come which we know we can never lose. For the first moment since she had lost him, she had him. And all the people in that theater, and all the people in the world, here was the truth. It cleared and righted, as Howie's smile had righted the picture. Insofar as she could come close to others, she would come closer to him. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Alice in Movieland. Demonstrating that adventures just as unusual may happen in a film studio as behind a looking-glass or down a rabbit-hole. By William Warren. Alice sat in the movie-theatre watching the show. She was very much interested in it, and wished she had brought along the black kitten that had started her on her adventure in Looking-Glass Land, so he could see it too. But they did not allow kittens in the theatre, on account of foolish rules made by the grown-ups on the Board of Health. The place was nice and warm, and Alice felt quite comfortable as she sat watching the hero and heroine ride along a grey ribbon of road on the screen and vanish over the top of a hill. "I wonder what it's like in Movieland," said Alice to herself. "Everything seems so nice and quiet there. I'd like to walk along that road and take a peep at the country behind that hill." Then Alice remembered how easy it had been for her to get into Looking-Glass Land by just walking through the mirror. Why couldn't she do the very same thing here? All she would have to do would be to step right through the screen onto that road and follow it wherever it led. Alice got up from her seat and made her way to the aisle, apologizing to the people whose feet she stepped on. She trotted down to the stage and climbed up by the organ. The large lady at the console, who was chewing gum, was surprised to see Alice clamber by her. She was so surprised that she pulled the Vox Humana stop all the way out and left it there. She started to call Alice back, but it was too late. Alice had walked up to the screen and found that, as she had thought, she could go right through it. The next minute Alice was pattering up the road. She got to the top of the hill, and there on the other side she came upon the hero and the heroine sitting by the road eating lunch out of a tin box. "Hello, little girl," said the movie hero to Alice. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "Why, I'm Alice," said the little girl. "I'm Lewis Carroll's Alice, who went to Wonderland and to Looking-Glass Land afterwards. I thought I'd like to see what Movie Land is like, so I came up your road." "Well, we're glad to see you, Alice," said the movie heroine. "Sit down with us and have some lunch, won't you?" Alice thought it was nice of the movie heroine to ask her to eat with them, and thanked her with a curtsy. The movie hero pulled out a sandwich and gave it to her. The long performance in the theatre had made Alice quite hungry, and she took a great big bite out of the sandwich. But it was a funny kind of sandwich. Instead of having butter and chicken between the slices of bread, it had newspaper clippings. "Don't you like it, Alice?" asked the movie heroine. "I'm sure it is a very nice sandwich," said Alice politely. "But I am not used to eating sandwiches that are made out of paper." "Why, that's what we live on here in Movie Land," said the movie hero. "That paper is newspaper clippings about ourselves, telling what fine actors we are, and how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we get in a year. In Movie Land we eat up all the notices about ourselves we can find." Alice could not think of anything to say to this, and she did not want to hurt their feelings by refusing to eat the food they had offered her, so she pretended to nibble at the sandwich while watching them closely. The movie hero, she thought, was terribly good-looking. She liked the movie heroine at first sight, too. "Let's go back to town and show Alice what kind of a place we live in," said the heroine to the hero. The movie hero helped the movie heroine onto her horse. Then he mounted his and took Alice on the saddle in front of him. "Don't be afraid, Alice," he said. "The horse won't run away. No horse ever runs away in Movie Land, unless it is the heroine's and the scenario writer had fixed it up for the hero to save her life." Soon they came to a bend in the road, and Alice was staring at a great flat plain with an immense jumble of buildings close at hand. There were French chateaux, Moorish palaces, English castles, country places, tenement houses, bank buildings, skyscrapers, Swiss chalets, shooting lodges, farmhouses, barns, country stores, Wild West saloons, railroad stations, factories, town-houses, sawmills, and every other kind of a building you could think of. "That is Movie City," said the movie heroine. By this time they had reached the main street of the town. The movie hero gently let Alice slip to the ground, and he and the movie heroine dismounted. "Hello, little girl! Come over and talk to me," trilled a silvery voice. Alice turned around and saw a lovely lady lying on a divan. The lady had on a dress cut very low. Her eyes had an odd slant about them that made her ever so alluring. Alice started to go to her. "Stop, Alice!" called out the movie hero. "You mustn't go in there. That lady is a vampire." "Why shouldn't I?" inquired Alice. "She isn't a nice lady, dear," said the movie heroine. "She has broken up dozens of happy homes, and scores of bank cashiers and company treasurers have gone to prison for stealing money to buy her jewels. When they find out she has tricked them and curse her, she just laughs, and lies back on the sofa and lights another cigarette. She never gets found out until the last 100 feet of film. Why, she almost stole the hero here away from me once." "Oh, do look!" called out Alice as the cutest little white rabbit ran up and sat on his hind legs in front of her. "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm Alice," she said. "Are you one of the Mad March Hare's children? I used to know him awfully well." "Never heard of the Mad March Hare," said the movie rabbit. "And I'd like to shoot the scenario writer who made the movie rabbit a cross between a rag doll and a powder puff," he complained. The movie rabbit hopped away rudely, and Alice was glad to see him go. "Say, Bo, gimme a match," husked a voice in the movie hero's ear. It came from an undersized young man in a shabby suit, who wore a cap pulled down over his eyes and stood with a shiftless slouch. His jaw was stuck away out, and he needed a shave badly. Alice didn't like his looks at all. "Here, Alice, let me present the movie gunman to you," said the movie hero. The movie gunman smiled crookedly. "You're a cute little tyke," he grinned. "He's not such a bad sort," said the movie hero, as the movie gunman swaggered away. They went down to the station and saw the train off. The farmer's daughter climbed on with the tail feathers of a hen sticking out of her valise, and a princess travelling incognito had a seat in the Pullman and toyed with a magazine. There was a stout, white-haired gentleman in a frock-coat and silk hat, with a big gold chain across his waistcoat, standing on the observation platform of a special car. He was the president of the road, and his daughter was somewhere inside talking with the elderly millionaire her father wanted her to wed. Just as the train pulled out, a good-looking young chap dashed up on a motor-cycle all covered with dust, but he was too late. He was the sweetheart of the railroad president's daughter, and he was following her to tell her he had struck it rich in his gold mine after 2 long, lonely weeks of prospecting. It was a typical train departure scene in Movieland, the movie hero informed Alice. When the cars had left, the station-master came out and stood looking down the tracks, scratching his head. Then the telegraph operator rushed out with the news that the bridge over the river was down, and all on board the train were rushing to certain death. The young chap who loved the railroad president's daughter at once ran over to an airplane in a near-by field and started off in it at 90 miles an hour to stop the express. Alice thought this was the liveliest railroad station she had ever seen, and she was sorry when the movie heroine took her by the arm and said they had better be going back into the town. They were walking quietly along, when all of a sudden Alice chanced to look up into the air and saw a man falling from a balloon. He landed in the street not 10 feet away, and a huge steam-roller ran over him. "Oh, the poor man!" cried Alice. "Don't worry, Alice," said the movie heroine kindly. "He isn't hurt a bit. He's the movie comedian." The movie comedian got up, dusted his clothes with a tiny cane, set his hat at a jaunty angle, and skidded over to the opposite sidewalk, where a pretty girl was standing. At that minute an automobile sped by with a clergyman in it, and the movie comedian reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Then the movie comedian led the movie clergyman up to the pretty girl and took her by the hand, and the marriage service started. "There, Alice," said the movie heroine. "Now you've seen a bit of real comedy in Movieland." Alice was about to pass on with the movie hero and the movie heroine when the strangest thing happened. Across the street the movie clergyman shot backwards into the automobile, and at the railroad station the train came rolling in backwards, and the airplane flew home backwards. Everywhere Alice looked the people of Movieland were going around backwards. Then she heard piteous cries from the movie hero and movie heroine, who were disappearing backwards down the street toward the station. "Help us, Alice!" they cried. "Run out to the movie operator in the theatre and tell him to stop quick. He's running us all the wrong way." Alice waited for no more, but started up the hill. She ran and she ran and she ran, knowing how important it was to help her friends in their terrible plight, and at last she came to the top of the hill, and away off in the distance she saw the lady at the organ. "Just one more little minute and I'll be there," she said to herself, and shut her eyes so the way wouldn't seem so long. Alice opened her eyes to find that a fat lady was poking her. "Wake up, little girl, the show is over," said the fat lady, and Alice found that she was back in her seat in the theatre. On the screen, not going backwards at all now, the movie hero and the movie heroine were clasped in each other's arms, while a circle of black was drawing in about them. The movie heroine's face was towards the audience, and she was looking directly at Alice. Alice was quite sure the movie heroine smiled at her, just as the fade away went out. End of Section 18.
Section 19 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Tramp by Adela Rogers St. John. And here is a story of Hollywood by Mrs. St. John's, who knows whereof she speaks. Part 1. Now, the thing about Hollywood that must always be considered is its isolation. Within that dark, fragrant arm of hills that encircles its beauty, it is a tiny empire, walled about by its own indifference, fed upon its self-satisfaction, armed against the outside world's opinions and customs by its self-sufficiency. In all isolated places are to be found strange reproductions of essential types of the great world. Any traveler will tell you that the clown of the circus performs his tricks many miles from the sawdust ring, minus only his mask and cap. In the courtroom, on trial for his life, a clown lover, befooled, betrayed, but still posturing. In armies, cracking jokes as he fights for a lie he has believed. There are other types, too. Of one of these you will find hundreds in Hollywood. In this dimpling, seductive cousin of the tropics, they blossom like capricious flowers of the South Seas. A gypsy army that shifts and changes continually, yet is always the same. A sisterhood of laughter, remotely related to the beachcombers of the Pacific. The pretty girls who come to Hollywood to go into the movies, the little studio tramps, the four corners of the earth send them, and are left to wonder what has become of them. Bearing in their slim hands the single silly weapon of their prettiness, they come to conquer this empire that has so long been immune to prettiness. Every year they pour into its gates by hundreds, having nothing to offer but their pretty faces and their slim, graceful, young bodies. Nothing else to offer, nothing else at last to sell, nothing else, too, with which to buy. And beauty is the cheapest coinage in Hollywood. The rate of exchange is too high. Sometimes, in the hot human darkness of a little picture show in Nashville or Des Moines or Waukegan, a woman sees a face on the screen that looks familiar. Then it is swallowed up in the swift shifting of the silver screen, and she says, "My, that looked like little Minnie O'Brien. I wondered what happened to Minnie. She went out to Hollywood to go into the movies." Or a boy sees a flash of intriguing girlhood in a bathing suit and murmurs, "Gosh, for a shake I thought that was Lucy Jenkins. She had ankles like that. Lucy went to Hollywood, too." If you come to Hollywood and know anyone who can show you the actual working soul of the place, you will see thousands of Minnies and Lucys. Thousands of extra people, nameless hordes, employed in the studios every year. At least 75% of them are girls. Pretty girls. Ah, they are unique, alluring, bizarre creatures. They have to be. On the level, violently frank, wise, hard-boiled, generous, fresh, always ready for anything. Most of them are extra girls, freelance ingenues and not so good leading women. Those who have burned out a tiny flash of success and returned to the dust from which they came. Stock girls in cheap companies, serial actresses, comedy queens, bathing beauties, dancers, doubles. Their only address is a telephone number. That is what becomes of the girls who go to Hollywood to go into the movies, and do not become stars. Tramps, they call them in Hollywood. Ninon Gay stood up and crimped her pretty bare pink toes about the edge of the springboard. Against the blue sky and the dark hill behind her, the slim little figure silhouetted deliciously. Turning up her pug nose where a sprinkling of freckles lay like golden powder, she walked casually off into space, disappearing into the brown blue water with less splash than a razor blade. A few seconds later her face cut into the air, and she remarked to the company in general, The only bathing beauty in the world that isn't afraid to get her bathing suit wet. A large painted devilfish of rubber swam near her, and she climbed dexterously aboard and sat cross-legged, her thin, olive-tinted shoulders dripping. "Donald," she called imperiously, "give me that uke. The spirit moveth me to yowl in the twilight. I cannot stand silence, and if anybody gave me a cigarette, all lighted, I could be induced to inhale a few puffs." She paddled over to the edge of the pool, took the ukulele, stuck the cigarette expertly in one corner of her mouth, and then shoved off with her foot. When she had again reached the middle of the pool, she exhaled a great cloud of blue smoke that wreathed fantastically about her scarlet bathing cap, and began to sing. Little pulsing chords came from beneath her wet fingers. From where she sat she could see the sweep of miles of smooth rolling hills, topped by gorgeous mansions and perfect gardens. Above the tall plaster wall that divided the swimming pool from the house next door she caught a glimpse of the glinting turquoise roof of a summer house covered with yellow roses. Behind her shoulders the wide, white façade of the Spanish house that belonged to the swimming pool opened cool, hospitable arms. Mignon fell to humming the Beat Street blues, smoke sifting through her nostrils, one wise black eye in the group that had been playing audience to her audacities. Her fat, dark-haired host, perspiring in a Palm Beach suit, Donald Browning, a handsome juvenile she detested. Cappy Witzel, a scenario writer who danced too well. "That's the reason people say his brains are in his feet," Mignon had once explained. "It isn't on account of his scenarios. At least, I don't think it is." A chic young society woman from San Francisco. Glad and Ethel, with a couple of well-groomed men. "But they look like added starters to me," murmured Mignon to herself. Doug Brant, who was directing Glad's new picture. Several others. Oh well. Brant came down to the water's edge and she smiled at him. Mignon's face was like a French song. When she smiled, the crimson bow that was her mouth widened, softened the gammon lock that her smallness, her triangular chin with its dimple, and the enormous snapping black eyes gave it. "Is the water cold, Mignon?" he asked. She shook her scarlet-bound head. "Nope. I recommend it thoroughly for all external uses. Of course there's one bad thing about it. It's very wet." The society woman from San Francisco strolled over. Very kindly she said, "Oh, Miss Gay, you're an actress, aren't you?" Mignon opened her eyes very wide. "I don't know. The jury's still out." When Brant dived in she was again in the water. "Hey," she said, "give me a ride." She chased and caught an elusive surfboard. "Now tow me." He swam briskly, pulling her around and around until, with a wild shriek, she fell into the water. "My God, Mignon, what pep you've got," said Brant, watching her as she lay idly for a moment on the surface of the water. She gave him a hard, bright look. "Yeah. Wonder why it's never got me anywhere." Brant studied the little pointed face, the vivid lips, and "I don't know, Mignon," he said slowly. "It's hard to tell with girls like you. Sometimes it looks like you've got so much more than the ones who have put it over. Partly it's luck, of course, and the right chance. And sometimes pull. Sometimes, too, it's that you have the kind of a spark that can't be harnessed, made to work for us." "Well," said Mignon, and the bitterness frayed through her tone, "I think you're doing the public a great injustice, permitting the real Sarah Bernhardt of the screen to starve in luxury the way I do. Never mind, I'm only a little firefly now, but I'll be a star some day. Oh, let's set that to music." She turned a flip, and Brant caught her as she came up, held her close to him for a second. His eyes narrowed into hers. "You're a sweet kid," he said. Mignon's mouth puckered, and there was the faintest possible quiver of her nostrils. "I know it," she said. "Come and see me sometime. I'm a girl with a lot of ideas." "Maybe I will see you to night. You're going to the cinematographers' ball, aren't you?" "Oh, my sacred Aunt Hattie," said Mignon. "Don't tell me that ball is to night. Doug, you are jesting with me." "You idiot, of course it's to night." "Then, though my soul is torn by this parting, I've got to leave you. I am going to the ball, but like Cinderella I have nothing to wear and no fairy godfather. So adieu, my love, adieu." In her close-fitting black frock she came from the dressing room a few moments later, her hair marvelously hinted to match the best coat of a thoroughbred Irish setter, standing out in crisp short curls all over her head. Her fat host, fourth consort of a nice old lady who bought her husbands as she bought her books, for her friends to enjoy, was talking to Estelle West, a newly created star and a real beauty. Mignon strolled up, her little feet in their French-heeled, round-toed sandals, tripping like the feet of a restless pony. "Hello, hello, hello," she said carelessly. The tall, cool blonde in the big hat measured her for a moment, making a sweet but patient effort to remember her, and then said, well in her throat, "Oh, yes, how de do?" Ninon Gay stopped short in her tracks and brought her thin line of coal-black eyebrows down over her eyes. She had encountered this phenomenon before: newly elevated stars whose memories of the past shrunk as their heads swelled. "What's the matter, Estelle?" she asked softly. "Softening of the brain already?" The tall blonde drew herself up, but hesitated under the hot grin Mignon shot at her. "Ah," said that young lady, "I see it all now. You have trouble in recollecting me. I am a spectre from the past you fain would declare never existed. Still, we must not let this mistake proceed further. My name, humble though it may be, is Ninon Gay. I used to dress with you years and years," she burlesqued the throatiness neatly, "ago, when you were only a bathing girl yourself. Are you too grand now to remember those humble beginnings? Perhaps I can recall myself to you by mentioning one night when you and I went out with Craney Bosford and Pat Sargent and you—" Estelle West shot a hasty, exquisite hand out to the other girl's arm. "Ninon," she said swiftly, "don't be silly. I'm glad to see you. Why don't you ever come to see me, honey?" "Yes, do ask me to some of your nice parties. I'll behave like any lady you want to mention. Bloody Mary, or Theda Bara, or Carrie Nation. We strive to please. I promise not to take all the men." Ninon gave her host a gay little wave, and he dashed again to her side. Ninon Gay was always a welcome guest. Good fun. He liked to have her around. It was an open secret that he had once offered her the seat on his left hand at the family table. "Come again soon, Ninon," he said warmly. "Shall," said Mignon, "as long as you keep that swimming pool in your back yard and my favorite gin in your ice box. You can count on me." She moved into the doorway and found herself face to face with a man. A tall, pale, rather good-looking chap, with a sweet smiling mouth and fine, friendly gray eyes. He held his cloth hat in his hand, and he wore the light coat, riding trousers, and puttees that are the national uniform in Hollywood. "I'm looking for Miss West," he said, gazing deeply into Mignon's black eyes. "At least, I was. I'll stop it right away, though, if you'll let me look for you." Ninon laughed and wondered why she was trembling. "Oh, you can't ever miss me. My hair's like a float in a parade. But the gorgeous Miss West is only a couple of feet behind my right ear, so if you really want to ask her to be Queen of the May, you'd better speak right up." He saw the star's smooth golden head towering above Mignon's red curls. "Oh, Miss West," he said in a pleasant young voice, "Mr. Du Vallon wanted me to tell you he'd want you to morrow at 12, just for retakes on those few drawing room scenes. The spangled evening gown." He waited, looking shamelessly at Ninon Gege. "And somehow I always seem to be having a swell time. It's part of my act." Ninon's smile grew tremulous under Pete's intense gaze. Ninon waited, too. Her breath seemed suspended in her slim, vibrant throat. "Did you come in a car, Mr. Winton?" the star asked. The young man nodded. "Yes, but I would have walked." "Ninon dear," said Estelle West, "this is Pete Winton, our assistant director. If you haven't your car, perhaps he can take you back to Hollywood." "No," said Mignon gravely, "I haven't a car with me. My limousine is having new rubies set in the tail light, and my roadster is laid up with a bum wisdom tooth. So if Mr. Winton what did she say you do for a living?" "Oh, shoot craps mostly." "Read 'em and weep," said Mignon, giving him the sweetest little come hither look in her repertoire. "Then if you'd be so kind " "It's only a flivver," said Pete Winton, smiling. "Ah," said Mignon, "but does it run?" "It positively leaps." "Then," said Mignon, shaking her curls, "let's go." II. Perhaps it would have been much better if they hadn't gone to Mamie's afterwards. Of course Mamie was all right, a darned good scout, but as Ninon Gege sat up in bed the next morning she wished passionately that their first kiss hadn't been given in Mamie Martin's over scented boudoir. Ninon had been kissed in that luxurious room before. Men followed you in there when you went to powder or rouge your lips. Ninon thought nothing of kisses. She never permitted herself to be mauled, but she would have felt like Don Quixote's twin sister, tilting at a kiss. She was much more apt to suspect those who didn't kiss her than those who did. This, Eve borrowed a phrase from her great grandmother Eve. This was different. Quite entirely different. Something in her heart that had waited for the sound of Pete Winton's voice yesterday, something that stirred like the birth of a butterfly within a cocoon, something that even now was singing like a tiny thrush imprisoned in her heart, told her so. She climbed out of bed and got herself a cigarette. Then, tucking her pink cotton crepe nightgown under her toes, she sat down beside the open window. The frame of a doorway threw her reflection back to her from the triple mirror of her dressing table. Ninon frowned. There was really nothing to frown at. She was quite pretty in the morning. Ninon, always too sleepy to take off her make-up when she came in late at night, the hours of sleep softened it to a pastel effect that was not far removed from the dewy freshness she had brought from Iowa years, or was it centuries, ago. But the gorgeous red hair that matched her piquant deviltry, her gamin personality that made her recognizable anywhere on the boulevard, that glowing mop of bobbed curls undoubtedly made her face look harder, older. And she was only 23. But Ninon would almost as soon have admitted to 40 as 23. She peeped out into the boulevard, white in the noonday sun. Everything seemed very quiet. Well, anyway, it had been a gorgeous party. The memory of it made her tingle a little. Everybody that was anybody in Hollywood was there, in her chic black frock that ended just below her knees and just above her waistline, with an audacious cap of silver and green on her curls. Ninon had been one of its brightest spots. She almost always was. In the first place, she danced superbly. It was a very gay party in Charlie Wingert's box, and stars, directors, producers, and authors all sought her there for a dance. Each one brought her back convinced that he was the best dancer in the room. Mrs. Jerry Williams cut her dead, but Ninon grinned in her own fashion, and was unconscious of the hurt to her soul. Mrs. Williams had been a friend of Kathleen Condon's. The evening was almost half over when she saw Pete Winton. She was dancing with Orville Daniel, and Orville had beyond question been too intimate with his bootlegger. But extra girls do not refuse to dance with great directors even when their feet are more comic than directorial. Mignon, for all her wiry strength and fairy feet, had a difficult time with him. Once she was quite convinced that he had placidly gone to sleep on her shoulder and was moving his feet from reflex action only. Her eyes blazing with wrath, she looked over his recumbent head into the whimsical, amused, gray blue eyes of Pete Winton. It was then that she knew she was going to fall in love with him, which failed to concern her. Mignon was always falling in love with someone. Otherwise life became such a bore. Pete rescued her tactfully. If the diplomatic corps ever needs recruits in a hurry, they can be obtained from the ranks of assistant directors. As he swung her on to the floor, he said with a smile that was his greatest charm, a sweet, boyish, appealing smile, "I suppose I'm lucky to get a dance. I've been hanging around in the offing with an evil look in my eye, but you seem to be having such a swell time I couldn't get near you." "I always seem to be having such a swell time," said Mignon, gay. "It's part of my act." She flung him a tantalizing smile that grew tremulous under the intensity of his gaze. As she held his eyes and the music poured about them, she remembered something an old fortune teller had once said to her. "You're going to think you're in love a lot of times, miss, but you won't be. You'll just be in love once, and when you do, it'll eat you up." A minor chord long held kneaded her heart, and she shivered, snuggled closer into the curve of his arm that instantly tightened about her. For the rest of the evening Mignon chucked her party. She and Pete danced again and again. They were both glad to go on up to Mamie's when the ball broke up. They wanted to prolong the evening. It wasn't that she resented the kiss. Nothing in the world could make her resent that. For it was then her superstitious brain had told her that she had found the one man for her love. It had been a thing of quicksilver and liquid music and ecstasy. Mignon had served passion before, but this was as different from passion as a scarlet rose is different from an orchid. This was a possibility of love. The thing that made her soar, that made her frown so blackly, was that, perhaps, Pete might not have recognized this difference. She wrinkled her nose at the telephone. It had not rung. Like the street below, it was strangely quiet. She longed to talk to Pete. She wished he were right there beside her. Her glance swept the room questioningly. A small room, white enamel woodwork, gray walls. On them pinned a few unframed pictures. The crumpled couch bed in the corner. A round imitation mahogany table. A small upright piano, untidy with sheet music. Miscellaneous chairs. "This is a darn funny looking room," she said aloud. If she and Pete were to be much together she'd have to get a place where he could come. A decent place. She couldn't stand just to see him at cafés and parties. Restlessly she went to the piano and began to play. She played very well, by ear only, and quite suddenly her head went down on the keys and she began to cry, trying furiously to stem the flood of ravaging tears. The door, which was never locked, swung open gently. Mignon raised her hot head to see standing in the doorway a small girl in a clean white frock. She was not more than 4. Her eyes were grave and gray. She stuck her small patent leather toe forward to hold the door, and her solemn gaze rested on Mignon. "Hullo," she said. "Can I turn in?" Mignon instantly presented to her a face radiant with smiles. "Of course, Babsy. Come in, honey. Mignon wants you." The child came in quietly and shut the door. "Mignon, did you cry? Why did you cry? Most always when I turn to see you, you laugh." Mignon wrinkled her nose and regarded the small figure seriously. "You're right, Babsy. Usually I laugh. One always has their choice. As a matter of fact, I unstopped the glycerin because I am so darn lonesome. Do you ever get lonesome, Honeykin?" "Oh, yeth, but I have my doll. And I have Toto. Who is Toto?" Mignon drew the child close to her with a careful hand. She was a young person of reserves, was Babs. "Oh, Toto is the parrot. I think he is the nicest parrot in the world. He always talks to me. Do you cry because you have not got Toto?" "A parrot," said Mignon, "might solve the problem, but I doubt it." Then swiftly her voice broke. "You know, Babsie, I haven't got anything. I haven't got one thing in the whole world that really belongs to me. Not one person that really loves me. No, little girl." There was a smile on the crimson lips, but the tears in her throat drowned her voice. "Muvver says you have the most good times of anybody in the world. Muvver don't think she has much good times. And you have me, Mignon. I love you. Because of the hair. Your hair is so nice. Gosh, I'd give anything in the world to hear you call me Muvver." Babs considered unwinkingly. Then, "No, I couldn't do that. But I will call you Auntie Mignon, and what's next? I should like you for an auntie. You laugh nice and I love your hair so." "All right, honey. Pat my cheek, dear, with your little hand. That's it. Now, I'll tell you what. You play the piano until Auntie Mignon gets her clothes on, and then we'll go out and get the biggest, brownest ice cream soda in Hollywood. Is that your idea of a good time?" Instantly the child's face sobered. "Oh, I did forget. I am so sorry, Mignon, but this is Sunday and Muvver says can't she bow out 2 plates? We are having company. My real aunt and my daddy turn on Sunday." When the steady little figure with its burden had gone across the hall, Mignon went to the window and looked out. That was why it was so quiet. That was why nobody called up. There was no chance of hearing from Pete. He had told her he always spent Sunday with his mother and sister. "Did you cry?" said Babsie, "when I turned to see you? Why did you cry? You laugh, most always." She hated Sunday. Every one had a home. Some one, even a husband. When she was dressed, she jammed her saucy green tarn over her curls. Across the hall was a sudden burst of laughter, a clatter of hospitable plates, a child's shrill, delighted voice. Mignon took off the green tarn and flung it on the sofa. "Oh, well," she said, "I guess I'm not hungry anyway." Oddly enough, afterwards, in the sightless night when sleep avoided him as though he were a thing unclean, and in the day hours that would not pass, it was Mignon, as she stood in the door of the little white house, who always came to Pete. Mignon, in a plain black dress, almost down to her ankles, and a silly bit of white apron edged with lace. Mignon with glad, sweet eyes, and tender, waiting lips, and small hands, marred by many burns and tiny needle pricks. And when the memory became a thing almost beyond bearing, and he tried to summon up the bizarre, impudent, flaming Mignon of Hollywood nights, he could never quite make her real. But now, as he strode up the path in the stimulating starlight of a November evening, he felt only that rush of expectant joy that she had taught him. She was waiting for him, framed in the doorway, and Mignon's welcome was a thing of lifted breast and shining eyes. "Tired, my darling?" she asked, and her little hands were busy to take his paper and his cap, to lead him into the warm, bright room and fuss about his coat. He never quite knew how she managed it. Always there was some little surprise present waiting for him when he came to the white house. Tonight it was new and shining slippers, and they made a great matter of trying them on. Still, work had been scarce at the studios during the slump. He knew sacrifice must lie behind these things. She would never take money from him. "No, I want to give you something every day that I see you," she said one night when he protested. "I, Pete, I am making little offerings to the gods. I am afraid of the gods they make for us in this world. Every woman is afraid. We walk softly in happiness. We make little sacrifices, that the gods may accept them and not ask greater ones. Oh, my dear love, a woman after all can only love one man, enough to want a home, children. So her happiness is a very frail thing, for it has just one source. It isn't safe outside the garden, Pete. It isn't. Sometimes beautiful flowers grow outside the wall, dear, but they are always weeds. Even now, after all these months, the little white house continued to be a revelation to Pete. It was a very small white house. Once, indeed, it had been a barn. A big living room with a cement floor and a red brick fireplace. A tiny kitchen. Upstairs, a bare, whitewashed bedroom and bath. Not much of a house, to be sure, but of it, somehow, driven by the dreams that were now never absent from her eyes, Mignon had made a home. No one would ever know what it had cost, that tiny place where Pete so carelessly absorbed ease and peace and comfort, nor dream of the joy that Mignon's tired feet and aching limbs and weary, shining eyes knew as she tramped the streets looking for things to fit her nest. Of the bare white room above, with its narrow army cot and strips of matting, Pete knew nothing. "Don't you have dinner with your mother, dear?" she asked. She had already shut the kitchen door to keep out the smell of chops. Until he telephoned, she had expected him to dinner, but she didn't want him to know that. He nodded. "Come kiss me, baby." She went to him, trembling, sweet, afraid, cuddling up beside him on the sofa as a child curls up to sleep. The deeps in her eyes grew from joy to content as she watched the happy little flames rollicking in her grate. At that moment the chief joy in Mignon's life was the fact that a carpenter friend had sent her a load of wood from the studio where she worked most often. Pete, of course, was perpetually broke. The salary of an assistant director is one not frequently mentioned. Pete was working with a big successful director. Some day, if the break came right, he would have a company of his own with the same firm. It was invaluable training, but like all training, expensive. Pete knew it was the path many great men had trod before him, and he was ambitious, terribly ambitious. He loved success, the things it brought of deference, praise, applause, electric lights. Some day that would all be his, if he didn't lose his head. In the meantime, Pete had extravagant ideas. Cafés, taxis, first nights, parties, cost money. To Mignon the world without had lost its savor. Pete loved to see her shine, loved to watch her conquer a roomful of people, loved her notoriety, her popularity, and the incense to his own vanity his complete possession of her gave him. And yet they nearly always quarreled when they went out. Bitter, unkind, unpleasant quarrels, such as only two people who love each other passionately and are not sure of the future can know. He loved her small success, but like most men he resented it. And he showed his mastery, his superiority, by small barbed insults, by reminders of the things that, after all, she was. It was not deliberate. It was no more than Mignon expected. Men were like that. Alone they were happiest. To the thousand allurements that had been part of her equipment, this woman of his had added a soft feminine sweetness that he knew was his unshared. This woman who gave herself to him with an abandon that pain could not have halted, with a joy that sorrow could never smother, was a creation of his own, sprung into being with his kiss. Of the dreams that surrounded him, of the fact that he had come to be a symbol of all the things that Mignon's lonesome, struggling heart desired, he could know nothing. Snuggling beside him, Mignon murmured, "Do you know, Pete, this is my dream home. It's the only real home I've ever known." Again a silence, that had no need to be broken, fell between them. Mignon was thinking of the home from which she had come, and, for the first time in years, of her mother, without bitterness. After all, that small, crowded, ugly, discordant Middle Western house had been a home, a family. Pete was turning over in his mind a conversation he had had with his own mother that morning at breakfast. Pete had never discovered that his mother's great sweetness was the veil for her tremendous stubbornness, her intense determination. She was the sort of woman who would have cut off her hand for her own offspring, but who never dreamed that she had a duty to any other woman's children. "Kent," she said (that was Pete's real name), "Mother doesn't like to interfere in your affairs, dear. But Kent, dear, this girl. Your sister is concerned, and your father, well, dear, you know how upset your father gets, and that's hard on me. Mother doesn't want to force your confidence, dear, but we've heard such very odd things about her. Could you explain the situation a little?" "Tell Sis not to get on her ear," Pete remarked, "or Dad either. I'm not going to make any mistakes. I can take care of myself." "I know, dear." Mrs. Winton's tone drooped. "But what are your relations to her? Do you are you going to marry her?" Pete laughed a bitter, short laugh. "Don't be silly, Moms. I don't believe in marriage, especially for a man that wants a professional career. Nignon knows that." "My dear, are you quite sure this girl understands? There won't be any scandal on your sister's account. Young Lindström is so attentive, and they are very exclusive." Pete jumped up hastily. "Let's not talk about it any more," he said, shame conquering his voice. "There'll be no scandal. Nignon doesn't expect me to marry her, and she's the finest in the world, that kid." It was quite true, he reflected, as Nignon's warm palm measured itself against his, that he had told her, jokingly, often, that he never expected to marry. Still his conscience gnawed him. The little white house hurt him on nights like this. It was so cozy. There was something in Nignon's eyes that shone out at him, infinitely wistful, infinitely trusting. After all, he really didn't believe what his boss, Du Vallon, had tried to tell him only yesterday, that this change was only a new sensation to Nignon, that a tramp was always a tramp. But he did not reckon that the song of hope had drowned every other voice in the world for Nignon. Nignon fighting with every pitiful, deadly weapon in her power for happiness, and the fire of her love melting the sword in her hand. In Nignon's secret heart hope burned very brightly. Pete was falling more and more into the habits of her mule white house. He came to her now for companionship, laughter, for advice even, talked to her of his work, and Nignon, wise from her long experience in the game, turned her cunning to aid him. The dream home for which she had come to live, the little dream children with Pete's eyes and sunny hair, came nearer every day. Sometimes she could almost touch them. So to night she played the cards that more and more seemed to her the winning ones. There within the four safe walls of her home, the fragrance of her skin and the scent of her hair rising about him like ether, she wove the webs of new enchantments. At last he said, "Sing to me, Mignon." Therefore, because she had been very bright and happy and full of little jokes all evening, she sang him a small song that was often in her heart, an echo of San Francisco's ancient Chinatown, which she had picked up from a girl who had once lived in its shadows. "Towsy Mongolay, my dear, you'll leave me some day, I fear, sailing far across the sea to Blue Eyes girls in Melicy. If you stay, my love you true. If you leave me, how can you? Me no cly, me only say, Towsy Mongolay." "It means, Towsy Mongolay, it means good bye, good luck," she said softly. "I wonder if I shall be able to say it. Good bye, good luck, if you ever leave me. Now don't laugh. I'm going to sing you a lullaby I made up myself." When the rose plush of her voice died, the boy on the couch suddenly got up and went to her, kneeling beside her in the dim light. "I love you, Nignon," he said. "I do love you, my little darling sweetheart girl. Ah, Mignon, I wish I was big enough. I wish I was fine enough. I'm a weak, selfish, common pig. You're worth 40 of me." Mignon tasted the beating of her own heart in the silence. The starlight in her soul blinded her eyes. "Some day, dear," she said very softly, as though she feared to wake a slumbering child in the house, a dream baby, born of the summer east wind and the dew on the morning honeysuckle, safely born after travail and suffering. "Some day, maybe, Nignon," said Pete, against the warm sweetness of her bosom. That night, when Pete had gone and the darkness hid her from all the world, Mignon knelt beside the narrow white cot in the bare room. For the first time in her life she tried to pray. But the tumult of her heart drowned her words. Only tears were offered to wash clean the altar of her heart. For Mignon thought she had won. 4. There was a chuckle in her throat, almost a purr. In her eyes laughter ran riot. No one in Hollywood had ever seen Mignon dance as she danced about the tiny Christmas tree that stood on a red crepe paper box before the fireplace. She danced about the tree, her gorgeous curls flying, her eyes like black diamonds, her scarlet lips matching the holly berries that hung in perky, beribboned wreaths upon the walls. A child straying in might have mistaken her for the spirit of Christmas. From the tree to the kitchen she danced, and once she burned her lips to an even deeper scarlet when she kissed the absurd drumsticks of the small turkey she drew from the oven to baste. From behind the piano she brought a stack of bundles. Mignon chuckled over each one as she tucked them into the fragrant limbs of the tiny, saucy tree that winked with silver and scarlet and tinsel trimmings. She chuckled over the enormous box, so carefully wrapped, that she knew hid many other boxes, each one smaller in size than the other, until in the smallest box of all was a lovely, plain jade ring that Pete had long admired. The clumsy one in newspaper, in layers and layers of newspapers, hid the tan velvet housecoat she had coveted for him for so long. The 6 little parcels, all done up so elaborately, each held a pongee handkerchief, in which she had pulled threads for many weary, happy hours. She kissed each one as she tucked it away. It was a real Christmas. Last year she had spent Christmas alone, until night when she got drunk at a big stupid party at Art Sturgeon's because she was so miserable and lonely. Next Christmas, maybe. That reminded her of something and she flew upstairs, her feet scarcely touching the steps. This time she actually laughed aloud as she tacked up the silly white baby stocking over the fireplace. Inside she stuffed candy, a rattle on which a funny face was painted, and a penny doll. When she heard a knock at the door, she fairly leapt for joy. Her heart was open to the whole world. She hoped it was someone to whom she could show her Christmas tree. Even when she saw the telegram, her heart gave not the faintest signal of warning. She only throbbed more joyously to think that someone had remembered her. She made the messenger boy come in and look at her tree. She gave him a pocketful of candy and an enormous slice of cake. As long as he lived he never forgot her. She was like a living flame. It was well she had snuggled down on the big couch to read her Christmas wire. Because her heart stopped beating, and above her head the black wings of the angel of despair hovered very low. Life itself seemed to sink away from her in that moment. Her eyes grew so dull she could hardly see the crucifix of her love. Dully she dropped the yellow death sentence into the fire, knelt with a horrible small cry to rescue even that from destruction. But the flames had left her only a few words written in hell fire. Mother. Merry Christmas. Good bye. Pete. That swiftly blackened and fell into cold gray ashes. Slowly Mignon got to her feet, stood looking leadenly at the merry, twinkling little Christmas tree as though she did not know what it was. Then with steady fingers and blank face she began to strip the gleaming red balls, the sparkling white tinsel from its green branches. It was not until she reached the tiny white baby angel she had hung so carefully at the top that her hands failed her. Her fingers closed madly on its gleaming white fat body like a girl's dream of her firstborn, and the frail thing ground to ashes in her palm. And Ninon Gay did not even see the drops of blood that welled from her heart to dye its dust crimson. Ninon lighted another cigarette and blew out the match with a gay whistle. "If you had any idea how wonderful I'd be," she said to the casting director with the pertest smile, "you'd beg me to take the darned old part. The censors seem fed up with bathing beauties. I am darned sick of trying to be funny. As a matter of fact, I'm the greatest undiscovered genius blushing unseen in Hollywood at this moment." The casting director smiled at her, his wise, kindly smile that had softened many blows dealt from his big chair. Besides, he liked Ninon Gay. "I'll tell you the truth, Mignon," he said. "I'd like to give it to you, but you look a little too experienced, too hard. You won't photograph young and fresh enough for this ingenue any more. All your fun and charm doesn't register, and your screening sort of hard. I had Sample run that last bathing picture for me the other day. I wonder if it's your hair. Why don't you stop henna-ing it? Let it go back to its natural color?" Mignon rose suddenly as though an unseen hand had plucked her from her chair. The smile she gave him was like a white flower flung on an open wound, but it was a smile, valiant, hopeless. "Well, if you want to know, my hair happens to be snow white now." The casting director was not easily surprised, but for a moment he could not see the trim, saucy little figure, though he was sure tears could not have blinded his eyes. "Good heavens, child! When? How did that happen?" From a cabaret set just outside the window a wild peal of jazz and laughter flooded the office. "Oh, it's a little Christmas present I got last year," said Mignon, still smiling. It's the ghost of a happiness that was born dead, that's all. But you have to go on just the same." And she walked out, whistling through lips that were gray. The funny little Chinaman, sitting in the outer office, waiting to be cast in an underworld feature, nodded pleasedly as he recognized the thin, trembling melody. "Me no cly, me only say, Tausi Mongale." End of Section 19.
Section 20 of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Maisie at the Movies. A monologue by Gertrude S. Welton. Cast:
Maisie, the shop girl. Read by Amanda Friday.
She is overdressed, wears her hair in extreme fashion, and her nose is powdered white. She is chewing gum vigorously. Narration read by Chuck Williamson. Gropes way down aisle and pauses. Addresses companion, Lillian.
"It's awful dark in here, ain't it, Lil? I think I see a couple of seats in here. Pardon me."
Climbs over 2 or 3 seats and settles self.
You gonna take your hat off, Lillian? Let's slink down in the seats and take a chance. Our hats is so small anyhow. In fact, I thought the very day I bought the hat that it would be so small that I wouldn't have to take it off in the movies. I hope this ain't a sad picture, Lillian, because I'm sure to cry over it. I'm so sympathetic, Lillian, and I'm worse ever since Joe and I had our falling out. I cry at the least thing. Not that I care so much about Joe, you understand. Only it's made me so sympathetic or something. Ma says I'm a fool, but I dunno. Joe was a nice fella, but it was his fault, of course.
Looks frantically from left to right. in an effort to see the picture.
Good night, Lillian. That man certainly takes his time taking his coat off. You'd think it was glued to him. In fact, you'd think any man with any sense would take his coat off before he gets in front of the whole show and makes you break your neck trying to see the picture. But then, I don't care so much for these comedy things anyway.
Turns to person behind her.
Did you speak to me? My hat. It's in your way? Well, can you beat that, Lillian? Some people are mighty fussy, believe me. Thank goodness this crazy comedy is over. What did you say the feature picture was? Ooh, the haunted houseboat. Why, Lillian, I've seen this picture. No, we won't go out. It's a swell picture. You'll be crazy about it, Lillian. It has such an original plot. So different from anything you ever saw before. You see, the fella that takes the part of the crook is the hero, but he really isn't a crook at all. You'll love this picture, Lillian. Just wait now. Look, that's him. Ain't he grand, though? His eyes is just like Joe's. In fact, he reminds me terribly of Joe. And look there. See the butler? Well, he's the one who really takes the jewels in the end, and he plays so innocent all the time you'd never think it. Why, the first time I seen this picture, I was so surprised. Yeah, that's the heroine. She wears the swellest clothes you ever seen. Wait until you see the dress she wears in the ballroom scene. Gee, it's a dream. No back to it, and only one strap to hold it up. I mean what there is of the waist to it. Only one strap to hold it up besides her strength of will. The ballroom scene is where she loses the pearls and the diamond bracelet, and everyone thinks the hero done it, but it's really the butler after all. The butler is the real crook, Lillian. Then this houseboat that's supposed to be haunted all the time is really the hiding place for all these crooks. See, that's the houseboat now. Gee, Lil, I get so excited when I think about the awful fight they have on it at the end of the picture. That's when you discover that the hero isn't a crook at all. He's from the police department, and the butler is the real crook. Any minute you'd think the butler will kill him, but he doesn't. See that fellow with the black mustache? Well, he's another one of the crooks, and he ties the girl to the railroad track just as the train is coming. No, I'm wrong. It isn't him that ties her to the track. It's the half-breed. Yeah, that's who it is. I kind of forgot it. You see, the half-breed is really the brother of the butler, who isn't a half-breed. He's a whole breed, or whatever you call it. I mean, the half-breed is the whole breed's half-brother. I mean, the half-breed had an Indian mother, you see, so that made 'em only half-brothers, if you get what I mean. The butler is the brains of the jewel-robbing gang, and the half-breed'll do anything he tells him, because he hasn't got so much brains, on account of his being a half-breed, you know. This is the sad part, Lil. See, the hero's mother is going to die now. Gee, I hope I don't cry. Don't he look just like Joe now? Look, Lil. Ain't he the picture of Joe? Yeah, you said it. Why did we have a falling out? I suppose it was my fault a little bit, but you really couldn't blame me for getting sore. Joe's an awful nice fella, though. Look, Lillian, she's going to die now, just as soon as she falls on the floor. Ain't it sad?
Fumbles in pocket.
Lil, have you got a handkerchief? Thanks. I didn't bring none.
Dabs at eyes.
Gee, I wish I wasn't so sympathetic. Good night, Lil. I dropped my hat.
Gropes about on floor, sits up, and accepts hat from neighbor on opposite side.
Oh, thank you ever so.
Opens mouth and stares in astonishment.
Joe, you've been sitting here all the time? And I never knew it. I never knew you were there at all. Gee, you surprised me, so I guess I swallowed my gum. Lillian, look what was sitting right here beside us, and me none the wiser. Yeah, I remember I said I'd never speak to you again, Joe, but I've forgotten all about that now. I wasn't really mad, Joe. I just met Lil this afternoon, and we thought we would go to the movies, but I've seen this picture before. You see, the butler is really the crook, and the hero is from the police department, and this houseboat is really the hiding place for...
Turns to usher in aisle.
What'd you say? We gotta stop talking or leave? Can you beat that? Don't worry, little sunshine, we'll leave all right. I've seen the picture anyway. Come on, Joe.
Slams on hat, climbs out into aisle.
Now I ask you, Lil, have I said 2 words since we been in here? You said it. I ain't said a word. Not a word. Believe me, some nerve.
End of section 20. End of Movies and Hollywood Short Story Collection, Volume 1.